Thank you for joining Denver City Council's weekly meeting. Tonight's meeting is being interpreted into Spanish. Alejandro, would you please introduce yourself and let our viewers know how they can enable translation on their devices this evening?
Of course. Thank you very much for having us here. My name is Alejandro. Today I'm working with Olga from Community Language Cooperative. Thank you for your patience as I give these instructions in Spanish. Hola a todos, ¿cómo están? Espero que se encuentren bien. Gracias por tenernos aquí con ustedes. Mi nombre es Alejandro, estoy trabajando con Olga. Seremos sus intérpretes el día de hoy con la Cooperativa Comunitaria de Lenguaje. Si ustedes prefieren escuchar en español, van a poder seleccionar el icono de globo o mundo en la parte inferior a mano derecha en su pantalla, escoger el español y poner el audio original en mudo para que solamente escuchen el idioma de su preferencia. Si están usando la aplicación de Zoom en una tableta o en un celular, van a poder ver el menú con los 3 puntitos que dice más y de ahí seguir los mismos pasos para escoger el español. Muchas gracias. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alejandro. Welcome to the Denver City Council meeting of Monday, June 6, 2022. Council members, please rise as you are able and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Council members, please join Councilmember Seda as they lead us in the Denver City Council land acknowledgement.
Thank you. Denver City Council honors and acknowledges that the land on which we reside is the traditional territory of the Ute, Cheyenne, and Arapaho peoples. We also recognize the 48 contemporary tribal nations that are historically tied to the lands that make up the state of Colorado. We honor elders, past, present, and future, and those who have stewarded this land throughout generations. We also recognize that government, academic, and cultural institutions were founded upon and continue to enact exclusions and erasures of Indigenous peoples. May this acknowledgement demonstrate a commitment to working to dismantle ongoing legacies of oppression and inequities and recognize the current and future contributions of Indigenous communities in Denver.
Thank you, Councilmember Seda. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Black.
Here.
Seda
Here.
Clark. Flynn.
Here.
Herndon.
Here.
Hines.
Here.
Cashman. Kinich.
Here.
Ortega.
Here.
Sandoval.
Here.
Sawyer.
Here.
Torres.
Here.
Madam President.
Here.
11 members present.
There are 11 members present. Council has a quorum. Approval of the minutes. Are there corrections to the minutes of May 23rd? Seeing none, the minutes stand approved. Council announcements. Are there any announcements this evening? Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam President. Councilman Cashman is unable to attend this evening and has asked me to read this announcement and about an important event that will take place in District 6 at the end of the month. On Sunday, June 26 from noon to 4, Councilman Cashman and the District 6 team will host a climate action event called Earth Day Remastered, a celebration of our commitment to a healthy planet. It will be in the southern end of the main meadow in Washington Park. The event will feature some 20 exhibitors presenting products and services to help you reduce your carbon footprint and live a more sustainable lifestyle. There will be live music from the Denver Municipal Band and blues maven Erica Brown with Dan Trainer, as well as guest speakers, including David Sirota, Oscar-nominated co-author of the movie Don't Look Up, former state representative and environmental activist Joe Salazar, and Linda Apple-Lipschitz, head of Denver Urban Gardens. Plus, food trucks will be on hand to keep your hunger and thirst at bay for the afternoon. The event will be co-sponsored by the University of Denver and Love My Air Denver. Please come to Washington Park on Sunday, June 26 from noon to 4 and recommit to doing what you can to combat climate change. And on another note, Councilman Cashman wants to congratulate the Dyer family on the 88th anniversary of the Bonnie Bray Tavern. Carl and Sue Dyer opened the bar on June 6, 1934, and several generations of Dyers have continued to welcome residents from near and far for tall beers, great pizza, and a bunch of great food and drink treats. That's the good news. The bad news for tavern fans is that the Dyer family will serve up their final meals toward month's end when they close the doors to Bonnie Bray Tavern for the final time. It's expected that the site will be developed into a 3-story mixed-use project containing ground floor, retail, and residential above. Councilman Cashman plans to present a formal proclamation honoring the Dyers and their entire team for their 9 decades of hospitality and good times in early to mid-July. And I hope Councilman Cashman feels better.
So do we. Councilmember Black, we wish him a speedy recovery and appreciate you reading those announcements for him. Councilmember Sawyer?
Thanks, Madam President. Just wanted to remind everyone that we're doing our 4th gun buyback program this weekend. Saturday is National Gun Buyback Day, and so the Denver Broncos, the City of Denver, the City of Aurora are all going to be partnering with the nonprofit organization Raw Tools. People who are interested in turning in their firearms can do so by driving through the event. We just want to remind people to leave their firearms unloaded in the trunks or back seats of their vehicles. And it will be from 10 a.m. to 1 p.m. At Heritage Christian Church, which is right by the AMC movie theater where the Aurora shooting happened several years ago. So just wanted to remind everyone to attend that event if you are interested, and really appreciate everyone's support. We've gotten over 350 weapons off the street in the year 2022, which is really exciting. And also, on a lighter note, wanted to say go Avs go. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Kniech?
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to, excuse me, it's these times again. I wanted to wish luck to our Colorado Avalanche. It has been very intense and tense. I'm not gonna lie, I'm probably better off here at council tonight than I am watching that game because they have been nail biters. But they are just representing Colorado and Denver loud and proud, and we just wish them the best of luck in tonight's game. And hopefully we will, see them advance to the next stage of the Stanley Cup. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kniech. Councilmember Flynn?
Thank you, Madam President. 2 things. And the first, I think everybody knows. They've read the papers. But I wanted to acknowledge the passing of one of my former colleagues at the Rocky Mountain News, a gentleman from North Denver, again, Holy Family, the 3rd Holy Family graduate we've lost, starting with Dennis Gallagher and Jerry Kennedy. And now we've lost Dusty Saunders at the age of 90. He worked at the Rocky Mountain News longer than any person in that newspaper's 149-year history. Starting in 1953 as a copy boy and staying there for 54 years until 2007, I believe, when he retired. And then he continued to write after that. Folks who knew Dusty, or if they know his family, his kids, many of whom are very active in the Denver media and production community, they know what a straight-up gentleman he was. Not a mean bone in his body, which is kind of unusual for journalists, right, Jim? Thank you. Not a mean bone in his body, and he will be missed. Fortunately, we have his writings that he's left behind for us to enjoy, and I just wanted to Madam President, acknowledge his passing 2 weeks ago, I believe, almost 2 weeks ago. The second item is something that I think is bringing a lot of heartache to my community, to me, and to a lot of folks in my community who've worked on the Loretto Heights project for so many years. But in 2 weeks, based on a decision by the president of the Sisters of Loretto in Kentucky at the Mother House, the Archdiocese is going to oversee the exhumation
and the closing of the Loretto Cemetery, where 62 Sisters of Loretto have been buried between 1898 and 1969. For 4 years, we in the community, the owner of the campus, have worked with the Sisters of Loretto cooperatively. We developed a beautiful plan for improving what for 30 years had been essentially abandoned when the sisters left the campus in 1988. Overgrown, forlorn, not forgotten. People would visit it like once a year. Sisters of Loretto held the Founders Day there in April of every year. But essentially overgrown and not very well cared for. Finally, with a plan in place to improve landscape, plant flowering trees surrounding it, place benches, plaques in honor of the 62 sisters, turn over ownership of the parcel if that's what the sisters wanted, free and clear, access from Irving Street, a water tap for irrigation, and maintenance by the Metro District that is developing the campus. The sisters have decided that perpetual care offered by the Archdiocese at Mount Olivet Cemetery is something that they want to go to their own graves, if I can be a little indelicate, knowing that they will be taken care of. The fact is there are no young Sisters of Loretto. All of them are at least over age 70. And this provides them much more comfort, but it's causing a lot of heartache in my community because we love having them here, having the mortal remains of Sister Pancratia Bonfils, a cousin of Frederick Bonfils, Denver Post founder, who bought this campus. Sister Pancratia bought the campus, not Fred. In 1888, and her remains are buried there. We just opened, Councilwoman Kinich and Councilman Cashman were with us, when we cut the ribbon on Pancratia Hall, opened it as affordable housing for working families. This place is coming back to life. The reason, Madam President, that I'm trying to set the record straight is that there's been a lot of discussion over this the last 2 weeks. We announced this back in February and March, but a lot of people are just now finding it out that it's imminent. And I wanted to make it really clear that this was a decision by the Sisters of Loretto. The site that is the cemetery will become a memorial park to these 62 Sisters of Loretto. This exhumation and closing of the cemetery is not at all required by the redevelopment. In fact, the redevelopment was planned intentionally around a beautified cemetery. I am not alone in Southwest Denver wishing and still praying, frankly, in the next 2 weeks for a change of heart back in Kentucky at the Mother House. Because as I've said before, we as Catholics, we believe in resurrection of the body, but only one time. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember Flynn. Councilmember Torres.
Thank you, Madam President. 2 quick announcements for District 3. Youth on Record will be holding their block party this Saturday. If you haven't already been by that location, it's a phenomenal space for music making of all kinds. It'll be from 11 to 5 at their location at 10th and Navajo, which is in the Lawmont Lincoln Park neighborhood, open to everyone. And then just a quick announcement and thanks to Bridget McRaith, who is the CEO of Mile High Youth Corps. Bridget is stepping down from that role after 15 years, led this incredible organization over a lot of expansion and challenge, and just deeply appreciative of her leadership. So thank you so much, Bridget. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Council Pro Tem Torres. Councilmember Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. Just wanted to acknowledge the last week where some of us attended the Fallen Memorial Officers events, both for Denver police officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty, as well as Denver sheriffs. We had 2 Denver sheriffs that passed from COVID that were both honored at the National Memorial in Washington, D.C. And just want to do a shout out to Michael Hess in the audience for also researching and bringing forth the names of officers who had never been like formally recognized that are part of our history and were included in a dinner that was held with the families of fallen officers. Wanted to draw some attention to that. And then also want to remind everyone that June 19th, Sunday, is Juneteenth in 5 Points. Encourage you all to check that out. And then we will have Pride Fest, June 25th and 26th. Both are in person and both bring a lot of attention to our downtown community. So wanted to just remind folks of those dates as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Ortega. Councilmember Sede-Baca.
Thank you. Councilwoman Ortega stole mine, but just to get more specific on one of them, this Saturday from 1 to 3, Ford Warren Library is doing their block party and Juneteenth celebration. So it's a little bit of an opportunity to dive deeper into what Juneteenth is and why we celebrate it. But there will be fun, games, live music, giveaways, so definitely check that out. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sede-Baca. And would like to also wish a very happy birthday to Councilmember Herndon, whose birthday is Wednesday, June 8th. And so happy birthday, Councilman. We're going to go ahead and move on in the agenda. We have no presentations this evening. There are no communications. There is one proclamation being read this evening. Councilmember Sede-Baca, will you please read Proclamation 22-690?
Yes, thank you. Honoring the life of Tilly Duran Hurd, whereas Tilly Duran Hurd, longtime Northeast Denver resident, passed away in her home at the age of 95 on Mother's Day, May 8, 2022. And whereas Tilly was born in Vaughn, New Mexico in 1927 and left in 1948 to marry R.T. Hurd, who had been hired as a chef at Mount Vernon Country Club on Lookout Mountain in Colorado. The young couple settled in Genesee in a small cabin, going into Denver to enjoy live jazz concerts in 5 Points. And whereas when they started a family, the Hurds moved to Denver, eventually settling in the East Side, where their young children, Manuel, Helen, Teresa, and Irby, could grow. And whereas as her children grew older, Tilly and her husband decided to become foster parents with Denver's Social Services Department. Many children came into the Hurds' home over the next decades. Some returned home to their families, others were adopted by the Hurds, and others remained with them as their forever foster children. All were cared for and loved. In 2001, DSS awarded Tilly a 40-year PIN for her 40 continuous years as a foster parent. And whereas in addition to being a foster parent, Tilly was the babysitter for her grandchildren and for her neighbors. Many young working mothers found in her a reliable babysitter for their children who charged only what the mothers could afford. And whereas Tilly Hurd cared for hundreds of children in Denver, she had a total of 3 adopted children, 5 forever foster children, 4 biological children, and 7 stepchildren. And whereas Tilly was a lifelong Broncos fan who cheered for her team and cried when they lost, she was also a longtime parishioner at Annunciation and Loyola Catholic churches and never missed a bingo night. Whereas, as we say goodbye to Tilly Duran Hurd, we are honoring a mother to so many on the East Side who lived her life to the fullest. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Council of the City and County of Denver that the Council of the City and County of Denver celebrates the life and honors the memory of Tilly Duran Hurd, that the Clerk of the City and County of Denver shall affix the seal of the City and County of Denver to this proclamation, and that a copy be transmitted to her daughter, Helen Rigmaiden.
Thank you, Councilmember Sede-Baca. Your motion to adopt.
I move that Proclamation 22-690 be adopted.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council. Councilmember Sede-Baca.
Thank you. There are many unsung heroes and sheroes in our communities. And when we heard about Miss Tilly Hurd and her passing, we couldn't pass up the opportunity to honor her in our community. And so I hope you all join me in honoring this incredible woman and her contributions to this city.
Thank you, Councilmember Sede-Baca. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Cedabaca,
Aye.
Flynn,
Aye.
Herndon,
Aye.
Hines,
Aye.
Kinich, Ortega,
Aye.
Sandoval,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Black.
Aye.
Madam President,
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes, proclamation 22-690 has been adopted. We have 5 minutes for the proclamation acceptance. Councilmember Cedabaca will start the timer if you'd like to welcome up who will accept the proclamation.
I'd like to welcome up Helen Rigmaiden, who is affectionately known in our community as Mother Helen. Did you want to say anything? You can come up to the podium and speak.
Thank you for this proclamation, and I'd like to introduce my brother. This is Irby Hurd that grew up till he raised all of us. And we're just so grateful as a family. The boys in our family wanted to name Vine Street Tilly Hurd Street. Then they wanted to name 35th Avenue Tilly Hurd Avenue, and it's like, fellas, we can't do that, but I think I could do something. And Candy helped with us doing that, but we lost our mother, our grandmother, our great-grandmother, our auntie, good friend, and we're just so grateful that the city has recognized her. She was a faithful and devoted foster mother for very many years, caring for so many kids in the Denver area, so many young kids that she was able, the first foster kid she had was not expected to live, and he thrived and he lived, and that became an example to social services that Mrs. Tilly Hurd could take care of these children. And she fostered very many more, and we're just grateful for this time that you've allowed to honor her, and we appreciate it. And thank you so much, Candy.
Thank you.
Thank you. We appreciate you both being here, and please accept our sincere condolences and what an amazing legacy, and she touched so many lives. So thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Cedabaca. Madam Secretary, would you please read the bills for introduction?
From Business, Arts, Workforce, and Aviation Services, 22-549, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Denver and Town of Morrison to provide special event traffic control services at Red Rocks Amphitheater. 22-550, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed intergovernmental agreement between the City and County of Denver and Town of Morrison to provide wastewater and sewage treatment services at Red Rocks Park and Amphitheater. 22-569, a bill for an ordinance concerning the airport facilities of the City and County of Denver, authorizing the issuance of the City and County of Denver, Colorado, for and on behalf of its Department of Aviation Airport System Revenue Bonds, Series 2022, from time to time, in one or more series or subseries on a taxable or a tax-exempt basis in the maximum aggregate principal amount of $3.98 billion for the purposes of defraying the cost of the Series 2022 project, and providing other details in connection therewith, authorizing the treasurer, within certain limitations and restrictions, to finalize details, terms, and other provisions of the bonds, their negotiated sale, determination of refunded bonds, and to select the register, paying agent, escrow bank, and underwriters, approving forms of and authorizing execution and delivery of certain documents, ratifying action previously taken, providing for other related matters, and providing the effective date of this ordinance. 22-570, a bill for an ordinance concerning the airport facilities of the City of County of Denver, authorizing the issuance of the City and County of Denver, Colorado, for and on behalf of its Department of Aviation Airport System Subordinate Revenue Bonds, Series 2022, from time to time, in one or more series or subseries on a taxable or a tax-exempt basis, in the maximum maximum aggregate principal amount of $3.98 billion for the purposes of defraying the costs of the 2022 subordinate project and providing other details in connection therewith, authorizing the treasurer, within certain limitations and restrictions, to finalize details, terms, and other provisions of the bonds, their negotiated sale, determination of refunded bonds, and to select the register, paying agent, escrow bank, and underwriters, approving forms of and authorizing execution and delivery of certain documents, ratifying action previously taken, providing for other related matters, and providing the effective date of this ordinance. A City Council Direct File 22-648, a bill for an ordinance relinquishing an easement in its entirety, reserved in ordinance number 1017, series of 2001, recorded with Denver Clerk and Recorder at reception number 2001-203-743, located at 3701 North York Street. From Finance and Governance, 22-555, a bill for an ordinance modifying Section 18-142 of the Revised Municipal Code of Denver by adding Juneteenth as a designated holiday beginning in the year of 2023 and repealing Section 2-6 DRMC, which established Juneteenth as a commemorative day of observance. 22-571, a bill for an ordinance authorizing a rescission and appropriation in the general fund to make a cash transfer to and appropriation in the liabilities claims special revenue fund. 22-589, a bill for an ordinance approving the 3015 East Colfax Urban Redevelopment Plan, the creation of the 3015 East Colfax Urban Redevelopment Plan and the 3015 East Colfax Street Property Tax Increment Area and Sales Tax Increment Area. 22-590, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed cooperation agreement between the City and County of Denver and Denver Urban Renewal Authority to establish, among other matters, the parameters for tax increment financing with incremental sales and property taxes within the 3015 East Colfax Urban Redevelopment Area. 22-625, a bill for an ordinance clarifying wage requirements in the city. From Land Use, Transportation, and Infrastructure, 22-554, a bill for an ordinance changing the zoning classification for 1305, 1339, and 1365 North Osage Street and 1520 West 14th Avenue in Lincoln Park. 22-591, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, namely a parcel of land within Bear Creek Park. 22-592, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter at Fairfax Park. 22-593, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, the Gateway Landing Park. 22-594, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, the Montbello Open Space. 22-595, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, Platt Farm Open Space. 22-596, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, the unnamed Iliff and Bel Air Park. 22-597, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter, Uplands Park. 22-598, a bill for an ordinance designating certain property as park under Section 2.4.5 of the City Charter as an addition to Westwood Park. And from Safety, Housing, Education, and Homelessness, 22-548, a bill for an ordinance approving a proposed grant agreement between the City and County of Denver and State of Colorado Office of Behavioral Health to provide funding for substance use disorder, mental health treatment, competency enhancements, and jail medication assisted treatment at Denver County Jail. And 22-617, a bill for an ordinance enacting a new Article 11, Chapter 27 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code requiring unit owners associations to notify homeowners of certain rights when initiating a foreclosure action and consolidating existing notice and disclosure duties for tenant rights.
All right. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Council members, this is your last opportunity to call out an item. Councilmember Sadabaca, will you make the motions for us this evening?
Yes.
All right. Now I'll do a recap. Under resolutions, Councilmember Hines has called out Resolution 588 for comments, Councilmember Ortega has called out resolutions 557 and 558 for a postponement, and Councilmember Sawyer has called out resolutions 603 and 604 for a vote. Under bills for introduction, Councilmember Seta Baca has called out bills 589 and 590 for a vote. Under bills for final consideration, no items have been called out. Under pending, Councilmember Herndon has called out bills 471 and 475 for a vote. Madam Secretary, would you please put the first item up on our screens? Thank you. Councilmember Hines, would you please go ahead with your comments on Resolution 588, please?
Thank you, Council President. This resolution is about arts, about art specifically in our city, and even more specifically around the Denver Public Library's Central branch and the Denver Art Museum. As many of us know, we care about the art here in the city of Denver, and I feel very excited and honored to have been to have participated in this art selection process. It was as a result of pulling funds from both of those construction projects, from the Denver Art Museum and the Denver Public Library's central renovation. And thanks to those two development processes, we have more than $725,000 to dedicate to art that will be installed in 3 different locations. The artist Paula Castillo will install the art in 3 different locations all around those 2 big renovations. So nearly $750,000 just for art. That's pretty amazing. But what's even more amazing is our commitment to arts here in the city of Denver and the Denver metro area. But we have a national model for art. 1% of all large developments are reserved for art installation. We also have the Scientific and Cultural Facilities District. It's a 7-county tax district that provides funding for art and culture in the Denver metro area. As far as I understand, this is unparalleled. There is nothing like this anywhere else in the nation, and we get a lot of people who visit our city from other cities. We are ambassadors on your behalf to other cities in the nation, and when I talk about the SCFD, we almost universally get jealous comments on behalf of this kind of funding. And then we also have a community that is heavily engaged in the arts and who give generously of their time and treasure. So this is how we could have the SCFD. This is how we could dedicate 1% of funding development projects to the art. And even then, on top of that, we have our community that gives so much to art here in our city and our metro area. I want to thank Arts and Venues for your work, including Michael Chavez and Director Brunetti. And that's all I have. Thank you, Council President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Hines. Madam Secretary, would you please put the next item up on our screen? Councilmember Ortega, what would you like us to do with Council Resolutions 557 and 558 this evening?
Thank you, Madam President. I want to invoke our rule 3.7 that allows a member of council to hold those bills. I was not here when the issue came to committee, and I had a brief conversation with Britta Fisher this afternoon and received some information that I want to be able to digest and make sure that I've asked all the questions. A lot of them are related to what kind of exit plan that we will have, ensuring that, number one, the city general fund won't be expected to pick up the tab after all the federal funds are gone, but also to make sure that we are doing the right job with the people who are staying in many of the motels that we have contracted for during COVID. So I am invoking that rule. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Ortega. Councilmember Kniech.
Thank you, Council President. I very much appreciate this rule as a compromise we did with the administration about going from 2 readings to 1 reading for contracts, and it is not up for debate. But I did just want to ask before we move on if I can just get clarity on whether or not
this 1 week delay will have any particular impact on folks' being able to stay housed. I just wanted that to be known if anyone's going to be displaced because of this 1 week delay. I hope that's not the case, but I know we sometimes run down to the wire on these things, so I'd just like us to know before we move on, if that's okay.
Sure, that sounds good. And we've got Britta coming up here. If you wouldn't mind introducing yourself. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Britta Fisher, the Chief Housing Officer for the City of Denver. And it'll be cutting it close to our contract date, but we've had a good relationship with the hotel and believe that we'll be fine in keeping people safely sheltered.
Got it. I don't want to rehash our entire debate at committee. I would encourage anyone who was not able to observe it to maybe check back in, but one of the things that we discussed is the fact that the COVID emergency is still very much active. The number of city employees, one of whom will be presenting to us tomorrow remotely because she has COVID, it is staggering, the number of people around us. I think last time I looked, positivity was at 11%. I didn't look today, but hospitalizations have been up by several hundred%. It was definitely going in the wrong direction. And so the urgency of continuing to protect really medically vulnerable residents, mostly elderly, but also people with oxygen, mobility disabilities, just a lot of vulnerability remains a challenge for our city. And I just want to say how important I think this contract is for that. Obviously, we're not voting tonight, but just because it is so front and center right now that the risk continues to be there, I just wanted to put it on the record. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember Kanich. Councilmember Hines.
Thank you, Council President. Since Director Fisher's here, I'm not going to ask him anything, but so please feel free to sit. I wanted to thank two groups. First, I want to thank you and the Department of Housing Stability, and I want to thank the folks who are representing UPDONA, the Upper Downtown Neighborhood Association, including the residents of the Spire. I've had multiple meetings with HOST and multiple meetings with UPDONA, and some of those have both groups. Some of those were separate, but I really want to thank the UPDONA members for their collaboration and their willingness to have a reasoned dialogue. I also want to thank Housing Stability for helping with some of that subject matter expertise, and because I don't know everything. It is a very complicated topic, and so thank you, Housing Stability, for providing that subject matter expertise and helping us on council, also our residents, both who are in the Aloft and those who are adjacent to the Aloft, understand some of the complexities that this contract considers. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Hines. And for the viewing public, when a council member invokes our Council Rule 3.7, no motion is required, and so Council Resolutions 557 and 558 have been postponed for 1 week. Madam Secretary, would you please put the next item on our screens? Councilmember Sede-Baca, will you please put Resolutions 603 and 604 on the floor for adoption?
Yes, I move that resolutions 22-603 and 604 be adopted in a block.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thanks, Madam President. There are actually 4 on-call contracts that are on our agenda for this evening. 2 of them say that they're general services contracts, but they are DOTI contracts that will be reported on via the DOTI reporting service. So really appreciate that. Had a conversation with DOTI and General Services earlier today about that. So I removed those 2 from this block vote. The remaining 2 are airport contracts on call as well. For those of you in the audience who don't listen to me every week, there are on-call contracts that come through from the city agencies with no reporting or no clear reporting on how much of those contracts are used, how much of that money is used, who the subcontractors might be on those jobs. And so I regularly vote no on them. Interestingly, this time around, one of the contracts is the on-call contract to close the oil wells at Dunn Airport, which is something that is very important to me and something that I have been talking about since before I was even elected into office. At committee, I asked why this was written as an on-call contract when what was presented to us was essentially a contract to close, to plug and abandon all of the wells remaining at Dunn Airport by June of 2023. And the answer was that it just is the way they're going to do things. That's pretty concerning, not only because, again, we have this issue with follow-up reporting, and I believe that the charter of the City and County of Denver gives City Council budget oversight power, and that doesn't just mean creation of the budget, that also means following the money and seeing how it is spent, seeing how contracts are used. I think on-call contracts are very, very important and very useful in our city, but there has to be better reporting on the back end. I've got to say this one feels a little personal, and that's not okay either. So I will be a no tonight. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Hines.
Thank you, Madam President. Council President. I wasn't going to call out 603, but since it is called out, I do want to mention a couple things. First of all, I want to thank Den for the permanent closing of all Denver International Airport's oil and gas wells. When I first took office, this was a priority for me. There was different Den leadership at the time, and that leadership said that they wanted to keep these 60-something wells in play because it could potentially be used to offset ticketing fees. While I hope that we can keep our fees low for the airport, I don't think that we should destroy our habitability on this planet to do so. I want to thank Director Washington. I mentioned this in committee, but I want to thank him because when I interviewed him, the council now has the oversight authority over certain mayoral appointees. And when I talked to Director Washington, I said, this is important to me, and I strongly encouraged him to close these wells. After he took office, he committed to making our airport the most environmentally friendly airport in the nation. He also committed to permanently closing Den's oil and gas wells. And now, as of this contract, we get that closure. So to use my colleague's comment, this is personal, and I want to personally thank you, Director Washington. Thank you, Madam President, Council President.
Thank you, Councilmember Hines. And seeing no other folks in the queue. Go ahead, Councilmember Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I just wanted to mention that, so if you remember, we had some applications that went before the Colorado Land Board that were proposed in your district. I think this was in your first term, early days of your first term. And the notice for those applications for proposed oil and gas drilling went through the airport, and people in the neighborhoods had not known about that. One of the things that we got very involved in that from my office as well, that one of the items that we talked about with the mayor's office was making sure that neighborhoods are notified. So if the airport is no longer going to be doing any oil and gas business on airport land, it begs the question about whether there should be a different point of contact from the state land board if there are ever other applications that come forward to ensure that that practice of notifying neighborhoods still continues. So I just want to flag that. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Councilmember Ortega. And I think we need to dig into it a little bit more, but I know that we had someone designated, I believe, at the airport, and then one person within the administration as well. And I see Sky Stewart nodding her head, and so I think we had that overlap to make sure that we didn't miss any notifications. So thank you for bringing that up, Councilwoman Ortega. All right, Madam Secretary, roll call on resolutions 22-603 and 22-604 in a block.
Sawyer,
No.
Torres,
Aye.
Black,
Aye.
Sitabaca,
Aye.
Flynn,
Aye.
Herndon,
Aye.
Hines,
Aye.
Kinich,
Aye.
Ortega,
Aye.
Sandoval.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
1 nay, 10 ayes.
10 ayes. Resolutions 22-603 and 22-604 have passed. Madam Secretary, would you please put the next item on our screens? Councilmember Satabaca, would you please put bills 589 and 590 on the floor for publication?
Yes, I move that Council Bills 22-589 and 590 be ordered published in a block.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Comments by members of council. Councilmember Satabaca.
Thank you. I've called this item out for a vote. It's early, it's first reading. There were a lot of questions in committee, and since our committee meeting, I've had several community members reaching out and letting me know that they did not want me to support this, and I am honoring that request and voting no on first reading.
Thank you, Councilmember Satabaca. Seeing no other members in the queue, Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bills 22-589 and 22-590, please.
Sitabaca,
No.
Flynn,
Aye.
Herndon,
Aye.
Hines,
Aye.
Kinich, Ortega,
Aye.
Sandoval,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Torres,
Aye.
Black.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
1 nay, 10 ayes.
10 ayes. Council Bills 22-589 and 22-590 have been ordered published. Madam Secretary, please put the next item on our screens. Councilmember Satabaca, will you please put bills 471 and 475 on the floor to take out of order?
Yes, I move that Council Bills 22-471 and 475 be taken out of order in a block.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council. Councilmember Herndon.
Thank you, Madam President. In anticipation of City Council not having quorum next week, we need to formally postpone these two items so that they may be heard by the full council.
Thank you, Councilmember Herndon. Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bills 22-471 and 22-475, please.
Black,
Aye.
Sitabaca,
Aye.
Flynn,
Aye.
Herndon,
Aye.
Hines,
Aye.
Kinich, Ortega,
Aye.
Sandoval,
Aye.
Sawyer,
Aye.
Torres.
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bills 22-471 and 22-475 may be taken out of order. Councilmember Satabaca, will you please put bills 471 and 475 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I move that Council Bills 22-471 and 475 be placed upon final consideration and do pass in a block.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Herndon, your motion to postpone?
I move that final consideration of Council Bills 22-0471 and 22-0475 with their public hearings be postponed to Monday, June 20th, 2022.
Thank you. Not seeing any other comments by members of council. Madam Secretary, roll call on the postponement of Council Bills 22-471 and 22-475, please.
Herndon,
Aye.
Hines,
Aye.
I think that was a Kinich, aye? Yeah? Apologize. Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Sitabaca?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
It's 11 ayes, actually. 11 ayes.
All right, thank you. 11 ayes. Final consideration of Council Bills 22-471 and 22-475 with their public hearings will be postponed to Monday, June 20th. That concludes the items to be called out. All other bills for introduction are ordered published. Council members, remember this is a consent or block vote, and you will need to vote aye. Otherwise, this is your last chance to call out an item for a separate vote. Councilmember Sede-Baca, will you please put the resolutions for adoption and the bills on final consideration for final passage on the floor?
Yes, I move that resolutions be adopted and bills on final consideration be placed upon final consideration and do pass in a block for the following items: 22-546, 547, 559, 560, 561, 562, 563, 581, 587, 588, 602, 528, 567, 610, 611, 612, 614, 615, 616, 530, 565, 599, 600, 601, 609, 650, 485, 545, 553, 568, 584, 606, 608, 651, 519, 527, 526, 532, 533, 443, 515, and that is it. Long list.
All right, yes, we got them all. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Madam Secretary, roll call.
Black? Aye. Sede-Baca?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Cashman? Sorry, Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer? Aye. Torres?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
12 ayes.
12
11
ayes. The resolutions have been adopted and the bills have been placed upon final consideration and do pass. Our pre-recess announcement this evening. Tonight, there will be a required public hearing on Council Bill 22-412, changing the zoning classification for 4401 South Quebec Street in Hamden South, and a combined public hearing on Council Bill 22-424, amending the Denver zoning code. Council Bill 22-426, amending Chapter 27 of the Denver Revised Municipal Code concerning housing, revising provisions related to the linkage fee, repealing incentives for affordable housing, and adopting affordable housing requirements applicable to the creation of new dwelling units, and Council Bill 22-425, changing the zoning classification for multiple properties in the 38th and Blake Station area to remove the 38th and Blake Station area incentive overlay district and adjust underlying base zone districts. Anyone wishing to speak on any of these matters must go online to sign up during the recess of council. Sign up opened online at 4:30 p.m. If you've already signed up to speak, please do not sign up again, as we've already received your submission. If you have not already signed up to speak, sign up remains open until the end of recess. If there are no objections from members of council, we will take a 10-minute recess. Council members, please return to your seats at 6:33 p.m.
In 2043, North America is under authoritarian control. Children are property of the state. A desperate Cree woman joins an underground band of vigilantes to infiltrate a state-run children's academy to get her daughter back. Live discussion with director Denis Goulet over Zoom will follow this film. Originally from Afghanistan, Hangama Amiri works primarily in textile to create images that reflect her own observations of displacement, diaspora culture, and women in Afghanistan and the region. Join us for our Mindful Mondays Wellness Series. Set your intention for the week ahead with a happy hour yoga class led by our favorite instructors from Core Power Yoga and True Fusion. Bring your own mat and let's get moving. The Revivalists' unbelievable ride to stardom is a testament to the band's tireless hard work. Recognized for their gold-selling #1 single, Wish I Knew You, a night under the stars with this band will leave you with an unforgettable experience. Hailing from across North America and reared in diverse musical styles, Della Mae is one of the most charismatic and engaging roots bands touring today. Their mission as a band is to showcase top female musicians and to improve opportunities for women and girls through advocacy, mentorship, programming, and performance. Experience the More Than Place Colorado Women and Land exhibition, where the legacies of Western women and their role and place on the land can be explored. This show presents authentic Mexican culture, song, dance, and folklore performed by Mexico en el Corazón, which features a great cast of musicians and over a dozen dancers and singers as well. And that's a quick look at what's happening in Denver this week. During spring and summer, Denver often sees an increase in yard litter, as well as overgrown weeds and vegetation. Some of the most common violations include shrubs extending out into traffic or over a sidewalk, trash and litter on a property, or overgrown weeds and grass. If you see a property that you think might be in violation, you can call 311 or submit a case on PocketGov. If the city finds a violation, they will give the property owner time to correct the issue with a minimum 10 days grace period. City inspectors will always work with property owners before resorting to issuing fines. Their main goal is to keep residents safe and Denver looking beautiful. Denver 311 and PocketGov, helping you navigate Denver city services.
This is a very deadly substance. It's arguably the most deadly illegal drug that we've had to deal with. This is an approach that drug dealers are utilizing. High potency that is very addictive brings repeat customers to enhance their profits. And unfortunately, more and more drugs are being laced with fentanyl, and really it is such a deadly substance that one too many micrograms can cause death.
Have you ever woken up on trash day and were unsure if you should put out your recycling bin or not? Luckily, you don't have to waste any time finding what you need. Just let Denver Gov's optimized search do the work for you. Just throw what you're looking for into the search bar and find almost anything on our site. Even if you're not sure what you're looking for, the search bar can help you by giving you the most likely results. Optimized Search, just one of many great features on the all-new denvergov.org.
It's time to BYOB. Bring your own bag, that is, to the grocery store, the hardware store, and all retail stores in Denver. Starting July 1st, bring your own bag when you shop. All retail stores will charge 10 cents for each plastic or paper bag provided at checkout.
Hey Denver residents, in 2022, Dottie's Solid Waste Management Division is making changes to household trash collection. For many of you, this means your collection day for trash, recycling, and compost will change. You can confirm your large item and extra trash collection week, as well as your trash collection day, online at denvergov.org/reroute and in the Recollect app. Thanks for your support, Denver.
Street sweeping season is starting in Denver. It runs April through November. So what we encourage people to do is go out and look at the red and white street sweeping signs on their block and then move their car on their street sweeping day. We ask people to move their cars so that we can sweep effectively. We want to get all the way to the curb line where dirt and debris tends to accumulate. Street sweeping helps us keep our environment clean, our neighborhoods clean. It removes dirt and debris off the streets, keeps it out of our air and water. Taking that debris off the street also prevents our stormwater inlets from getting clogged when it rains. So we want to clean that curb line the best we can. So we're out here reminding people to please move your cars for your street sweeping day. You can look at the red and white signs that are on your block to learn what day is your street sweeping day. You can also go to pocketgov.com where you can see your street sweeping schedule and sign up for reminders via email or text. So we encourage people to do that to avoid a street sweeping citation.
Denver's HAWK crosswalk signals are helping us cross streets more safely. Just press the button to activate the flashing yellow warning lights so drivers are alerted to slow down and stop, giving pedestrians a safe way to cross. Visit denvergov.org/vision0.
In Denver, the road most traveled is full of potholes. Fear not, worried traveler. Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure is ready to fix the problem. To report a pothole, call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org. Click on the button, Report a Problem, fill out the quick questionnaire, and within 72 hours, crews will be sent to fix the problem. Call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org.
Elevating Denver is back with an all-new episode May 10th. We're taking a look at the 16th Street Mall redesign, how to stay informed in case of an emergency, and how Denver is helping to get guns off the street.
But we do have control over the choices that our kids make.
And we'll meet DPD's newest officer.
Using a dog is a perfect tool for us to be able to reach those populations that normally wouldn't interact with us.
If you're looking to adopt a new furry friend, locate a rec center, or you're looking to start a business, the City and County of Denver can help you with that. It's now easier than ever to access these resources with denvergov.org's mega menu. Click the drop-down you need to find a world of information. From help with your home, neighborhood, car, or even contacting your council member, it's all just a click away. The new mega menu, just one of many great features on the all-new denvergov.org.
Deaths from opioid overdoses are mounting in Colorado. These powerful drugs include heroin, morphine, and fentanyl. Each can relieve pain and evoke intense feelings of pleasure. But the same drugs, whether prescribed by a doctor or bought on the street, can quickly turn deadly. Found in prescriptions like OxyContin and Vicodin, opioids can be found in illegal drugs, such as heroin, as well as the synthetic opioid fentanyl. Fentanyl is 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine, even small doses, and we're talking.
We have 2 public hearings tonight. For those who are participating in person, when called upon, please come to the podium. On the presentation monitor on the wall, you will see your time counting down. For those who are participating virtually, when called upon, please wait until our meeting host promotes you to speaker. When you are promoted, your screen will ask permission to allow us to promote you. Please accept the promotion. When you accept the promotion, your screen will flash and say, reconnecting to meeting. Please don't leave the meeting. You will be reconnected and will need to turn on your camera if you have one and your microphone. You will see your time counting down at the bottom of your screen. Once you have finished speaking, you will change back to participant mode and see your screen flash one more time. All speakers should begin their remarks by telling the council their names and cities of residence, and if they feel comfortable doing so, their home address. If you have signed up to answer questions only, state your name and note that you are available for questions of council. Speakers will have 3 minutes. There is no yielding of time. If translation is needed, you will be given an additional 3 minutes for your comments to be interpreted. We'll alternate between in-person and virtual for efficiency by calling in-person participants and then alternating to virtual participants. Speakers must stay on the topic of the hearing and must direct their comments to the council members. Please refrain from profane or obscene speech. Direct your comments to council as a whole, and please refrain from individual or personal attacks. Councilmember Sede-Baca, will you please put Council Bill 22-412 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I move that Council Bill 22-412 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. The required public hearing for Council Bill 22-412 is open. May we please have the staff report?
Yes, share my screen. I am virtual.
Hi.
All right, let's see. Can you all see that and hear me? Okay, great. My name is Libby Adams. I'm with Community Planning and Development, and I'll be presenting the map amendment for 4401 South Quebec Street. This application is located in Council District 4 in the Hamden South neighborhood. The property is located along South Quebec Street, north of I-225. It's just over an acre and is currently occupied by an office building that is primarily used for mental health counseling services. And the purpose of the rezoning is to expand the permitted uses to allow for short-term overnight stays. And the applicant is proposing to rezone from PUD 206 to SMX 5. The existing zoning is PUD 206. This is a district within the former Chapter 59 zoning code that allows for office and retail uses. It has a maximum floor area ratio of 1:1 and a maximum building coverage of 35%. The site is currently used for office uses. The surrounding area is mostly multi-unit with commercial and retail self-storage directly to the south. This slide shows the existing building form and scale with the subject property on the bottom right-hand side. This map amendment was complete at the end of December. A postcard notifying property owners within 200 feet of the site was sent out on December 22nd. And then Planning Board unanimously recommended approval of the rezoning on April 6th. And to date, no public comment letters have been received. There are 5 review criteria for rezoning in the Denver Zoning Code that must be met. The first criterion is consistency with adopted plans, and there are 2 plans that are applicable to this rezoning. Information on how the application meets the strategies in the comprehensive plan can be found in the staff report. So moving to Blueprint Denver, Blueprint Denver identifies the future neighborhood context as suburban. These areas have irregular block patterns with curvilinear streets and a range of uses. And then the future place type in Blueprint Denver is high, medium residential. These place types provide a mix of medium scale, multi-unit residential uses with heights up to 5 stories. It can also accommodate compatible commercial and retail uses consistent with the SMX 5 request. And South Quebec Street is designed or is designated as a commercial arterial street. The Blueprint Growth Area strategy is all other areas of the city. This is where we anticipate to see 10% of new jobs and 20% of new housing by 2040. And then Blueprint also includes specific policy recommendations. So the Land Use and Built Form General Policy 3 recommends rezoning properties from the former Chapter 59 zoning code so that the entire city is covered by the Denver zoning code. Staff also finds the requested rezoning meets the next 2 criteria. The rezoning will result in uniformity of district regulations and will further the public health, safety, and welfare, primarily through rezoning a property into the Denver zoning code and allowing a district with a greater density and greater mix of uses. There's also a justifying circumstance for this map amendment because the city adopted the Denver zoning code and this property remains in the former Chapter 59 zoning code. And lastly, the proposed rezoning is consistent with the suburban neighborhood context, the purpose of the mixed-use districts, and the specific intent of the SMX 5 zone district. So finding all review criteria have been met, staff recommends approval of this rezoning. And that concludes my presentation.
Thank you. This evening, we have two individuals signed up to speak. Both are joining us virtually. Our first speaker is Allison Hibbs.
Good evening, Council. Can everybody hear me okay? There we go. Good evening. My name is Allison Hibbs with Plan West. I am here tonight to represent EWL Plaza in our request to rezone the property at 4401 South Quebec from the outdated PUD 206 to a current Denver Zone District, specifically SMX5. Plan West is a land planning and design firm here in Denver. Our case manager, Libby Adams, has already given you guys a very thorough presentation, so I won't take up your time tonight with too much redundancy, but I just want to let the council know that we are here available to answer any questions that you have. The proposed rezone is to benefit both the owner of EWL Plaza by expanding counseling services, which are currently permitted with the current PUD 206, to include short-term overnight services, as well as the city by bringing the outdated PUD into a current Denver Zone District. Thank you for hearing our proposal tonight, and we appreciate your support.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jesse Paris.
Yes, good evening, members of council. May I be heard? Okay, in regards to this rezoning, I'm in favor of it. It meets all 5 of the criteria. If there is going to be housing placed here, what is the AMI level going to be? If it's going to be commercial or retail, how many employees are going to be at this location? If someone could please answer that question, I would greatly appreciate it. Thank you.
That concludes our speakers. Questions from members of council on Council Bill 22-412. All right, it doesn't look like, oh, I knew I needed to wait for a second. Councilmember Flynn, please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. Libby, do you know, is the Raleigh House the sole occupant of the building, or are there other users in there at the moment? And are they part of this application, or do they know about it?
Hi, Councilmember Flynn. Could you actually repeat that question? I was being re-promoted, and so it took me off, and then I missed the second half of your question.
Halfway between being beamed up and you're not quite there yet. Thank you. I'm just wondering, is Raleigh House the sole tenant in this building, or are there other users? And if there are other users, are they aware of this, and are they supportive of it, or are they impacted by this change?
Yeah, that may actually be, I may defer to our applicants for that question. I don't know if Allison is able to rejoin. Looks like there she is.
Sorry, technical difficulties unmuting there. I can tell you that Raleigh House does own the building currently and is the primary tenant there.
We
can try to get the owner on as well.
We believe there are the tenants that are aware of this.
We believe the tenants are aware.
Allison, do you know the answer to that question?
Sorry. Sure, I believe the tenants have been notified. Is that the answer? Does that answer your question?
Your answer was partly cut off. Are the other tenants in the building aware of this, and are they impacted by the change?
There's no impact for them.
Yes, to the best of our knowledge, the other tenants are aware and are not impacted by this change.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Seeing no other questions from members of council, the public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 22-412. Councilmember Black.
Thank you, Madam President. I am supporting this rezoning because it meets the criteria. And to address Councilman Flynn's questions, the building is a small office building in an area where there are office buildings and public storage, and it's really not changing the use at all. They're just allowing people to sleep there at night if they need to be, which is something we desperately need in our city, mental health services, and a place for people to stay the night if they need to. So I'm both supportive of the rezoning and the use, and I hope my colleagues will support this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Black. And seeing that it does meet all of the criteria, I'm happy to support it this evening as well. Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-412.
Black?
Aye.
Cedabaka?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Kinich? Aye. Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
11 ayes.
11 ayes. Council Bill 22-412 has passed. We're going to move on to our second hearing of the evening. Thank you, Libby, for the staff report and those community members who testified on the previous hearing. Councilmember Cedabaka, please go ahead with your comments.
Thank you, Madam President. It's my intent to offer 2 amendments tonight. One of them will be an amendment to Council Bill 22-425 to remove the 38th and Blake Station Area Incentive Overlay, rezoning IMX 8 to IMX 5, and not change any of the other zoning classifications. The other one will be an amendment to Council Bill 22-426, which aims to treat ADU builders as we're treating those adding on to their homes. The current draft of this bill exempts ADUs from paying the linkage fee, but charges anyone building more than 400 square feet the linkage fee. Many ADUs being built are larger than many of the homes in neighborhoods like Swansea and are selling as a part of million-dollar homes, exponentially increasing the value of these homes. We need to recognize it's much more expensive to build an ADU than it is to build onto a small home. And so we don't want to unnecessarily privilege ADU builders while penalizing those who are trying to make more living space on small homes. This is about equity and treating both builders the same. And so just want to make everyone aware of these amendments so that during tonight's hearing, council as well as the public may speak to them on record. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Cedabaka. Would you please put Council Bill 22-424 on the floor for final passage?
Yes, I move that Council Bill 22-424 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
All right, thank you. We have it moved and seconded. The combined public hearing for Council Bills 22-424, 22-425, and 22-426 is open. Speakers may offer comments on any one or all 3 items, as well as the 2 intended amendments. After the conclusion of the public hearing, council will vote separately on each item. But first, may we please have the staff report? Are we going to have a staff report this evening? All right, I looked the wrong way. Very good.
Good evening. My name is Laura Aldrete. I'm the Executive Director of Community Planning and Development. To our council members, thank you for having me here tonight. And to those of you who have signed up to speak, who are watching here in chambers or from home, Thank you for being with us and being engaged in your government. I'm extremely honored and excited to be here tonight as we conclude more than a year of public discussion and consideration for Denver's proposed expanding housing affordability ordinance. We could not have done it without the strong partner in our Housing Stability Department and strong partners in Councilwomen Robin Knich and Amanda Sandoval, both of whom have helped shape this ordinance every step of the way as members of the advisory committee. I strongly believe that the ordinance up for consideration tonight is extremely well-researched, well-defined, and will benefit Denver residents for years to come. Our city planners will discuss 3 items this evening, which together make up the expanding housing affordability policy. 1, an amendment to the Denver Revised Municipal Code, which, if approved, will establish the parameters for including greater affordability in new residential developments. 2, an amendment to the Denver Zoning Code, which, if approved, will establish zoning incentives to help offset the costs of providing more housing and more affordability in Denver overall. And 3, a rezoning of the area around 38th and Blake RTD station, which will bring the pilot approach currently in effect here into the new citywide system. These 3 items have been designed to work cohesively with each other to implement the adopted plans, better meet Denver's housing needs, and ultimately ensure that as new homes are built, more affordable homes are built too. I look forward to the progress we will make on housing with new policies like this here tonight. Thank you for your time. And I now turn it over to Britta Fisher with the Department of Housing Stability.
Good evening again, council members, and to our public. I am Britta Fisher, the Chief Housing Officer for the City and County of Denver and the Executive Director of the Department of Housing Stability. And I too am excited and honored to be here this evening to be at this point in the process where we can bring you a proposal for expanding housing affordability that has been heavily informed by the community, by best practice research, and our housing needs, our pressing housing needs. And that is such a critical component to supporting and complementing our existing affordable strategies, as this is one of many tools that we are deploying to meet the wide range of housing needs in the city of Denver. We've set aside the first few minutes of our presentation today to talk about Denver's broader housing approach and where the Expanding Housing Affordability Project fits in to complement existing programs and meet housing needs. This policy was designed to work with and not replace our existing services, programs, and investments into affordable housing and anti-displacement, and other new ones yet to come, like our affordable housing prioritization policy. Expanding housing affordability is a critical piece of the puzzle, helping create more affordability for people of many income levels. And I think it recognizes affordable housing as vital community infrastructure. The Expanding Housing Affordability Policy will help us serve a broad range of incomes. As you'll see in our presentation, this policy focuses on providing affordable housing for those making 60% of the area median income or less, which is about $56,000 annually for a 2-person household in Denver, while serving a broader range of incomes to better meet our growing housing needs. So thank you for your support in moving this important policy forward as we work to build a healthy, housed, and connected Denver. I will now turn the presentation over to Brad Weinig, Host's Director of Catalytic Partnerships, and Annalise Hoke, Principal City Planner with the Community Planning and Development for CPD. That, Brad.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you, Laura and Britta, for making these remarks. I'm going to do my best to pull up the presentation here. Can everyone? That showing up. Anyways, good evening again. My name is Brad Weinig, staff with Housing Stability. I'm joined with my colleague from CPD, Annalise Hoke, here to talk about the expanding housing affordability efforts. As Britta just alluded to, and as you guys all well know, addressing housing needs in this city requires multiple tools and approaches, and this is really fits squarely into our kind of housing opportunity corner of our long-range strategic plan around creating more options of affordability throughout the city. As Britta also mentioned, and I won't reiterate line by line, but this is designed to be very much complementary to the existing tools and programs that my department in the city has to address the wide range of growing housing needs, ranging from homelessness all the way up to home buyer support and everything in between. A few examples on here of some of the things that we are currently working on or launching include our goal to preserve 950 affordable homes, the prioritization policy, a special revenue fund with other departments to mitigate displacement from large city investments and infrastructure, a huge pipeline of affordable housing already underway, and also a locally funded voucher program, which we're very excited about. As Laura mentioned, right, the whole idea of this new policy proposal is that as new housing is built around the city, new affordable housing is created too, and new development contributes of all types towards the solutions that we have. This can be done in a combination of two really primary policy tools we'll be discussing, a mandatory housing program along with an update to our linkage fee policy already in place. The expanding housing affordability policies, again, complement our existing programs and are really designed to serve a broad range of incomes. What's kind of unique and different and new, and what we're excited about with these particular policies is the ability for us to increase the supply of housing overall throughout the city, and especially affordable housing, without the use of limited subsidy dollars, creating more and better mixed income housing opportunities throughout the city. And as far as the linkage fee goes, making sure that we maintain at current levels a critical local funding source that we use across the spectrum of need to make housing investments. Here's a simplified version of the range of incomes, individuals, and households and families that are served through these programs. You'll see in kind of the dark blue lines, the linkage fee and the mandatory housing fee in lieu, the dollars that are prioritized in our strategic plan for investment in the households we seek to support. You'll see a note there that our funding priority is very much the low end of the economic spectrum, really those serving 50% AMI and below, and with a concentration or a commitment, a prioritization for those even below 30% of AMI. Our mandatory housing production tools does drive more of where we think the market can help support creation of housing, which is in that kind of 51 to 80% AMI range. But it's important to note that even those units often do and can and will reach further down the income spectrum of need when combined with tools like housing choice vouchers, including the local vouchers that my department is working to create. You already heard the overview from Laura about what's in front of you tonight, the three different items, so we won't belabor these points. I think it's important to remind you, I think Laura said 1 year. In reality, it's well over 2 years that a version of this has been going on underway under the leadership of Annalise and CPD. It started out as an affordable housing incentive, zoning incentive research project back in 2020. And then February of last year, when we learned that the state legislature was considering a bill to enable a tool like a mandatory or inclusionary housing ordinance to be in place, we shifted tact and really kind of created the program that it is today. And kind of the three major phases that we've gone through was really spending a lot of the early time identifying, and documenting and stratifying our housing needs, taking a look at the lessons that we've learned through our prior programs and researching heavily other peer cities around the country who have similar programs. We released that report back in February of 2021. Spent the summer of last year really diving deeply into financial feasibility analysis and starting to shape the policies based on what we felt like the market could support in terms of an affordable housing requirement and or increased linkage fees. Published that policy proposal back in October, and then over the winter really started to dive into the actual policy making itself, releasing a public review of the changes to the DRMC and the zoning code in February of this year, and then made one last round of revisions based on that feedback in March. And what you have in front of you today is the result and the culmination of this kind of 2+ years of effort and analysis. Importantly, throughout this process, we've made a sincere effort to ensure that there was daylight on this whole process, that we talked to a variety of organizations, individuals, constituent groups, and made sure that we were clear about what we were trying to accomplish and really did our best to listen and interpret and incorporate all of the feedback that we were able to receive from a variety of groups. We don't need to go line by line, but suffice it to say that over the course of the process, we met with over 267 different organizations as well as a variety of individuals throughout this process, and are very proud of that element of this process. We feel like we've done as good a job as we can of really making sure that anybody that has a voice was able to share it. So quickly into the proposal overview. At a high level, right, the kind of guiding principles for this project are really to balance a variety of different inputs, current and future housing needs, again, analysis of other peer city programs, both from our state as well as throughout the country. We have a variety of other programs and incentive tools that we as a city have implemented, and we have a lot of lessons learned from those programs that we believe we've incorporated well into this process. Again, financial feasibility has been a huge component of this. We know that if we push too far, if we ask for too much, the market won't be able to deliver it, and we won't get the outcomes that we sorely need to relieve pressure among our housing spectrum. And then again, stakeholder feedback. All of this, again, made possible and in alignment with the requirements of the state bill that did enable this, which also requires cities to have a variety of other tools and resources available to support the creation of housing in order to be able to pass such a policy. And so we feel like we're in great shape there. So quickly, at a high level, all new development, with a few exceptions, will contribute to creating more affordable housing. On the left and the right of the slide, you'll see small residential developments of 1 to 9 units, as well as non-residential developments, will continue to pay the linkage fee on a per square foot basis, albeit at a stepped up and increased rate over the next 4 years, which we'll get into. And then multifamily developments of 10 units or more moving forward, instead of paying a linkage fee, will now be expected and required to include a percentage of its units as income and rent or for sale price restricted, and also enabling some alternative compliances therein, again, another requirement of the state bill, and incorporating some zoning and financial incentives in there as well, because that is the outcome that we're most seeking to create as part of these policy processes. So I'll cover the linkage fee quickly, and then I'm going to turn it over to Annalise to cover the mandatory affordable housing program. Again, the linkage fee, for those who are new, is a fee assessed on all new developments based on the induced job demand and therefore housing demand of the uses therein, and it's legally justified via a study that we undertook back in 2016 as a city, and we are simply through this process updating it to today's financial feasibility analysis, ensuring that the fees we're charging are kind of part and parcel and appropriate for the ongoing need that our city sees. So again, it applies to all residential developments of 1 to 9 units, as well as all non-residential uses. However, it does not apply to renovations or tenant finishes of existing developments, to small additions of 400 square feet or more, to existing single and 2 unit homes. It does not apply to accessory dwelling units. Does not apply to areas with pre-existing housing agreements, such as, say, Green Valley Ranch. And it does not apply to restricted affordable housing developments, which we know continue to be a critical part of our strategy, and it doesn't make sense to charge fees to the very developments who are seeking to solve the issues we are seeking to solve. And finally, it does not apply to educational uses. So quickly, here's a snapshot of the proposed linkage fees based on the variety of different unit types. We don't go line by line, but I think it's important to note that these don't switch overnight should you take action in favor of supporting these policies. The first increase will be effective in July of this year, and then it'll increase in an incremental step over the next 3 years on a schedule until July 1 of 2025, at which point we reach kind of what we agreed upon and analyzed to be kind of the appropriately feasible fees associated for these different new developments, and thereafter will increase based on inflation starting in 2026, just as it does today. So with that, I will invite Annalise up to speak for mandatory affordable housing.
Thank you, members of council. Annalise Hoke, Principal City Planner with Community Planning and Development. Mandatory affordable housing is a new program that, as Brad said, has been enabled to us by state law, and it allows us to really ensure that as we're creating new housing in the city of Denver, new affordable housing is being built by creating mixed income housing, not just in certain segments of the city, but across the city, citywide, as well as a secondary priority of increasing funding citywide through the fee in lieu contributions. As a reminder, this applies to new developments creating 10 or more units, and it does have exceptions of if I have an existing apartment building and I'm just putting in new countertops, it does not apply in those instances. State law does not allow it. Affordable housing projects, it does not require them to mandate, but it allows them to benefit from the incentives being provided, as well as areas with pre-existing housing agreements or affordable housing projects. The state bill requires that we provide one or more compliance options to building affordable units on site. The program and the policy is really designed to target housing needs where we know it's the greatest, which is at 60% AMI on the renter side and slightly higher on the ownership side. Therefore, the policy has been designed to encourage applicants to build affordable units on site, and we'll walk through what each of those look like. We also have the payment of fee in lieu. And while that fee in lieu is an option, it is not a desirable option from a financial perspective, as it is a considerably high fee, and that is calibrated by development type and market area to ensure that it is appropriately kind of leveraged on occasion. Those fee in lieu dollars will go back into the preservation and creation of affordable housing with a focus at lower incomes. We also do have ability to enter into negotiated alternatives in ways in which we can accommodate creative solutions that better and further our affordable housing needs in certain neighborhoods, may it be family-friendly housing, dedication of land for an affordable housing or supportive service. We want to allow for those creative solutions to occur, as well as in instances of large developments of either 10 acres or more, or those leveraging city financial programs such as TIF or metro districts. Those processes require community engagement process and to kind of show how their affordable housing plan is being proven out in response to community needs. So we're going to focus a little bit, though, on the build on-site requirements, as this is really kind of the front of the policy and what we're aiming to achieve through it. The program is set up in which it gives applicants two different compliance options. It also targets rentals and ownerships at slightly different income levels based off of housing needs. And in our higher cost areas of the city, which include downtown and Cherry Creek, it also requires a higher contribution of affordable units in total. An important piece of this program is incentives. And incentives are really designed to promote the creation of affordable housing while increasing the overall supply of housing overall and affordable housing. Therefore, the incentives have been structured into two different segments, the first of which are the baseline incentives, all of which are by right. Therefore, for projects that are building the affordable units on site, which is really the outcome that we've designed and want to achieve, they have access to three incentives. The first is a permit fee reduction per affordable unit up to 50% of the commercial construction permit fee. They also, if they're doing a mixed use building and they have a commercial ground floor use, they are exempt from paying the linkage fee, which is a financial incentive, as well as an alternative parking ratio, which reduces their standard parking requirement down by 0.5. As you'll note, applicants who select or elect to pay the fee in lieu do not have access to any of those incentives. However, affordable housing projects are not required to comply, but can access those incentives as well. We also have this secondary bucket of enhanced incentives, and these two are by right. There are some additional caveats, the most important piece being that they are providing a higher level of affordability, meaning more affordable units on site over the entirety of the building. That includes height incentives, parking exemptions in particular areas, which I'll speak to on the next slide, as well as in certain instances, the Affordable Housing Review Team, which is predominantly being focused towards fully affordable housing projects, but giving staffing and capacity in the future, we anticipate that these projects can also benefit from a more streamlined concierge review. As made mention on the prior slide, I'm not going to go through these as they're really for reference, but to access those enhanced incentives, as you can see, it's a higher percentage of affordable units overall that are required to be met to access those incentives. The parking reductions and exemptions have been certainly something of topic through planning board and the various LUDI meetings, so I did just want to clarify those. In our existing zoning code as it exists today, we have an alternative parking ratio of 0.1 parking spaces for affordable units that are income restricted up to 60% area median income. What we are proposing here is to bring forth a new reduction, which is in that baseline incentive. So any project that is building affordable units on site, regardless of where they are located in the city, can take advantage of a slightly lower parking ratio for all of the units that are being part of that mixed income development. The new exemption is only available in that enhanced incentive bucket. So that means they have to be providing a greater level of affordability. What is available is in that red color here on the map today. So today, if this were to pass, projects that are within a quarter mile of a fixed rail transit station and are also a mixed use or a commercial zone district can take advantage of that parking exemption. Once again, this is a minimum. They can always park above it. In future iterations, and the amendment that passed out of LUTI is that those corridors that are grayed out are high and medium capacity transit corridors identified through Denver Moves. These corridors will not come online as an area to access parking exemptions until the city makes those capital investments. We know Colfax will be the first one, but that's still quite a few years out. So what we're really trying to do is align our regulations with the reality of the infrastructure that can support multimodal transportation and greater affordability. I'm going to now just give a quick overview as it pertains to the 38th and Blake area, as we are kind of hitting on all three regulatory pieces in this combined public hearing. 38th and Blake area does have a variety of existing zoning. As you can see kind of outlined in white here is the area under consideration tonight. The existing zoning consists of urban center mixed use and industrial mixed use zone districts with heights ranging from 3 stories to 12 stories, as well as it currently has an incentive overlay, which is proposed to be removed and replaced by a citywide system. The DO7, which is a design overlay, which is proposed to be retained. Sorry, computer's going on its own. And then there are also some existing overlays, the billboard and adult use. Those are not being touched through this proposed rezoning right now. So today, the 38th and Blake incentive overlay allows for additional height in exchange for affordable housing fees, affordable housing, or community uses. The maximum heights range in this area from 5 to 16 stories, but we kind of see that 12 stories being most common. What we've seen to date is that many projects do not provide affordable units because it's an incentive. It is not a requirement, and they're able to build within the base height, meaning there's no real incentive to build at higher heights and leverage that affordability. The projects that are taking advantage of the current pilot program are providing about 2 to 5%, dependent upon what their development project type is, and they're serving a higher AMI level of 80% than what is being proposed in the future. The proposal here before you that combines a map, text, and DRMC amendment would allow for all projects in the 38th and Blake area, regardless of whether they're building within their base or height zone district, to provide affordable housing units on site. When we've done the analysis of modeling, what we can see is that this will create 2 to 4 times more affordable units in the area, and it will also be reaching substantially lower income levels than what we currently have today, as well as it is a way of ensuring consistency of citywide regulations as it pertains to affordable housing, and we're not just keeping this older pilot program on the books. So to achieve this, how we're kind of doing it, it gets a little bit nuanced, but we are removing the current incentive overlay. We are making revisions to the base height in some locations. As you can see, it's a change in the areas that kind of have that hatched green area. The red, there's no change, the base heights being proposed, and the maximum heights are remaining the same. So there's no increase in overall development capacity being proposed through this. So just a quick question, that we commonly get, why are we adjusting base heights? In the current incentive overlay, some of those base and incentive heights are at greater deltas than what's being proposed through the citywide. And so to ensure that we maintain the overall development capacity that is called for in our citywide and area-specific adopted plans, we are making adjustments to those base heights so it can be consistent and implemented. So now we get into the formal aspects of our text amendment and rezoning criteria. I'll first start with just an overview of the public process. Brad earlier spoke to the overall process of this project, but the public kind of legal process is outlined here with the required noticing and information, starting with the initial application, informational mailing, planning board, LUTI, so on and so forth, getting us here to today. Additionally to that legislative process, just want to give a quick overview. These items were unanimously recommended for approval by Denver Planning Board in April. They also did make a secondary motion encouraging City Council to evaluate further expansion of the parking exemption, which did move through LUDI. Also, LUDI heard all three pieces, all of which did have recommendations of approval to be moved here today, as well as 2 successful amendments, one of which was to expand the enhanced incentive parking exemption to a 1/4 mile of BRT corridors in the future that are going to have capital city investments, as well as a passed amendment to maintain the CPIU increase for those projects that are grandfathered in today. So as we get into the review criteria, we are combining them for the text in the MAP amendment. We have consistency with adopted plans, uniformity of district regulations, and furthering the public health, safety, and welfare. For purposes of consistency with adopted plans, we will review Denver Comprehensive Plan and Blueprint Denver, as well as all the various plans specific to the 38th and Blake Station area. As many of these were thoroughly detailed in the staff report, I'm going to go over them pretty quickly, as I know we have a lot of speakers signed up, but we can always go back and refer to those as needed. So the first one being the Comprehensive Plan 2040. While there are a variety of various plan recommendations outlined in the staff report, I think the first kind of most important one here is under that equitable, affordable, and inclusive goal to create a greater mix of housing options in every neighborhood for all individuals and families. We are also speaking to using land use regulations, meaning our zoning code, namely to enable and encourage for private development or the market of affordable, missing middle, and mixed income housing, especially where close to transit. Many of these incentives are focused there. And since it wants me to move along, we'll just keep going. Blueprint Denver is our land use and transportation plan, which also provides more goals and recommendations that are implemented through this than what is up here on the screen in further detail. But a couple, strategy A that I just really want to hit on is incentivizing affordable housing through zoning, especially in our regional centers. 38th and Blake is a regional center. Our community centers, community corridors, and those areas adjacent to transit gives examples of what those look like, much of which is articulated here, as well as implementing additional parking reductions and projects that are providing income-restricted affordable units. Another easy check mark that we are implementing through this map and text amendment, as well as other incentives for affordable housing that go beyond zoning, that get into permit fee reductions, process, and other aspects. And it's important that we continue to acknowledge that there are further barriers to affordable housing, and we continue to advance those. Blueprint Denver, the majority of this area is the urban center context. And what this rezoning will do is it will continue to implement the urban center context, as well as acknowledge that this is a regional community center. These are areas that are really directed through our adopted plans to accommodate more than 50% of housing and jobs growth in the area by maintaining these maximum building heights and development capacity, or we are continuing to maintain and implement our area's adopted plans, as well as the acknowledgement of the station corridors. Some of the specific plan recommendations that are specific to 38th and Blake, further details are found in the appendix and in the staff report, but most recently was the 38th and Blake Station Area Plan Amendment, which really came out of an acknowledgement that this area could accommodate more growth, more housing, but in exchange for that, we needed to create things that benefited the community, namely affordable housing. So it spoke to promoting taller building heights in this TOD area that provides community benefits. This is now substantially increasing from what was put on the books in 2017, the affordable housing contribution. Lastly, this text and map amendment furthers uniformity of district regulations by maintaining standards within the Denver zoning code, and further implements public health, safety, and welfare. With that, staff recommends approval of the map and text amendment, as well as approval of the DRMC amendments. With that, my presentation concludes.
Thank you, Annalise and Brad and Britta and Laura for the presentation. This evening we have 55 individuals signed up to speak, And I'm going to go to the first few speakers that are participating virtually, and we'll alternate virtually for and against, and then we'll return in person and alternate for and against in chambers here, and then we'll go back to virtual. And so wanted to let folks know that, and we're going to go ahead and start online with our first speaker, Ian Frosch.
Hello, my name's Ian Frash. I live in the Wash Park West neighborhood. I have some concerns about this policy in its current form. I'm kind of worried it's going to backfire. I'm worried that it's going to reduce the housing supply overall, leading to higher costs overall because it's making it more expensive for developers to build housing. And the market rate units basically have to subsidize the lower income units, but so those market rate units might need to be higher than market rate, but that might not be feasible. So developers might just not build and we might just get nothing. I do like the parking requirement reduction by a half space per unit, but I'm not convinced there are enough incentives to not discourage developers from building housing in Denver. And really, I think these incentives should already be legal in all developments to encourage more abundant and cheaper housing, like the higher heights and parking reductions. The parking requirement exemption near a quarter mile from train stations wasn't clear to me. I think that needs to be expanded to apply to high frequency bus lines that exist right now rather than in the future. I think it sounded like it was only in the future bus rapid transit lines. And I live near Broadway Station, and I take the bus a lot more than the light rail because it's more convenient for us. It actually goes to more of the places it needs to go, and the light rail is basically kind of useless for getting around the city because it's mainly along the highway and through industrial areas. So I'd really prefer that exemption to apply to bus lines as well. And I also would really like the city to just legalize more housing citywide, legalize more density, mixed uses, higher heights, and completely get rid of parking requirements so that we're not prioritizing housing for cars over housing for people. The limits that we have right now are what got us into this housing crisis. The limits caused this, and fixing these artificial limits would help reduce the market rate. Also making it so fewer subsidies are needed to produce low income affordable housing when the market rate is lower. So I really would like citywide zoning reform, and I'm concerned that this policy would just discourage developers from developing and we get less housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lucia Brown.
Hello, my name is Lucia Brown and I live in the Baker neighborhood, and my support for expanding housing affordability, EHA, is tepid at best. The main reason I support it is because the reduction of parking minimums around the transit corridors, although this could go much farther, as the previous speaker just mentioned. What I'd like to see is all parking minimums and maximums eliminated for all kinds of developments, not just affordable, but I'll settle for this as a start. And also, the burden of helping to pay for affordable housing should be spread across the city, not just on new developments. But again, this is a first step. And ultimately, I would like to see Denver legalize all kinds of housing everywhere. And that means getting rid of single unit zoning throughout the city. And hopefully the new council will have the political will to get this done. Thanks so much.
Thank you. Is Julian Camera.
Yes, good evening, members of the city council. My name is Julian Camera. I'm a Denver resident. It's no secret that Denver has one of the largest gaps in the country between medium income and income needed to live to live comfortably. The people of Denver have been calling for affordable housing because we're in a housing crisis and there's no end in sight. But I'm here to talk about the affordability requirement that was placed at 50% AMI, and it sounds like it's actually at 60% AMI. But that's missing the whole purpose of expanding affordability. The people who will benefit from this initiative are mostly those in low salary positions getting paid $36,000, $42,000, $50,000 and more. And these are folks typically with stable employment, and that includes health insurance, a retirement plan, PTO, all the benefits that come with the salary. So if these are the folks that are considered to be in the need of affordable housing, where does that leave the individuals and families who make half that while receiving less benefits and resources? I met a 20-year-old the other day who's living in their car, and they wouldn't qualify for an affordable unit under this initiative. So this bill could be an opportunity to start Denver on a new path where housing affordability is the true intention, specifically for those who need it the most, but it needs to actually do that. And we cannot continue to allow the poorest people be disregarded as if they don't matter, because the number of people being disregarded is growing, and our city cannot sustain itself on development and profit interests. We have to take care of our people. Everyone from all different walks of life in Denver agree that housing is a crisis, and they're not happy with what's going on. And they're really counting on our elected officials to make it right. So I ask that you lower the designation of 50% AMI or 60% AMI and adopt the recommendations of local community advocates. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ethan Hemming.
Good evening. It's wonderful to be here with you remotely. I appreciate the chance to express our support for 0424. I'm the CEO of Warren Village and a proud resident of Denver. Warren Village has been around for 50 years. We provide affordable housing for single parents and their children. We do transformative supportive services for these families. We provide early learning in 2 locations. In a word, we create opportunity. And that's why I'm here to testify in support of 0424, because what we believe it will do for our latest development, our work that we're bringing forward in Southwest Denver at the corner of Alameda and Pecos, hopefully in 2 years, we believe this initiative would allow us to take advantage of a height bonus and to go up 1 more story on one of our buildings in our affordable housing campus. And what that means truly, the foundation for what we do is affordable housing. And what that would do is take this development that is currently slated to be 74 units, much needed 74 units. But if we could take advantage of this, we would have 89. So that's 15 families, that's 15 children, 15 moms, 15 lives that we think we could have a greater impact on. So I cannot express it any greater way than to talk about those 15 families tonight. And I just appreciate the chance to support this. Denver needs it. We are excited to be here to support it. And we truly, truly hope that it will pass. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead and transition back in chambers. I'm going to call the 5 individuals that we have in chambers. Victoria Barriga will be our first speaker, followed by Paz Athena, Mary Coddington, Kenny Owens, and Samuel Valerino. And so Victoria, we'll start with you.
Okay, my name is Victoria Barriga. I live in affordable housing on Lowry, which is at 80% AMI, sorry. What I'm here to talk about is this proposal on the linkage fees and the affordable rents. The problem with this bill is that it only affects people from 60% to 80% to 100%, which I don't understand why 100% is even in it. like I said, I'm in affordable housing at 80%, and I don't make that much money, but people who are making less than 30%, less than 50%, they can't get housing. We have we have a family member who has to live in our house with us. It's an affordable, it's ADA compliant for me because I need my walker to get around everywhere in the house. And having that third person in the house makes it a lot harder, but he's unable to keep the apartment he had because of the rent increases. And he works full-time, 40 hours plus a month, and he still cannot pay the rents that people are being charged here in Denver. It's just absolutely insane. When I was renting apartments back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, you could find reasonably priced apartments that made sense for the amount of income that a person made. On my income right now, I could not afford any of these rents. If I had to go rent somewhere, I'd be in a big piece of trouble. So it's good that the council is looking at trying to provide affordable housing, but I think it's been said before that paying linkage fees does not address the very big problem that is happening right now in our city. Businesses and people are all upset about people being on the street. The way to get people off the street is to provide them with housing that they can afford so they can get into housing. And we need to be really supporting people who are making 30% or less of the AMI, because those are the people that we're seeing that businesses are getting upset about, that residents are getting upset about, and it's not their fault. It's like it's not their fault. We have had cuts in the housing from federal since the Reagan times. I mean, it's been going less and less and less and less. And I'm sorry, but these developers are saying that it's too expensive to develop. I'm sure there are other developers out there who would be totally willing to build something that they weren't making quite as much money on. And I'm sorry, I don't see my time, so.
Yep, that's the time allotted. Thank you.
Okay,
We appreciate
you're
it.
welcome.
We're going to go ahead and go to our next speaker, Kaz Athena.
I live actually, and the speaker before Victoria, I live in Warren Village, which is the single parents housing program, and that's at 30% AMI. And I can't even really afford to save up for myself going to school full time. I suppose that I could stop going out to eat sometimes, buying house plants and maybe some self-care items. But for example, if somebody like Ian Frasch, I couldn't, just have that kind of lifestyle of self-care like he probably does. In that sense that developers will develop, because that's their goal, to make money, to develop spaces and gentrify. And so just because there's affordable housing asks doesn't mean they're not going to develop. Perhaps the greedy ones won't develop as much, but there will definitely be developers regardless. And the fact that it's 50 to 60% AMI, seriously? I'm at 30% AMI as a full-time student at Metro. I got my AA of Communication with honors last 2 semesters ago, and now I'm working on my BA and my own business as well. And I'm supporting this little person and trying to get a car. And it's really difficult. I could ask Ian to try and switch lives with me to maybe just see what it's like if he's even still there. But all of those developers, I know we live in a plutocracy, and I would like to perhaps even have conversations between the poor and them and see what comes of that. But the thing is, the plutocracy has the privilege to say no and to not talk to us and to stick their noses up at us and to all of you guys, and then, unless they want to pay you so they can get their way. But not all of you guys are sold out, thankfully, but there's a lot of politicians and police officers who are, sadly, because this is a plutocracy. But I really would appreciate it if there would be 30 to 40% AMI, not just 50 to 60. Because like that one guy said, who said he helped develop this plan, he said it encompasses from homelessness all the way to home buyers. No, it doesn't. Homelessness is 30 to 40% AMI. He lied to us. He's trying to truly develop that. That was like a whole PR scheme or marketing scheme to cover up the truth. And that's just sad. But many of these people are just used to covering up the truth because they're getting paid. And that's the truth.
Thank you. Our next speaker, we're going to ask Mary. We're going to try to have a speaker go before you. Thank you for your consideration. Mr. Gary Jackson. Mary Coddington, who will be here in person, and then Kenny Owens and Samuel Valero.
Ladies and gentlemen of the council, please look up on your screens. I'd like to see the people who murdered me. I'd like to see the people who killed me, the ones who ensured I'll never see my 5 grandkids grow up. In a homeless housing sweep a month and a half ago, you blew my heart up. I was a badass, this old man out there. Now I'm Skeletor. I'll die, maybe right here, and you deserve it. Each and every one of you deserves that. You deserve to look at me. You deserve to see me suffer. Heart failure is a horrible death. I'm drowning. I'm in terror. Strongest man I ever knew, and I'm in terror. I've almost died 3 times this week. You blew me up in a housing camp sweep. There were 4 tents in my camp, spotless. There wasn't a stolen cookie in there. We caused no problems. You put a trash man in charge of armed first responders? Those cops knew me. They would have never done that. They respect me as a force for good in that community. Your trash man that orders the cops around did this to me. I'm gonna die today, right now, tomorrow, next week. Affordable housing? What's affordable? My son blew his brains out. I went into the streets. I took care of the schizophrenics and the feral children that you're ignoring. For 2 years, I gave them everything I had. I didn't steal a cookie in your town. Not one cookie. I went and preached to these people. There's obligations on both sides, Mr. Councilman. The homeless need leaders. They need to quit stealing. They need to quit leaving filth everywhere. They need to show the citizens respect. But after World War II at Nuremberg, you put those Nazi leaders on trial. And they said, you told them, you said, you're guilty of crimes against humanity. They said, we were following orders. You said, that's not good enough. Your obligation was your humanity, and you took them out and hung them. Our obligation is each other. I'm a good man. You wanted me in your streets. You killed me. You don't even know what's going on out there. When was the last time any of you ladies went to a homeless housing camp sweep and saw what was being done in your name with your approval? When was the last time you really thought about these issues?
Thank
Or
you,
you
sir.
stare at
That's the time
screens
that we
with
have
people?
allotted for each speaker. We've got 3 minutes for everybody, and so we want to make sure we can hear from everybody. Thank you for being here. And we're going to
It
go
took
ahead
everything
and
I
go
had
to
to
our
be
next
here.
speaker. Her name is Mary Coddington, and so we thank you for being here. We've got a lot of folks we want
God
to hear
bless each
from.
of you people. Please make better decisions. Your soul rests on it.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mary Coddington.
Good evening, Council. It's nice to be here with you in person tonight. My name is Mary Coddington. I'm a resident of District 9, but tonight I'm speaking to you on behalf of the Neighborhood Development Collaborative, a coalition of 20 affordable housing providers across the Denver metro area, serving everyone from folks exiting homelessness, affordable rental housing, and affordable home ownership. On behalf of NDC, I am here to ask each of you to vote to approve expanding housing affordability through Bills 424 and 426. Firstly, we would like to thank CPD and HOST for the extensive stakeholder participation that they held throughout this process. We met with them several times and really felt that our thoughts and feedback were considered and are represented to you in the final draft proposal tonight. And I won't spend a lot of time tonight talking about the need for affordable housing. I know that all of you are acutely aware of that, and we have a lot of representatives in the audience tonight that can speak firsthand. But one point that I want to call out is that affordable housing developers build and manage approximately 7% of the housing stock within the city, and yet 33% of Denver households are housing cost burdened, and up to 50% of renters are housing cost burdened. So the affordable housing sector alone can't necessarily manage all of that need that's out there, and the pace of affordable housing development will never keep up with the pace of market rate development. Therefore, it's imperative that the private sector serve a portion of the growing need. You'll probably hear tonight that it's unfair to put the burden of affordable housing onto one sector, but that's really not the case. As Britta and Brad mentioned earlier, this is one of a series of tools that's used to address the housing need in our community. And by focusing, incorporating this income range into market rate development, it frees up other resources in the city to address the lower AMIs that I know a lot of folks are concerned about tonight. This program is designed to build mixed income communities, which is essential for access for folks to be able to have amenities such as high quality schools and parks and grocery stores. But it's also important to remember that this is only a first step towards economic integration, and it should be followed by loosening the land use restrictions that limited owners' ability to build different housing forms on their property. Once again, the affordable housing development community that's represented by NDC requests that you approve this proposal and provide an additional tool to achieve housing stability in Denver. Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kenny Owens.
Hi, I'm Kenny Owens. I'm an advocate for those experiencing homelessness. I don't know what zip code I'm in most of the time. I'm a rough sleeper, and as I see it, these your hosts, I don't know how effective they are because I was outside for 2 inclement weather days, and they didn't what do they call it when they didn't declare inclement weather, so nobody got vouchers. But their numbers seem to be supported by everybody who's spoken, and what they were saying is that last year the AMI that would be supported under this would be 36,000. Now they're looking at 41,000. So my question to y'all would be, in 4 years, when maybe not this term, but next term, y'all are up for re-election, and people are paying a $400 rent increase every year. Are y'all going to be able to get the votes for anything lower than 30% being looked after? Okay. Y'all are looking at 60%, and in Seattle they did that, in LA they did that. And we're trying to overcome some of the challenges of homelessness while we're doing this. And I don't think that measures that will increase homelessness by double will be effective. If you could tell somebody who is making $57,470, oh, that's half, so twice that, fitting into 50% of the AMI in 4 years because of the effect that will take place with building these developments that don't have to pay linkage fees so that there is affordable housing? What's it going to do to the rest of rent is my question. Everybody else's. Thanks for your time. Have a great day.
Thank you. Our next speaker in chambers is Samuel Valerino, and then we're going to go ahead and transition to virtually. So go ahead, Samuel.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sam Valeriano, and I'm the Health Policy Manager for the Be Well Health and Wellness Initiative of the Foundation for Sustainable Urban Communities. I live in Council District 6, and the organization I work for primarily serves the diverse communities in Council Districts 8 and 11. The Be Well Health and Wellness Initiative has a mission to affect programs, policies, and practices to support health equity and create a culture in which all people genuinely have the opportunity to achieve the health status that they desire, regardless of their race, income, gender, education, or any other social barrier. As we will hear from probably some of the supporters of this bill, the quality, affordability, and stability of a home are foundational to human health and wellness. Over the last decade, more than 100,000 people have moved into our city. This coincided with a massive increase in housing costs. In 2012, the median home price in Denver was around $200,000, and the median rent was about $1,100 a month. Today, the median home price is more than $550,000, and the median rent is almost $1,800 a month. Statewide, the number of available housing units that are considered affordable for people making less than $45,000 a year has been cut in half since 2010. Today, more than 100,000 Denver households spend at least 30% of their monthly income on rent or mortgage payments, and nearly 50,000 households spend more than half of their monthly income on housing costs, leaving precious little room for other basic necessities like food, transportation, and healthcare. And then we all know about the continuous plight of our unhoused population, whose ranks continue to grow at a seemingly exponential rate. Now, while we understand and recognize the fact that there are issues like mental health and addiction that contribute to homelessness, we understand that the root cause is a lack of affordable places to live. According to one estimate reported in Denverite earlier this year, the city and county of Denver needs at least 50,000 new units of housing just to keep up with demand. So we support these zoning amendments because they make very necessary, if long overdue, reforms to the zoning code that will enhance our city's ability to increase the housing supply, ultimately stabilize costs, and eventually bring some level of relief to a majority of Denver residents. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. We're going to transition back virtually, and our next speaker is Brandy Majors. And it's not looking like we have Brandy with us, and so we're going to go ahead and move on. Charles Allison Godfrey, go ahead.
Council members, thank you for your time. My name is Charles Allison Godfrey. I'm a resident of Denver's District 6. I'm also an employee of Elevation Community Land Trust, an organization that creates affordable homeownership opportunities for Denverites at and below 80% of the area median income. I'm testifying on behalf of Elevation today. We support Denver's expanding housing affordability plan because it will increase our city's affordable for-sale housing stock. Homeownership is transformative at both family and community levels. For families, homeownership builds intergenerational wealth, benefits educational outcomes, and improves physical and mental health. For the community, increased homeownership rates raise community wealth and increase the amount of cash that families have to spend in the local economy. Investing in homeownership is also important because it is one of the main drivers of the racial wealth gap. The typical white family has 5 times the wealth of the typical Hispanic family and 8 times that of the typical Black family. This corresponds with the fact that 68% of white households own their own home, while 52% of Hispanic and 37% of Black households own their homes. These statistics show the importance of investing in affordable homeownership for our city's residents of color, who are disproportionately overrepresented at lower income levels. The expanding housing affordability ordinance will not cure all of Denver's housing problems, but adding affordable homeownership opportunities to the city's housing stock is a crucial step in the right direction that will not overly impact developers' profits nor their incentive to develop. However, when the city considers discretionary agreements under the alternative compliance options of these ordinances, Elevation urges the city government to maximize community benefits in these agreements instead of allowing these alternative compliance options to be a backdoor for housing developers to escape their responsibilities under the plan. Elevation Community Land Trust expresses deep gratitude to the city employees and advocates who were involved in drafting the plan and ask you to vote yes to adopt it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Tyler Carlson.
Hello, Council. Good to see you tonight here on behalf of NAIOP and ICSC, and I am a Denver resident. And I want to, first of all, thank Brad and Annalise and the rest of their team for all the outreach that they provided over the last many months. While we don't always agree on everything, I think we do agree that we're all working hard to create a better city here in Denver. And we're really appreciative for all the time and effort they spent listening to the real estate industry and trying to incorporate our feedback into the program. I do want to, as a commercial real estate representative, we are concerned that we're trading a housing affordability problem for a small business affordability problem, because most small businesses rent their commercial space, and the increased linkage fees that are being voted on tonight, which in some cases increase up to 400%, are going to trickle down to increased rents for our tenants, because it's increasing the cost of commercial structures. So I think that should be something that I think council weighs tonight in its decision, and do want to encourage staff and council to be pretty mindful of the 14-month, I believe, threshold for obtaining SDP approvals, because as has recently been in the press, the Denver process has gotten longer and much more protracted than in the past. And we are very much concerned that projects that are moving forward in good faith will be caught in a gap on delays in processing and will be subject to fees that they currently are not planning on because the runway is frankly too short on the time frame for getting their SDPs approved. I think, again, it's 14 months, as I recall. As a private citizen, I support this program from a mixed income neighborhoods perspective. I live in Park Hill. I've lived in the Central Park neighborhood for a decade, and I see the value for my own personal life and my family's life in living in mixed income integrated neighborhoods. And I think this proposal will do that. But I cannot support this as a housing affordability program, because it will not decrease the cost of housing overall. There will be a select few who are fortunate enough to get subsidized rents, but those rents are subsidized by their neighbors. I've got 2 kids who go to East High School, and if there's 5 boys who want to go buy a $10 pizza, they each throw in $2. They buy a $10 pizza. If the government decides that only one boy has to pay $1, then guess what? The other 4 boys got to pay an extra 25 cents, or they don't get a pizza. And I think that's the reality of this program, is it does not decrease the cost of housing for its construction. All it does is limit the income potential from a certain segment of the renter pool. And either 2 things happen. Those lost rents for the subsidized units have to be paid for by the other residents, the 80%, or the project doesn't happen. And that's the mathematical economic reality of this program that was actually mentioned previously.
Our next speaker. David Pardo is the next speaker.
David Pardo. I live in the River North neighborhood, and I actually wanted to speak specifically to that. I don't just live specifically in River North. I also work in the neighborhood, and both my work and my home are in the what was the overlay district around the train station. And so out of my window, you can see a whole bunch of cranes. There are 3 that are visible right now. And I like that. I like seeing this city grow. I like the fact that we're turning this neighborhood into a more vibrant place where there are more things to do, there are more people around. And so I would, speaking to a specific amendment that was presented tonight, would like to see that amendment not be adopted. I think that this neighborhood can accommodate the vertical growth. There aren't very many low-lying housing type buildings left. Almost everything that's low-lying is a warehouse space. Many of them are vacant. I walk past them on a daily basis. And so I have mixed feelings about the entire program, because as the last speaker just said, if you lower the rents for a few people, some people have to pay more. That being said, I live in a building that's like that. We have limited income folks that live in the building that pay a little less rent. I pay a little more rent because of it. I don't mind. I don't think it's a bad deal, but I am concerned if what it does is it causes projects to not pencil. If a developer comes in and they say, I want to do this with this piece of land, and they realize that by having affordable units, they can't make the project work in a way that the bank will approve, then we just don't get those units. They don't build the building. That's how development works. I know this because I work in the industry. And so to me, it's important to not say, oh, let's not do this, but to make sure that over the coming years, we look at the effects of this program on the amount of housing that gets built. Do we end up with more housing because of this? Because we get height incentives? Do we get less housing because developers are scared of building and having to build affordable units? I can't say one way or the other what's going to happen, but I think it's important to watch and see what happens so that we can figure out, is this working perfectly? Does it need to be changed? What do we need to do with it so that our city gets what it needs? The last thing I wanted to speak to is I'm excited to see less parking. I don't think we need that much of it in a city that has as many things as it has. We have, at this point, half a dozen ways to get to the mountains on public transit. So I don't think providing parking is the most important thing that we can do. I think it's providing housing for people. So, and with that, I think that's it.
All right. Thank you. Our last speaker that we had online was Luke Leary, and it doesn't look like we have Luke with us, and so we're going to go ahead and transition then back into chambers here. Our first speaker is Joel Noble.
Good evening, Council. My name is Joel Noble. I live in Curtis Park. Although I serve on several boards and commissions, including the Denver Planning Board, I'm speaking here tonight only on my own behalf. First, I'd like to encourage Council to vote in favor of each of the items on the agenda relating to expanding housing affordability. There's a lot to like in this package, serving a range of incomes, either directly with included affordable units or indirectly by the linkage fee, providing funds that the city can use to help those who need even deeper levels of affordability. Thank you to the council sponsors of this effort, to the staff, and to the Community Advisory Committee that worked for so long on this and were ready to act when the state gave the latitude to pursue this approach. In specific tonight, I want to speak to the 38th and Blake portion of the proposal. I served as Curtis Park Neighbors representative in 2016 to 2017 to the Community Steering Committee for the height amendments and the incentive overlay to the 38th and Blake Station area. As you know, the existing affordability incentive here was put in place as the city's pilot of what could be done to incentivize including affordable housing, which at the time could not be required, by offering additional height. That was as much as the city could do legally. Through that process, we had a consensus reached on building heights that were higher than were previously allowed. And the map is block by block negotiated with all the neighborhoods surrounding that area. Tonight's proposal thoughtfully brings forward the maximum heights that were in that agreement and in the current zoning incentive overlay that was the consensus from 2017. But now the affordability is going to be required and expected, which we couldn't do before. Previously, as Annalise Hoke spoke to, those who chose to do the incentive height would provide between 2 and 5% of the units affordable to get that height. Now, they'll just provide between 8 and 10% affordability because of what I hope you'll pass tonight. And consistent with the community vision, we do want to have the ability to stretch, to do more. So if they do more affordability than that and hit the incentive levels, then and only then can they hit the maximum heights that were agreed to in 2017. This brings forward in an incredibly thoughtful way the intention of the community to allow additional heights only when affordability is required and to have an incentive. And for that reason, and for so many more in this very comprehensive package, I encourage you to support this as it addresses one of our most critical issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Dominique Mack. And then the next speakers are Gerald Horner, Therese Howard, and Andy Cushion. Go ahead, please.
I'd like to thank the council first off for allowing me to come up here and basically let y'all know how I feel. I just want to say I don't know what happened last time we was here, but hearing about the walkout broke my heart, because as a young lady that grew up having, you know, a lot of hope in our justice system, that hurt, because as a person to be homeless and a mother, I raised my children to believe that our system works. You punish those who do wrong, you reward those who do right, and you hear those who cry for help. And, you know, that just kind of left a, you know, damper on me. So I hope everybody's past that now. So first and foremost, I'd like to say this much. I really can't say much. I'm not quoting those stats, because all these faces here, you have our mailmen, our doctors, our lawyers, our homeless. You have everybody here. And they letting you know how this bill is affecting us. This COVID has really made us see that homelessness and this whole situation is prejudice. It can affect all of us. And I really want y'all to take the time to consider this bill, because this might be your grandmother. And as you've seen, we had a grandmother standing here to speak on behalf of this situation, to where their income is not able to support this. And to be out there in a tent, helping somebody in these situations every day, watching the people that you go to sleep next to wake up and they done died of hypothermia or heat exhaustion from being out here because they can't afford adequate housing. All we asking y'all to do is just revise this. Yes, this is the first step to change, but at least revise this, because it's no flexibility. It's no flexibility for us that's out here. We are people's moms. We are people's grandmothers. We are people's fathers. We are y'all family. And we just want y'all to know that we're here, and just take the time to consider that. And I just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Gerald Horner.
Thank you. My name is Gerald Horner. I live in the Five Points neighborhood of District 9, and I'm here tonight to express my support for the recommendations that have come out of the Expanding Housing Affordability Project. I have to acknowledge, though, that this does not address the most vulnerable in our community, those in the 0 to 30% AMI, those that are on the street today. Nonetheless, this proposal does address the need we have for our workforce housing. We certainly have a crisis across all income spectrums, but to have housing geared toward teachers, nurses, firefighters, and the like is certainly critical to the city's livability. It's also important to note that this engagement that the city has had with the neighborhoods and the community over the last couple of years is also what we saw back when the original 38th and Blake overlay were created. There was tremendous community engagement, and a number of us that live in the area participated in those meetings, and we know that it was important at that time that this affordable housing was something that was critical to improve the livability of our city. I am an advocate for supporting aspects of livable city that include smart growth, smart density. One of the biggest concerns we have as residents is the fact that as the city grows and we increase in our density, we're seeing a decrease in quality of life for our pedestrians, for cyclists, for families trying to cross the streets in our inner city neighborhoods. And we're asking that the city look at the neighborhood plans that have been developed over many years across the city that addressed issues such as traffic calming measures, bulb outs, different converting streets from one-way to two-way that would help reduce the speeds in our neighborhoods and so on. So while this is part of this is a tremendous step forward in helping with housing affordability, I would also ask that our incoming mayor and city council look closely at the existing neighborhood plans that call for increasing safety measures to make our inner city neighborhoods more livable. Thank you again for voting in support of these programs put out by expanding housing affordability, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Therese Howard.
Hello, Therese Howard with House Kids Action Network Denver. So the state bill, which enabled this city bill, opened the doors for much needed city action to restrict prices in newly developed housing. We are in agreement with those supporting this bill that the city should mandate developers build housing at restricted prices. However, we do not support this bill because it sets in stone a standard for acceptable affordability that will never create housing for our community. Poor and houseless people are left out entirely of this plan. We've been told by council people that, quote, no one ever said this plan was intended to meet the housing needs of people under 50 or 30% AMI. We are expected to be okay with this, to be grateful that maybe, just maybe, someday funds will trickle down to build housing for poor and houseless people. We are told we have shelters and expected to accept that this is the inevitable way of life and that things for poor and houseless people, housing is built for people above 60% AMI. No, thank you. We do not accept this. It was said today that the most need is at 60% AMI. This is not true. As city reports themselves state, people at 30% AMI are 64% of people at 30% AMI are severely cost burdened. And compare that to 2% of people at 100% AMI are severely cost burdened. The report for this plan states that the city wants to meet the greatest needs, yet this bill includes housing created for people at 100% AMI and not for people at 30%. If Denver really believes that it should be meeting the greatest needs, the developments should be required to build below 50% AMI. In addition, looking at the linkage fee, it's great that there was an increase in that linkage fee. However, that does not cover the cost of building another unit. And so again, we're expected to wait for that money to trickle down to people who are actually low income. You say it's not financially feasible. Yes, I understand the financing of housing for poor people who can't afford the insane rents must depend much more on developers or on our government or others. But is this really not feasible? If it's feasible for developers to have high-priced rents in apartments and keep many of them empty, is it not feasible for those to be left reserved for people under 30% AMI? If it's feasible for the city to pay millions of dollars for new sports stadiums and millions of dollars on policing and jails, is it not feasible to mandate that housing be put at 30% AMI?
Allotted for each speaker.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Andy Kushen.
Hello, my name is Andy Cushion. I live in West Colfax, currently represented by District 1, soon to be District 3. I'm just so pleased to be here tonight, and I'm really, really pleased at the work that City Council has done. I don't represent any organization. I am not part of any developer. I'm not being paid by anybody to be here. I just am really encouraged by, honestly, the forward thinking, the strong thinking, and the clever thinking, the community-focused thinking that has gone into this proposal. It started in a place without certain state laws that it now has the power to take advantage of. We now take advantage of those state laws. And communities across Colorado, large cities, small towns, can all take advantage of those state laws that it sounds like, due to our advocacy as a city and sort of entertaining those conversations with state lawmakers, are now possible. I also think something else that we're missing out on, or sort of not recognizing here, is the political courage it takes actually to implement something like this in one of our sort of biggest housing markets, city and county of Denver right here. You have folks like Lakewood, you have folks like Boulder, you have folks like other cities nearby, good cities, nice people there. But they have a problem with affordability too. And I think to be able to take on sort of this type of policy, which is not an experiment, it's been tried in many other cities and states across the country, to take on this policy in our biggest housing market in Denver is an act of political courage. I just have some little questions. Not that I look to be answered tonight, but I want to entertain perhaps like down the road. So this policy has a number of kind of knock-ons that I find really fascinating, and I'm interested to kind of keep track of these. For instance, the West Area Plan kind of implements height restrictions along the south side of the Gulch, which is where the W line runs. Will further area plans, like potentially the West Area Plan looks to be doing, will they implement strict height limits, which is perhaps a backdoor to limiting incentivized building height under deeper affordability? Will developers themselves look to rezone parcels to slightly higher floor so that their incentive heights leapfrog the limit of earlier incentive heights they could have taken on, from IMX 5 to IMX 7, then they can suddenly go really high up? Will rezonings drop as developers find it's actually just very easy to, instead of going through the rezoning process, to just take on their by right deeper affordability? I'm interested too, I think, in something a previous speaker said, that the commercial sort of real estate market in Denver, one of the small changes sort of suggested by community stakeholders was the commercial ground floor, like linkage fee, dropping that for new mixed-use development. I wonder if down the road that means that we have a resurgence of weird retail back in Denver because we can afford to have a space that didn't have to pay a linkage fee that is ubiquitous in every new development around the town. Again, I just want to thank you for your courage to do this work. There's so much more to be done, as many of the other speakers have said tonight. But I think this is a very important first step, and especially gives other political leaders in Colorado the courage too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker are going to be a group of speakers virtually, and so we're moving back to Zoom. Nola Miguel is first.
Hi, good evening. My name is Nola Miguel. I'm part of the Global Iliris Swansea Coalition, organizing for health and housing justice. And I guess I'm assuming that this will pass City Council tonight, and therefore asking that City Council and City staff very closely monitor this, because I do believe there's a lot of potential unintended consequences that could come out of this. I was part of the steering committee for this and feel like the power in that committee was weighted towards the developer's stated bottom line instead of the needs of the people in this city. While I fully understand this is a market-based solution, I don't think that it's creative enough to encourage partnerships either with affordable housing developers or the surrounding community of with private developments. I also don't see this proposal as bold enough or equitable enough to support. We know that there are areas that are vulnerable to displacement, and we need to address the biggest gaps in affordable housing, which is below 60% AMI. There's some major red flags when it comes to equity that we would hope that you all pay close attention to. Having across the board requirement across the city, except for that very small amount of high cost area, could actually encourage development in nest neighborhoods, especially areas like GES that are receiving high amounts of investment. For this reason, we proposed an equity pilot for the nest neighborhoods that are currently receiving the highest amounts of public investment. That amendment was not approved at committee. And we really need you all to pay particular attention to this and track if there's becoming concentrated development in nest neighborhoods where the land costs less. If part of the purpose is to have affordable housing throughout Denver in areas that do not have affordable housing, now there's a lot of reasons why this isn't going to reach that outcome, including exclusive zoning in these neighborhoods and other impacts, ongoing impacts of redlining. Unfortunately, there are not enough accompanying policies to prevent ongoing patterns of displacement and destructive development in this proposal, and this could exacerbate patterns of displacement instead of stopping them. While we have this new impact investment fund, we still don't know what it's being used for. We still don't know if that will be connected to affordable housing. We have the equity rezoning. Again, we don't know what's going to come out of that. And we are very concerned that this would be used for rezones to replace an actual conversation and agreement with community. For changing neighborhoods like GES that are very overwhelmed with new residential development that's replacing industrial uses, we really need more tools to be able to encourage equitable development. In order to get the lower AMIs, we need a greater affordability. We also can't count on any developer going any lower. That's it.
Thank you, Nola. Our next speaker joining us virtually is Keith Pryor. Keith Pryor into the queue.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great, thanks. Keith Pryor, I live in the Five Points area, and definitely in support of all three of these motions before you tonight. Definitely want to address the 38th and Blake Street station, and I do oppose the amendments that are being brought forward. There was extensive community outreach in that plan that allowed for the height incentives for the additional affordability. And now that we're mandating the affordability and not, if that were to not pass, then you would be taking those developable spaces away from that which was already granted. And so it is critical that those two pieces move together because you are mandating the affordability, and we did agree for those additional height incentives in that area for that additional affordability. So that is a critical piece. I do think that that this is definitely something that is needed in the city. I do believe that DHA is a great partner that is working on the 0 to 30% and is an amazing partner in that. And we are meeting those needs, but obviously we need to meet them more. But this is not the program for that. I do have concerns, and I'm hoping that down the road that the council will revisit one of the glaring miss pieces of this, and that is single family development. I don't believe that the linkage fees are sufficient enough. I think that this really does punish those that are trying to build density and help solve our problem, while yet giving a free pass to those that continue to support sprawl, continue to support a car-dependent city. And there is a need to basically say enough is enough on sprawl. And that we have master plan communities in Green Valley Ranch, Montbello, Lowry, Central Park. There is no affordability. All of those houses will all be $400,000, $600,000, $800,000 because they're one house, and you're not basically capturing that market, and you are supporting sprawl, drive till you qualify, by not having sufficient linkage fees and really discouraging single family development when we need more multifamily. And so I hope down the road that we will revisit this topic and really note the unsustainability of single family development, because it really does promote more car dependency, and it really does not support a sustainable community and a sustainable city. And you guys are giving them a free pass with this particular proposal that's in front of you.
We have allotted. We're going to go ahead and transition back into chambers. Tyler Israel is our next speaker, followed by Kinsey Hastet, Jerry Burton, Naomi Amaya, and Terry Washington.
Hey, it's Tyler again. I just wanted to say that all of these previous speakers have all been bringing up some very good points, and the general gist, which is basically what I have planned out, is that this bill, this proposal, I would be in support of it if it was more inclusive on the income level. I'm hearing less than 50% AMI. The system, once again, is just kind of gonna forget about us. I know I don't make over 50% AMI, so there'd be the huge air quotes on the word affordable. Let's be real, the one thing that would work is if landlords and rental companies were restricted from charging more than 1/3 whatever minimum wages after taxes with a 40-hour work week. They want you to make 3 times the rent, and so that would be beneficial for everyone. Right now, the majority of the working class is convinced that this entire system is meant to keep us down and not protect us, but rather protect people's assets. But we are the people with no assets to begin with. Those who don't have assets and want them are pushed and forced back down to square one and live their whole life at square one, if you will. Isn't the whole concept of renting from someone who does have their own property meant to help you save until you can get your own property? Renting is collectively more expensive than buying property, like, over the course of your entire life, but that requires a lot of investment at once. And it's really hard to save for that if the majority of someone's income is being put towards housing to begin with. This isn't rocket science, y'all. If the jobs paid enough and housing was affordable, we wouldn't see those tents. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Kinsey Hastet.
Thank you, council members. My name is Kinsey Hastet. I'm a resident of District 10, but this evening I'm here in my role as State and Local Policy Director for Enterprise Community Partners. Enterprise works nationally and in Denver to increase the supply of affordable housing, advance racial equity, and build resilience and upward mobility. I'm here to voice Enterprise's support for the expanding housing affordability proposal. I'd like to start by briefly thanking council members Kanish and Sandoval and their staff, Annalise Hoke, Brad Weinig, and the teams at CPD and Host, and all the members of the advisory committee who have worked to put this policy before you today. Enterprise is proud to have served on the advisory committee and believes the EHA proposal is a needed tool to create more affordable units through mixed income development and generate new funds for the city to invest in more and more deeply affordable homes. In particular, we appreciate tying the creation of new market rate housing to on-site affordable units, which will help advance more equitable access to community benefits and economic opportunity. Prioritizing units that are affordable to renters and homebuyers with incomes at 60 and 80% of area median income, while also providing flexibility for developers to include units affordable to individuals and families living on less. Ensuring the fee in lieu is high enough to meaningfully disincentivize developers from choosing this alternative to providing affordable homes in mixed income development. Prioritizing neighborhoods where residents are particularly vulnerable to involuntary displacement for the city's investment of fees in lieu collected from such communities, and significantly increasing existing linkage fees projected to generate millions of dollars each year in much needed funding for affordable production and preservation. We further understand and appreciate the units created through this policy should ease investment demand for this income bracket, allowing the city to dedicate a greater share of its affordable housing resources, including those generated through EHA's increased leakage fees and fees in lieu, to providing homes for those with incomes below 60% AMI. And we look forward to working with the city to help ensure these outcomes. We do recognize the EHA's benefits to affordable housing necessarily operate within the constraints of a market-driven solution, and that while a critical step forward, this is but one piece of a much bigger puzzle of Denver's affordable housing solution. To that end, we appreciate the concerns of many of those here tonight and of partners representing neighborhoods experiencing particularly deep affordability needs and significant involuntary displacement. We hope to continue to engage with these partners to advance equity in EHA's implementation and future policies and investments led by and serving these communities. Enterprise urges your support of the proposed EHA package and looks forward to our shared work ahead to ensure every Denverite has an affordable, safe, and healthy place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jerry Burton, followed by Naomi Amaya, and then Terry Washington.
Hello, my name is Jerry Burton. I'm with Hands. I'm a veteran as well. Well, most of the things I was going to say have been said, and so I'm not going to duplicate it. What I'm going to say is this bill does not do anything for us except for what has already been done, what is already going on in this city. The linkage fee is too low because if they do not build for affordable, you're only getting back at the minimum $30,000 per unit, and that is not right. $30,000 per unit is not even enough to even begin to build a house of affordability. If you're going to put a linkage fee, we are losing a house by paying $30,000 or so to rent at market rate. Why not make them buy another unit at $200,000 to $250,000 what the linkage fee should be? And that way, you will continue to have the housing, that affordability, because at this rate that you are beginning to get this linkage fee, that means that we are losing at least one house every time that you charge $30,000, depending on what the linkage fee would be at that time. A solution is charge them $250,000 or more, so that way you're not losing a house, you got the money to build the house. Affordability. Another thing I want to say, I'm gonna make this very short because I've been talking all day and I'm kind of tired. I know y'all is tired as well. And I know everything that I can say, you're gonna already heard, you already know. But why pass a bill that on what you're already doing in the beginning? And with that being said, I'm just gonna say, leave the unhoused people alone and find a way to give them a home instead of continuing to do the sweeps and all that. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Amaya.
Thank you, Madam President and members of the City Council. I'm happy to speak in support of the Expanding Housing Affordability Policy. My name is Naomi Amaya. I'm the Director of Policy and Government Affairs for the Denver Foundation. The Denver Foundation is a community foundation here in the metro region that has been funding nonprofits working to expand the affordable housing supply here in the region, but also provide systemic supports to respond to a history of exclusionary housing policies. And we've heard a lot from... Sure. Sure.
Good. Ortega.
I can happily do that. Thank you.
Sure.
I need the reminders sometimes. So we've heard a lot about the city of Denver and the housing crisis that we're in. We don't have enough units. They're not affordable. And we really are at a point where policy interventions are needed. We've heard a lot tonight about the Expanding Housing Affordability Proposal. It's a tool that will help in providing increased number of units as new development is happening, and a much needed increase in the linkage fees, but also providing for that fee in lieu with the hope of putting more funding into our affordable housing fund. From a public welfare perspective, we really need to grow and maintain the existing affordable housing supply here in the metro region. Data and a lot of the community feedback has really shared that housing security is not evenly distributed across the population, and it really disproportionately impacts those individuals from various racial and ethnic backgrounds, older individuals, and those living with the lowest incomes. That said, we recognize, again, this is one of many tools that's needed to address the affordable housing supply. We're really excited about the city's work on housing prioritization, and really look forward to working with the city and other community partners in their work in furthering policy efforts and funding to address the much needed need for housing here in Denver. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Terry Washington, followed by Adam Estroff.
Hi, Council. Thank you for letting me talk today. I am coming before you about this bill, and I'm one of the ones that are under the 30%. And I tried to qualify for some affordable housing, and it had to be 3 times my income. So if it wasn't for the vouchers that I received, I wasn't able to get into any of the affordable housing. So it kind of made it difficult for me to even try to proceed. So the affordable housing was not implemented because of the 3 times the rent. So then I end up finding something, and then it went down to 2 times the rent. So by me being on the 30% less, I was still unable to qualify, but I fought the system, and then I tried to make sure that everything went through. So yes, I got affordable housing, but it still was a fight. I look out for my colleagues that are out there still trying to apply and trying to get approved for the affordable housing. And it's very hard out there, especially in Denver. Denver County is not easy at all. Also, they push you to the outskirts of Denver County and try to get you to go to the other counties around Denver selections so that you can be able to afford the affordable housing, which is not fair. I don't consider that fair. Then not only the other colleagues that are still out there unable to get housing, it's still hard for them. I just wish that this act would not pass, because I really think that they need to work more on the affordable housing so that everybody can qualify or at least be able to get affordable housing within their minimal rates of under the 30%, which is still quite high for people who are on fixed incomes or disabled or just unable to get within the minimum wages of working or being able to get affordable housing for individuals. I mean, just individuals under the age of 50 on down, they're still not able to get affordable housing. So that's where we're at right now. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next speaker in chambers is Adam Estroff.
Thank you so much for having me tonight, City Council. My name's Adam Estroff. I live in the Baker neighborhood, and I'm a candidate for the Denver City Council District 7 seat. I'm here today to support the expanding housing affordability policy. Once again, our staff have gone out of their way to produce something that is technically very efficient. It's very effective. It will not harm market rate development in our city. It has some process improvements that will help get affordable housing on the road, on our streets faster in our neighborhoods, and that's something that we all support. But unfortunately, this policy, just as it won't hurt market rate development, is also not going to go far enough to dig us out of our hole. I think that you've heard tonight that Denver voters, from many different AMI brackets, neighborhoods, and political affiliations want big action on the housing crisis. And this, unfortunately, I think really was the easy path instead of the right one. It once again keeps affordable housing constrained near the most polluted portions of our city. It doesn't serve all of the AMI brackets that we need, and it can't produce the number of housing units that we need. So for those of you who will be here after the next election, I hope we can work on more. But I do think Denver voters are tired of a politics that feels like a feud between old high school classmates. And I think that they're looking for something more and real solutions that can actually work. So I think this was a good one. It's a good step. And I hope next year that we can all work together to tackle these problems at every single AMI band. Because that's the last thing I just want to add here. There's been a lot of talk about competition between providing housing for 0 to 30 AMI versus 60 to 80%. Those two services, we need them all. We're short every single AMI band. They're not in competition with each other. They're both in deficit. 60% AMI is two parents working full-time at Walmart with two kids. They deserve housing. People who are in crisis or coming out of an issue or they need help with addiction, they deserve housing too. We can do more. So again, thanks so much for this first step and look forward to talking to you more.
Thank you. Our next speaker in person is Paradise Wilson. Paradise Wilson. Paradise Wilson. Okay, we'll go ahead and transition back on to Zoom. And so our first speaker is Brandy Majors.
Well, can it be heard? It's about time I got back in here. I was here the first time. I don't know what happened. All right, so I got 3 minutes. In my personal opinion, this bill, my personal opinion only, is a major no. Why? Well, first of all, this is not for the people. This is for, as usual, white people. This is what it's created for, it's meant for, that's what it is. Let's just look at it for what it is. Does not help the people. The only positive thing I've heard out of any of this presentation, and it's probably just from the man that spoke, was about Warren Village. That was the only thing that sounded positive to me at all. Everything else, garbage, trash, trash, trash. And it's a no. This is your problem. This is what you did. You have to fix it, City Council. You think it all sounds good if they lace it out all nice and neat, but it's not for the people. We're the people. The people have been consistently telling you what they need. You've been consistently ignoring the people. There's only two people on this council that deserve their position. They've really, really stepped it up, really worked out. Shout out to Kathy Sitabaca, Paul Cashman. Without you two, I mean, where would we be? Now, as far as everybody else, it's political musical chair season. Update your resume and pray they don't call me because I tell them you're not worthy of a job. Pray that. The other thing is this: Britta Fisher, in 10 people above her, 10 people behind, underneath her should be fired, and everything else with that. These service providers have not been helping the people. They haven't. You already know they haven't. It's always the service provider. We're linking you to this, we're linking you to that, we're linking you to that. Where is the success in this? We don't want to hear, the people don't want to hear from the people running these programs, the people that come and sit here and ask for money from you. We don't want to hear it because it's lies, more white lies that matter to you, that fill your pockets. The baddest man on the block had a point. You're killing everybody. You're murderers. You should just know that. 2, the single mother, they came in, the mother, the young mother, right? Wasted her or came down here to make a point. That's another group of people that you need to help. Dwayne Peterson, again, another person you need to help. Stop ignoring. It's not going away. Your systemic racism has to end. Greed has to end. Your fraudulent misappropriation of funds has to end. Period. New administration, we're going to do better once we rid you and work together. The mayor needs to work with you. You need to work harder. Do for the people, which we hired you to do. Work for the people, not your pockets. Plain and simple. You're all greedy. You misappropriate funds. You're lying. You're embezzling money. Fraudulent. All fraudulent. You know it. We know it. We're telling you, been telling you, do better. We know this group right here, minus the other two, cannot do better. That's why I have to be placed. I would shut this down. It's a no. Personally, no. For me, I vote nay.
Go ahead, Kate.
Thank you, Madam President, and hi, members of City Council. I'm Kate Barton, a Denver resident and Executive Vice President at the Downtown Denver Partnership. We are here today in support of the expanding housing affordability policy. Over the last 6 months, we came together with members of Denver's local business, residential, and commercial development community to work with city staff and provide comments, insights, and technical expertise on how this policy can help achieve the goal of producing affordable housing options in Denver which is largely contingent on development and the actual supply of housing in our city. This policy strikes a good balance to achieve this goal. We, like our partners, are committed to building diverse housing options that serve all income levels to meet the overwhelming demand and need for housing in our city. We share a common goal: the creation and use of sound market-based tools that address all housing needs in all Denver neighborhoods. First and foremost, I'd like to thank the teams at CPD and HOST for the extensive stakeholder process, listening to our feedback and responding to many of the comments about this policy as it's evolved. This is a large and complicated issue that requires many tools to achieve the goal of affordability. This policy is not a silver bullet, but is a good step that helps to address one of our city's most significant needs. We appreciate the phased approach to linkage fee increases that is included in the final policy before you. Fee increases will be passed on to the end user no matter the asset class, increasing commercial rents to businesses large and small. Thus, a phased approach helps to allow for the market to absorb and adapt to these significant changes. We also recognize the work to strengthen and offset incentive programs to support the ultimate outcomes of these policies and mitigate some of the burden placed on the development community, including building fee waivers and the exemption of linkage fee for all ground floor square footage in mixed-use developments where on-site affordable housing is included. A central issue in our discussion with city staff has been the development review process and ensuring that regulations do not hinder housing supply. An important element of any policy is the ability to know whether it's working. We appreciate how the city team has created transparency in this policy implementation. We also appreciate the commitment to efficiency of development review, the public-facing dashboard, and continued conversations to ensure that the development review process is supportive of projects moving forward. To that end, the provision that enables CPD to come in front of the City Council with an opportunity to extend the grace period for projects to be grandfathered under existing requirements should the city fall behind the review of STP is a critically important component of ensuring that this policy works. While we support this policy, we have ongoing concerns within inclusionary housing policies and their overall impact on the cost of housing. We want to acknowledge that this is not the silver bullet, and we urge City Council to look towards policies to help address the missing middle housing across the city through increased housing supply tools. In the end, we come to you collaboratively in this important endeavor to achieve the important goal of affordability in our city. And the Downtown Denver Partnership continues to be supportive of many components of this EHA policy. The creation of this policy has appropriately included feedback from stakeholders, and we thank you for your hard work and consideration.
All right, thank you. It's just Riley. I was watching a baby in auto. I am speaking in opposition to this proposal as it does not represent my community, and the linkage fee needs to be put towards making more affordable housing. The AMI needs to be lowered. It's common sense. I am here representing my community here, the unhoused community. I'm here because when I had to flee a violent domestic situation, I had nowhere to go, and they took me in. And for all of you who say yes to this proposal, you're saying to them they don't deserve housing. And I want to ask you, why do certain citizens in your city deserve housing more than others? Why do people who are suffering from dependency, from miscarriages, from their support systems failing them, why can't they have housing? Why do they go to shelters where there's addiction and violence? We talk to people on the streets. We know what they go through. Like, these are citizens of Denver. And you playing Monopoly with them, making negotiations with multi-million-dollar developers, whatever, just like, these are human beings. These percentage that you're, no matter how you slice the pie, like, when you vote yes and go to sleep tonight, that piece that you forgot, who are most in need, that you're saying, just wait, we'll get to you. You know, linkage fees will trickle down and, enjoy the shelter. But I just want to say, like, I hope you never have to have the misfortune of living on the streets, of having to have no privacy, all of your weaknesses, all of the things you need just out on display for everyone to see, for cops to come when you're just trying to survive and to take your tent away, to take your blanket away. to suffer frostbite, to suffer severed limbs, weak hearts. Nobody wants to die on the street. You don't want to. Nobody wants to. Families don't want to. This is passed down generationally. Poverty, racism, violence, dependency is you're not only dooming these people, you're dooming their families. And I just don't understand how to watch most of y'all walk out when people from my community are trying to tell you their experiences. You expect them to respect you and to respect this house of law when they're just trying to survive for their basic rights, their basic human rights to survive. And that was shameful. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is online, Shay D. Thank you, Shay.
So I guess that means I'm shady. I am not only a member of the human race, but I am here with House Keys Action Network Denver. And I like a lot what Riley said about being taken in by House Keys, because when they found me, it was during their outreach team, which I now have the absolute pleasure of being a part of. And what I mean is, why was it so hard for someone like that to find me? I just reach out. I cannot tell you how much of a difference this has made, not only, and obviously financially is not the most serious aspect, as it's hard for them to almost solely provide for me in this manner. What I mean is the hope it has given me, and I tend to quote scripture a lot. My faith is absolutely everything to me, and faith is the substance of things unseen, of things that you only hope for, because if a man already has what he hopes for, what does he have? And this hunger I have is the most wonderfully devastating thing. This time 2 years ago, I was much like you. My ex-husband took everything from me in the divorce. But that's okay, because now I have a peace that surpasses understanding, and I am ready to rebuild. And as a registered Republican, I believe in small government, and perhaps this is God teaching me something I didn't understand before. I was very concerned about how do we pay for things like this? Well, the truth of the matter is, I don't mind when I re-enter into society, because I would never stop trying. I'm going to respawn from the concrete as many times as it takes to fix this. I am so emotional, I hate to lose track, but what I mean is, I'm just overcome right now. What I mean is, it takes opportunity to get out of this situation, and some people don't want to get out of this situation, and I've seen it. That's their right to do so, isn't it? This is America. And what one of the first speakers said about Dominique, she said that, well, we believe in this system here. I believe in this house of law. I study law. I've absolutely got to get up off the street, get back into school so that I can afford to pay a little bit more. I wouldn't mind paying a little bit more taxes or whatever it takes to make this happen, because we are the future. And if we build each other up, we're just going to do better. I absolutely oppose this at 50% AMI. It'll make something that's nearly impossible.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. We'll go online to Aaron Clark.
Thank you very much, council members. It's good to see you this evening. My name is Aaron Clark. I am a Denver native, and I'm here to speak in favor of all of the combined packages or ordinances that you're looking at this evening with respect to the expanding housing affordability. I'm speaking tonight as a member of the Expanding Housing Affordability Committee. I was a part of that committee as a then current, now former member of the Denver Planning Board, and also as a local affordable housing developer. Very much in support of this because we need an all of the above approach to affordable housing in our city and in our region. I very much take to heart all that we have heard from many members of the local community looking for deeper affordability, really helping to house the unhoused. This is what we're looking at this evening is one tool in a broader toolbox related to providing housing across the income spectrum, across the continuum of housing needs. And it is a meaningful way to bring market rate developers truly more meaningfully into the mix of how we really increase affordable housing supply. I focus on the word expanding versus affordable here. It is to increase the overall amount of affordable housing. It is to expand those who are part of that process. There are thousands of us across the state of Colorado who work to develop, produce, find land for affordable housing every day. And what we're hearing from our community, the cries for the need for deep affordability, really speaks to how far behind the eight ball we are, how much the need for housing is outpacing our ability to produce it. And for that reason, we need everyone possible to be part of the solution. And the market right now does not have to be part of that solution. We do, at the end of the day, live in a private property system and a market-based system. And so this is specific to those middle incomes that we also need to help in the affordability so that we can focus our energies on the deeper affordability that many of us are working on a daily basis. And that is not really where the market developers would be. This is because of the affordable housing state legislation, and Denver's really the only city that's moving forward with that. And you should be commended for doing so. So please support. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Monica Martinez.
Hi there, Monica Martinez, a resident of Council District 5. I'm also the executive director of the FACTS Partnership, a nonprofit based on the East Colfax corridor. I am a member of MA, Mothers Advocating for Affordable Housing, that was founded by President Dana Crawford. I'm on the city's stimulus task force that is helping to inform the city's way to expend the ARPA dollars, the $305 million in ARPA dollars. I hope I didn't state the wrong amount. I think it's 305. Lastly, I was also the policy analyst for Mayor Hickenlooper's affordable housing plan way back in 2006 that, guess what, never got adopted. So I really want to commend you all for getting across the finish line, or almost there. I know how hard it is to create citywide policy and satisfying multiple stakeholders, community members that are in desperate need for housing is really a hard task. So I commend host team and CPD team for coming up with a policy that will address the massive problem that we have of affordable housing. I know from our stimulus task force, we've heard from Denver residents the serious concern around the need for more affordable housing. Obviously, all policies could be improved upon, but I would commend and encourage you to pass this. I really like how you guys are using market-based solutions. I think leveraging the market through providing height incentives, honoring housing over parking, and then really those permit reductions really will help result in more predictable development processes for developers. We know that anytime there's increased unpredictability to process results in increased cost, which in turn then impact the amount of housing we can build. So I would definitely encourage us. The other thing I would say I support is the ability to create more mixed income communities. I really apologize. My clock is going off. Lastly, I would offer a question for you all to consider. I'm excited about the possibility of a concierge review, but I would encourage you all to revisit this and see what its effectiveness is. I worry, I do know that from the IHO implementation and follow-up after the fact, properties slip through the cracks. And so I would really encourage council to consider kind of a review of that implementation of the concierge. Lastly, I'll just applaud you for your work. And I just want to say, I really support the passion of some of the speakers here tonight, but I think using language like murderers must be rejected in this era. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in chambers, V. Reeves.
Hello, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is V, and I'm here to speak against this bill. And this is something that you've heard from a number of people today from all different points of view. But overwhelmingly, this bill, we have to recognize the fact that it was created in favor of developers. We even heard today from someone supporting this bill, and they were from the Denver Business District. So to have a group, a business improvement district, be in support of this bill, which is called mandatory affordable housing, is a kind of expanding affordable housing, is a kind of irony. Thank you for the looks, Sandoval, I appreciate that. But that's an important point that you made, and the fact that you looked at me when I said that, because we also heard someone say they want to emphasize the idea of expanding over the idea of affordable. And that is really what's happening. So I think if we're going to have a title that's supposedly addressing this issue, supposedly suggesting that this is a way to create affordable housing, it's a lie, and it's inconsistent with the reality of it. We also heard from another stakeholder who was part of the process of creating this bill, who they themselves said felt it favored the developers. We're making a job for them a lot easier by allowing them to come into our city and to continue to develop and to continue to profit off of the people in a way that is still unbridled in comparison with other cities. And so for us to be introducing a concept like this with linkage fees and also with percentage AMIs of affordability, we really do need to consider the reality of what is happening there. We should also consider that, you've heard from people saying that there is support for 30% AMI, and that is not the case. We don't have new development of structures that are specifically for 30% or less AMI. And because of that, it is going to perpetuate this issue of houselessness that we're experiencing, one that's affecting everybody, one that is most importantly affecting the people who are in the throes of it and experiencing it on the daily. So I just would like to reemphasize those points, reemphasize the fact that so much of the support for this bill does come from businesses, developers who are going to come in from out of state and really have a huge impact on our population here. And I hope that by seeing and hearing the voices and the stories of the people who do believe in you and who do believe that you have the power to consider what is happening and act in a just manner, I hope that you will see it that way too. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go back on the virtual platform. We've got Kate Stigberg.
Thank you, President Gilmore and members of council, for giving me the opportunity to speak with you tonight. My name is Kate Stigberg, and I'm the Senior Director of Activism at Healthier Colorado. We're a statewide nonprofit organization that aims to ensure every Coloradan has a fair shot at living a healthy life. One of the focus areas in which we engage is social determinants of health, which is why in the past we've supported policies in Denver, such as raising the minimum wage, ensuring the passage of a rental licensure program, and fighting against the repeal of the group living ordinance, and why we prioritized House Bill 1117 that was referenced earlier this evening. On behalf of the nearly 13,000 members in Denver, we urge you to vote yes on the Expanding Housing Affordability Ordinance, also known as the EHA. Your home is the foundation for your health, and it's no secret that Denver's severe lack of affordable housing has forced economic hardship on many families, especially for people with low incomes, older adults, and communities of color. In fact, Denver is now ranked the 5th least affordable housing market in the country. This rise in housing costs has been devastating to the culture, diversity, and vitality of our neighborhoods. Too many families have been pushed out of the communities they've called home for decades or are unable to live where they work. These housing pressures create family insecurity, exacerbate economic anxiety, and cause displacement. It's long past due that Denver requires affordable housing as part of new market rate developments and brings developers to the table as partners to help keep people in their communities and with a roof over their heads. In a December 2020 poll, 75% of Denver voters supported inclusionary zoning policies like the one the Denver City Council is considering tonight. We recognize the EHA proposal is one critical piece in a much bigger puzzle, and that while a critical step forward, it cannot solve Denver's affordable housing crisis alone. This market-driven policy will not address all the city's housing challenges, including disproportionate lack of access to home ownership for BIPOC Denverites, record high market rate rents and mortgages, and restrictive zoning policies that exclude affordable housing from a large portion of Denver neighborhoods and beneficial community resources. But what it will do is set a solid foundation for the creation of affordable housing for many Denver residents in perpetuity. Simply put, we need actual, tangible homes, and we need them to be affordable. All new development in Denver moving forward will now have standard and basic requirements to contribute to increasing housing affordable options should this pass. I understand and respect the varying viewpoints of this proposal. Healthier Colorado supports this because at the end of the day, we know that housing instability is a significant contributor to poor health outcomes for loved ones and neighbors. Please support this policy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. We're going to move back into chambers. Robert Bailey.
You know, this expanded policy is not business driven, it is city planning driven. So a lot of Orwellian on the whole thing. Thank you very much for having me. Appreciate it very much. Brad, you say that this bill does not apply to educational facilities. Why is this? Well, because you want more educational facilities. So do I. We agree on that. On the other hand, I also want more places to sleep at night. Brad, I guess that is where we differ. The so-called affordable housing program is policy that in effect works to tear down the people who build things up, and at the same time you're not receiving even half of the rent reduction proclaimed. A lot of shell game going on. Let's talk about the differences between policy and development. Pouring concrete and building the place where we sleep at night, this is development. Everything else is policy. Our so-called affordable housing policies are not working. Voting yes today means to expand on that. Voting no, all it does is hits the pause button. Let's wait another year or two. Let's think about this. Let's search for some signs of success. Let's see if we can find some. Pouring concrete is going very well. I like to go stand next to those large construction sites. I just stand there in awe. Such an enormous project that is being executed so well, so precisely. And I just look at that and I say, now this is human achievement. And you want to blame that achievement and you want to control that achievement. You are in the beginning steps of losing this achievement. You will never be able to plan out the place where we sleep at night better than the millions of people who work in the field. We should focus our efforts on helping more people back into the market, not trying to become the market bit by bit. How do we do this? Money, money, money. We need more vouchers at the federal, state, and local level, and we need to make it illegal to discriminate against these vouchers. We could do that next week if you wanted to. It would be easy, and we should do that. And then the owners can complain about tenants, toilets, and vouchers. That's fine. I have no problem with that. What you call expanding the housing affordability, I call nationalizing the building industry. One more step. You're trying to take one more step in that direction. I would recommend not doing that. One of the very best books I've ever read on organizational, and this is it. I don't know if you can read that. It says, "Just don't do it. Just don't do it." It's one of the very best organizational books I ever read. It makes a great case for saying no today, a great case. Organizations have a tendency to just do something, do something, do something. A lot of times, the best thing to do is just don't do it. Thank you very much. I appreciate that very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is online, Daryl Watson.
Council President Gilmore and members of council, thank you for your service to City and the County of Denver. My name is Daryl Watson. I'm a 30-year resident of Denver's District 9. I speak tonight as the chair of the Housing Stability Strategic Advisors Board, the HSSA, the board providing advice to the Department of Housing and Stability. Members of the HSSA board engaged in this almost two-year process, specific engagement through the official 1.5-year community engagement process. We agree that more needs to be done at all levels. Brad Winding from HOST and Annalise Hawk from Community Planning and Development provided presentations to the HSSA board. The board, by consensus, supported Denver City Council's adopting Bill 220424, or the Enhancing Affordable Housing Initiative, as an appropriate response to House Bill 1117, as it mandates the development of new affordable housing units. HSSA rationale is as follows. EHA will work complementary with the spectrum of programs developed by HOST to confront the current housing crisis, specifically the Housing Opportunity Pillar in HOST 5-year plan. It does not remove the requirement for HOST and service providers to find solutions for deeply affordable units, 30% or lower. The current linkage fee and incentive protocols did not provide the necessary affordable housing needed, specifically between 60 to 80% AMI, that would increase access to housing to community teachers and firefighters, to name a few. This process included almost 2.5 years of discussions with members of the community throughout Denver, with the Expanding Housing Affordability Advisory Committee, and with the HSSA board, and with members of the development community that will build this necessary housing. If adopted, EHA will impact the lives of community members that work in our city but cannot afford to live in our city. Our current housing crisis requires action and requires deliberate action now. We need more housing. This plan takes immediate steps to create some of that necessary housing. It is only one new tool. There is more work to be done. Thank you, council members, for voting yes on this plan.
Thank you. Our next speaker is in person, Joe Davis.
I thought you forgot about me. 3/24/66, been here 56 years. I've been watching this struggle for a long time with my mom and my sisters. My grandma didn't get too involved because she was more independent upon herself. But the point being is this, as we sit here and do this struggle, everybody's forgetting the one most important thing is we are all equals. We are all one. And the ones that think that they're not, the good Lord got something to say to you. But point being is this, once we all step up and see that we have one way to go, and that's only up, because we're all in the bottom of this barrel. It doesn't matter which way we go. And as we get beaten and all this other stuff, that's irrelevant. The part that's the struggle is the ones that's beating us is beating us for the money to try and make the money that you guys are asking for. And see, though, as we out here, I make $32.50 an hour in my own business, $50 an hour. I can barely even make what you're asking. I can imagine what they are trying to do when they're out there struggling at Ready Man, 16, and you're only getting $100 a day. Then you got to eat. Oh, then you just broke your ankle. Now you need a cab. All that stuff adds up a lot faster than walking down the street getting beat down. And the struggle is the heartbeat. And I didn't have so many deceased in my life from heart attacks and stress, and trying to accommodate what a lot of people up here are asking for. And the last of the living of 169 people, Joe Davis right here. And quite a few of my family members then suffered. Quite a few of my friends are still suffering, getting beat down for the little change that we got. $3.20, $3.50, cut my thumb in half, shocked me and hit me like that because somebody owed me. Now, I take it like this. He right here gonna talk to everybody. Everybody understands that. He gonna talk to everybody, and everybody that thinks that they're a little higher than him, he gonna sit you down in the conference room. You get to go to the principal's office. And I hope that we come to a solution here real soon because of the facts that if we don't, he's gonna have to put us another foot down to organize us because we are all one. We are all in this struggle. If you ever had to step down to that little bitty wage that we get, you will understand what we are out here in the rain, snow, sleet, wind, and the humans that think they want what we got. And what do we have? Same thing you got. A little bit of linen and some materialistic stuff. And the money we struggle for, we break our backs trying to get it and then take 3,000 hours to get it cashed.
That's the time we have allotted for each speaker. Thank you. We're going to go back virtually to Caitlin Quander.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Quander. I live and work in Denver, and I'm speaking this evening on behalf of NAIOP Colorado. NAIOP Colorado represents a diverse network of over 600 developers, owners, investors, and various real estate professionals. First, I want to thank CPD and host staff for their intensive and nuanced work on the EHA over the last year. Also, the advisory committee made up of voices across the city. They proactively engaged with all points of view in the community during the process. Working to solve affordable housing is complex, and we hope that the city has struck the right balance to promote more affordable housing, but also not curtail development in the city, which would impact the many jobs and construction and also further exacerbate the lack of housing. One of these examples is the phasing in of the linkage fee. We appreciate this incorporation to allow the market time to adjust as the fee increases annually. This doesn't mean NAIOP Colorado is in complete agreement with the approach, and we do have continuing concerns about the impacts. But that's what compromise is about, and we support the proposal before you this evening. Some will suggest that the ordinance doesn't go far enough. The goal of EHA was to establish a market-based program, meaning without any public funding. This program complements other city programs that do address homelessness and 0 to 30% AMI. It also provides more funding for the Affordable Housing Fund to build housing for that population. I want to reiterate that while development is active in Denver, it's at the top of the market. New projects are already becoming more difficult given supply chain issues and construction costs. We remain concerned that increased linkage fees and increased requirements will be passed along to the other business and residential tenants in these projects. The proposal will likely make missing middle housing and the ability for small business to lease space in new retail development more expensive in Denver. We hope staff and city council will seriously consider an amendment come spring 2023 that allows projects in the pipeline making progress be allowed to continue until the rules that existed at the time they submitted the application. We have substantial concerns that CPD staff is already working hard and busy, and it will be difficult to keep up. We hope the city will continue to partner on innovative ideas, including further changes at the state level to incentivize even more affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Anna DeWitt.
Anna DeWitt, a renter in District 10. I understand that many of you have spent several years developing this plan. I appreciate your work, your time, your tears, and your sweat on this. But before I can comment on EHA, I want to tell you a story. Recently, I was teaching my 5-year-old how to bake an apple pie. I don't know about you, but I love apple pies. But like most 5-year-olds, my daughter wanted to add much more sugar than needed. And it's understandable. Sugar makes apple pie the sweetest, so we tend to focus on it. But I explained to her that sugar, while important, is only one part of baking a delicious apple pie. And this is how I view EHA. With this, we're addressing an important part of expanding house affordability, but we need other ingredients to truly make a difference in affordability. I'll give you another analogy. When we look at the prices of new and used cars, we've seen a huge spike in prices. We know that this is because car manufacturers are struggling to make enough cars due to the shortage of electronic parts. But what if we as a city decided to make those greedy, unwilling car manufacturers who are out to hurt us? What if we made them sell each 10th car for half the price? While other 9 cars would sell for, sorry. Hey guys, I'm at a council meeting real quick. No worries. Sorry, I have several roommates. But anyway, so we would see a spike in those other 9 cars. In this case, a better solution would be to address the root cause of the car sale prices, not create a scapegoat. For me, this is similar to what we're deciding tonight. I do agree, we need forced affordable measures, but my concern with EHA is that this forced measure will affect people purchasing new homes, meaning young people. We're not addressing the root cause, namely the fact that most of our city is owned by single-family homeowners. The very people that have exacerbated the housing crisis have little to no responsibility in this plan, and that's my biggest concern. My hope is that when we pass EHA, we also create a higher affordable housing tax for Denver residents who reside in large single-family homes. It's not just up to young people buying small condos or townhomes. It is all of Denver's responsibility. My other hope is that when we pass EHA, we rid our city of outdated zoning laws. If this council really wants to move the meter in regards to how high housing prices, we will work together to end restrictive, exclusionary single-family zoning. I end this with saying I support EHA, but I support EHA if this council will be bold enough to add the other ingredients to make a delicious pie. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alfonso Espino.
Hello, good evening, everybody. It's not my pleasure to be here for what seems like an annual meeting of a celebration of what is essentially a kicking of the proverbial can down the road. Non-solutions advocated as solutions, language co-opted to feign for housing justice. It's not my pleasure to be here. So I'm not here to address council, which has become predictable in its capacity to vote for which way. But I am here to address some of the people that were speaking and some of the people that are watching, hopefully, and those that I know that are not, because we are in direct contact with them in our communities, organizing as we speak. To the housing developers, to any developers that are opposed to it, spare me your crocodile tears. To those that are in favor, it shows me exactly why we should oppose it. To the so-called housing advocates who only co-opted the housing justice movement in favor of political power backed by institutions like BlackRock and the largest developers in the country, and some of the ones that are creating those portfolios that this new housing stock is going towards, right? Where this is all just retirement funds for the people that have been playing with this our whole lives. I'm also here to address the people, the masses, the working class, to remind them and to remind myself for the public record and for those that will be studying history 30, 50, 100 years from now, that we did not lay down and allow them to convince us that they brought forward solutions. No, I'm here to remind them and remind myself that our power lies nowhere near this chamber. It lies outside in the streets with our neighbors and our communities, organizing amongst ourselves to take that power, which will not be given to us, to enact that change, which will not take place here. It's more of the same, not surprised, but I only came for the public record. Oh, and I'd like to offer one more correction to a gentleman that spoke about an hour ago before me, stating that he somehow lived in a non-existent Rhino neighborhood, which to my knowledge does not exist. That's a special tax district. Please, 5 points is what it's still called. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aaron Maripal. And Looks like we don't have Aaron with us, and so we're going to go ahead and go to our next speaker, Yolanda Borders. Okay, all right, it doesn't look like Yolanda's with us. Thank you. Jonathan Pira is online virtually.
Good evening, Council. Jonathan Pira, District 3 resident. I want to start by thanking CPD, Council, and partners for seeking solutions to Denver's affordability crisis, both through your direct subsidies to our affordable home and shelter providers, as well as continued examination of policy solutions. As the capital city of a state shorts 175,000 homes today and projected to be short 500,000 homes by 2030, we have a long way to go to reach our goal of safe and stable housing for all. Regarding the role tonight's inclusionary housing ordinance will play in reaching that goal, we should consider that for decades, cities have been debating whether inclusionary zoning can close their severe housing gaps. As you've heard in this room tonight, experience tells us that there are things these ordinances do well, such as creating mixed income residences, and things they do poorly, such as increasing metropolitan sprawl. They're politically popular, of course, because they're seen as an easy win. The ordinance doesn't inconvenience homeowners by asking them to contribute more to the problem, instead placing that cost only on new development, often renters. And because mixed income homes can only be built in a small fraction of the city, we don't even ask most homeowners to change what their neighborhood looks like. One thing is clear though, from Portland, Oregon to Portland, Maine, inclusionary zoning is not nearly enough to solve the problem. Whether implemented in small cities or large, many residents in all of these places still find stable homes out of their reach. These cities still have residents living on the streets. These cities still have residents moving away because they can't afford to live in their hometown any longer. Clearly, to whatever extent these programs may help some residents, they are not providing everything we need. So I'd like to focus on the future. Once this ordinance passes tonight, you'll have finished the politically easy part. Next, we need you to show courage by doing what is politically hard. In cities around the world, each who are doing a much better job of housing their residents, they are pushing policy that is far more effective, but hard. These include eliminating costly parking mandates citywide, improving tenant protections, lowering barriers to neighborhood scale housing forms, subsidizing mixed income housing, simplifying rules, and speeding up permitting processes. Another important path is easing restrictions on how homes are used, one which you began to walk last year as you expanded access to group living. There are even small building code changes that help, like permitting single-stair buildings. Weird things, small things. I ask that you don't wait to see results before pursuing additional proven tools needed to house Denverites of all stripes. Please do not consider this mission accomplished. Let's move past this political hurdle and get back to working on real, long-term solutions quickly to produce more affordable homes. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bill Ziegler. It doesn't have Bill with us. So Tim Kraft.
Good evening, Madam President and members of council. My name is Tim Kraft, a longtime Denver resident, and I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Home Builders Association of Metro Denver, where I serve as the chair of our Government Affairs Committee. Our association and members submitted a letter to City in Denver, in December of 2021, and we greatly appreciate staff keeping us involved along the way ever since. Our input has largely been focused on the underlying issue driving the need for this affordable housing measure. The fact that creation of housing has not kept up with the creation of households. While the steps proposed in the affordable measure before you now are great in that they help to improve equity, it does not to do enough to help the underlying issue that we don't have enough rooftops for the families that currently live here. This can only be solved by making it easier to build more homes. While great and meaningful incentives have been provided for traditional multifamily projects with house incentives, height incentives, attached and for sale product has to some degree been left by the wayside. Additional measures can be achieved to help the addition of housing through the creation or the allowance of smaller lot sizes, fee reductions, and expedited review time. We also encourage the city to reinstitute the residential infill task force with the drive to increase supply by expediting approvals and increasing the use by right approval process. We also want to remind the city that the state's construction defect litigation still makes it difficult and extremely risky to build vertical for sale multifamily housing. Moving forward, we ask the city to honor commitments made to the applicants who have projects in the pipeline who submitted SDPs before the applicable deadline of June 30th, and to honor the 14-month timeline previously discussed by several of the speakers. We hope the city is able to honor those projects. The construction industry and the city's goals are aligned in that we both want to deliver more homes to help alleviate the cost burdens currently burdening the residents of Denver. Any incentives to help achieve that, we greatly support. Thank you for the opportunity to provide input, and we appreciate all the hard work by city staff. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Rich McClintock. And it doesn't look like we have Rich with us, and so we'll go ahead and move to Renee Martinez Stone.
Good evening, Council. My name is Renee Martinez Stone, and I am a Denver resident and employee of the Denver Housing Authority. I'm speaking tonight in support of expanding housing affordability, and I want to thank CPD and hosts for their innovative leadership on this effort. It's an impressive start to what I believe will help to bring many more bold and equitable housing solutions. In West Denver, 83% of households are currently vulnerable to gentrification, and thousands of families, almost 9,000, have been displaced since 2015. 1 in 2 households have an additional person or family living with them. They're keeping residents from being homeless. They're doubled up and in need of more housing, a theme tonight. I'd like to speak specifically to a proposed amendment tonight and describe why we need to keep ADUs, accessory dwelling units, exempt from the future linkage fee. Historically, we have seen ADUs be built by developers and investors, mostly because they're complex, the technical expertise they need, and the financial flexibility needed to absorb the added costs and requirements that come with ADUs currently. The ADU pilot program created at the Denver Housing Authority with Habitat and the city is changing who builds ADUs. We help residents navigate the process of building an ADU in their backyard, and this is an affordably restricted ADU. In 2021, when ADU permits were down significantly citywide, 10% of those permits were for homeowners in our program, not affluent homeowners, not traditional developers. 100% of them below 120% AMI, 50% of them below 80% AMI, and even some below 60% AMI. 83% of those building ADUs were persons of color, 25% were female heads of household, and 100% want to stay in place and provide an affordable home in their changing neighborhood. These are homeowners who want to help. They're willing to invest their own financial resources in affordable housing, and they need to expand their living space, but they cannot be a part of the solution without our support. I hope Council will approve this work tonight and will not approve the current amendment to remove the ADU linkage fee exemption. This is sliding backwards in terms of equitable opportunity for all and would create an additional obstacle for homeowners adding affordable homes in single-family zone neighborhoods, something we've heard many times tonight. Thank you for your time. Let's move forward.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Lauren Hansen.
So my name is Lauren Hansen. I'm a resident of District 10 and a resident of North Cap Hill. I would just like to keep my remarks brief and speak in favor of the 3 ordinances that we have in front of us right now. I also do want to actually touch on one of the comments some of the earlier speakers made. And personally, I think that we need to go a little bit further when it comes to reducing parking, particularly in places like where I live in Northern Capitol Hill, where My apartment is situated on the crest of a large parking lot crater that is underutilized about 70% of the time. My biggest thing in regards to that is we did have a speaker earlier that also spoke to the issue and uselessness of concrete. I think one of the most useless pieces of concrete in the city is an underutilized parking space that can also be used to build more affordable and more housing overall. Thank you all for letting me speak, and have a great night.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Ryan Keeney.
Greetings, council members. My name is Ryan Keeney, and I live in Council District 10. I'm board president of YIMBY Denver and also serve on the board of Capitol Hill United Neighborhoods. I was a member of the city's Expanding Housing Affordability Advisory Committee, which helped craft the package before you today. I'm in support of the EHA proposal as written before this council meeting. It will create more attainable housing for people who are currently rent burdened or unable to buy a home in Denver. It will accomplish this through a variety of methods that leverage private development to yield up affordable units without being so burdensome that home builders are unable to build anything at all. However, in the big picture, this proposal plays a game of financial musical chairs. Despite the development incentives, this proposal will likely, on average, increase the price of new market rate housing in order to fund a relatively small number of new homes at below market rate. It is unlikely to significantly increase the total amount of housing construction, and the number of new affordable units will be grossly insufficient to meet our severe deficit. We need to empower the market to build as many homes as possible in order to maximize the effectiveness of city tools such as EHA. Single unit detached houses on large lots are still the only types of homes allowed on most of the city's land which is now incredibly expensive, even in the form of a vacant lot. This means that it is effectively illegal to add to our housing supply in most of the city, and most of the city's geographic area will not directly contribute a single affordable unit under this proposal. We must legalize housing abundance in the form of ADUs and multi-unit buildings in every neighborhood in order to truly meet the challenge of the affordability crisis we are facing today. Only an abundance of housing can solve a housing crisis. The expanding housing affordability package takes small strides towards this vision, but is held short by the limitations of its approach. I urge council to pass these bills today and to follow the lead of progressive localities like Portland, Oregon, and Minneapolis, Minnesota, to pass a residential infill ordinance tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is John Deffenbach.
John Deffenbach, Projects Director for Rhino Art District. Rhino Art District thanks the teams of CPD and host for the comprehensive consultation process and commends the city for taking this step towards a more affordable future. This policy won't solve all the issues Denver is experiencing, but in a year when the city's been the 5th least affordable real estate market in the country, ahead of New York City, this is a step forward. The 38th and Blake incentive overlay, which many constituents were involved in the creation of, was a pilot program, and a number of lessons were learned from that. These included the need for deeper affordability and for more consistent and predictable program. We're excited to see these lessons included in the citywide EHA policy. We also appreciate the way in which the 38th and Blake zoning heights have been considered and integrated within the policy. Before the change in state law, height incentives were one of few ways to encourage affordable housing when the incentive overlay was created. Therefore, the difference between the base and incentive height was maximized to increase the likelihood of affordable housing outcomes. Now, with the ability to require affordable housing, a low base height is no longer necessary to create affordable units. Indeed, keeping the base height low would severely restrict the city's ability to focus growth near transit, services, and amenities, and to maintain consistency with adopted small area and citywide plans. However, the most notable way is that it would stifle the ability of the 38th and Blake area to create more affordable units through linkage fees. We welcome the EHA policy and the city's approach to integrate the 38th and Blake overlay within the policy to deliver citywide consistency and to maximize affordable housing outcomes. This was thoroughly consulted on and the city's community engagement process, and we look forward to the 38th and Blake area contributing to the creation of Denver's future affordable housing needs. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker, the next two, Heather Lafferty and then James Warren. They were supposed to join us virtually, and it doesn't look like we have them on with us. And so that concludes our speakers this evening. I'd like to thank all of our speakers. And we're going to then move into questions from members of council on bills 22-424, 425, and 426. And we'll start out with Councilwoman Kniech.
Thank you as well to all of the speakers. It's a long, late night, and we really appreciate you being here. A lot of important questions were raised by our speakers, and there are some answers, and so I'm going to ask some questions. One of the things about this bill is it's not one bill or strategy. There's like 4 or 5 different pieces of it, so I'm going to ask some questions about the lowest income folks that relate to each of those pieces. So the first question I wanted to ask is, Britta, if you could please come up. So one of the things this bill does is it generates revenue for something called our Affordable Housing Fund. We've talked about the linkage fee, but the linkage fee goes into something called the Affordable Housing Fund. Can you describe how that fund particularly impacts or assists those either below 30% of area median income or exiting homelessness?
Thanks for that question, Councilwoman. A couple of key things about the Affordable Housing Fund and homelessness. It helps us provide a deep subsidy, which is really needed in order to reach the rent levels for a person exiting homelessness. And so that is really helpful. Grant dollars, low interest loan dollars that help us do that. The second component that is an eligible use from this fund is services dollars. So services that help go alongside housing to support someone exiting homelessness as well. Since its inception, between 2017 and 2021, approximately 12% of the Affordable Housing Fund, or about $15.7 million, directly supported programs and housing developments that serve people experiencing homelessness. During that same time period, another 18% of the Affordable Housing Fund, or about $23.6 million, has supported the DHA Delivers for Denver, or D3 agreement, which will produce more than 2,500 units in partnership with the Denver Housing Authority and other developers, including around half of those units that will, including around half that serve people experiencing homelessness or earning below 30% AMI.
So just to be clear, this bill will generate funding that will build housing below 30% of area median income.
Yes.
Thank you. Second part of this bill, the part that I think a lot of the speakers were talking about, was the residential development requirements. Annalise, I have a question for you if you want to start heading up. So requiring developers to include some affordable homes. Did the studies look at doing 30% of area median income housing as part of those requirements, and what did they find?
Yes, we absolutely did look at an entire range of incomes, acknowledging that the spectrum of need is great. When we evaluated what a market-based program could support at 30% AMI, it was around 2 to 3%. And so really less than 5%. And so we had to have a trade-offs conversation of, do we want to, we could have gone up to 120% AMI and we could have produced more units, or do we go down to 30? And that's really by having a community conversation and doing the feasibility, we came to a balanced need of acknowledging where this program could be successful, but also still target incomes where there was a significantly great need. So to summarize your quick response, we did look at 30% AMI, 40%, 50%. They were just at substantially lower numbers. That being said, the negotiated alternatives allows for hosts to bring dollars to those programs, and we can buy down affordability. So it's not off the table. It's just not something that that is spelled out explicitly.
Great. I'll get there in just a second. But first, Britta, and if you just want to stay close, sorry, I'm bouncing back and forth between you. But so, Britta, we had a really powerful speaker earlier today. I just want to be sure I say her name right. Terry Washington shared a really powerful story about her voucher experience. And I wanted to ask you, who's using vouchers in Denver, and what is the biggest challenge that they face from what you all are hearing?
Yeah, I was grateful for that testimony as well as some others who mentioned vouchers. And vouchers, we are fortunate that this council did pass already legislation that makes source of income protected here in the city and county of Denver, which means that someone who is a landlord cannot discriminate against a tenant because the source of how they're paying their rent is a voucher. And that is really important, but it doesn't solve some of our other issues in utilizing a voucher. There are two key ones that I'll focus on. There's several, but one is the availability of housing stock. There is just really not many apartments to be found to take those vouchers that are at the right price point, because you still have to deal with the fair market rent. And right now that restricts the pool, right? If you can only go up to 100% of the fair market rent, then all those units above it aren't accessible to be used with that voucher, because the voucher covers the distance between what a person can afford to pay with 30% of their income and that market rent. So it means that when the HUD calculates that, there's lag and all of that, and it means that there are many people that cannot find in that further restricted pool of housing stock in Denver a place to use it. That is one of the beauties of this policy, is that by creating more affordable units, even if they are restricted at an 80% or less level or 60% or less level, someone could use their individual tenant-based voucher as well to help make up that distance and be in an affordable home. It increases the pool of stock that we have for people utilizing vouchers.
So let me just make sure I get it right. Every single unit created at 60, 70, or 80% of AMI would be available and within the rents for a voucher holder, meaning they could pay as much as, a third of their income, no matter what that is, if they earn 10% of AMI, 20% if they were leaving homelessness. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So the next question, Brad, you're on deck. So we talked about the developer requirements, which are a formula, but the formula doesn't apply to every single project. There are some projects that are large, more than 5 acres. Maybe they're getting subsidies from the city. They don't go under the formula. So can you talk to me a little bit about how those projects are treated under this policy?
Yes, thank you for the question, Councilwoman. So those are, under this policy, considered what we've defined as high-impact developments, meaning the definition that you talked about, either the scale of it, just raw acreage, or the utilization of tax increment financing or Metro District financing. And those projects have to go through kind of an added community engagement process to ensure that what they are proposing, what they are negotiating with our department and the city is responsive to the needs identified as part of that process. And so what that typically will end up being is more responsive and a little bit less reflective of the citywide policy because of the needs, because of the impact that those developments have. And so there are examples of, in recent history, like Denargo Market or like Loretto Heights or River Mile, where we had large, negotiated agreements with large developments that included a variety of affordable housing options, including several rental units below 30% AMI, deed restricted for sale options as well, and a mix in between. And it's the idea is that those typical developments or those atypical developments of that scale are more demanding of a more localized, more nuanced, and more kind of context-sensitive approach.
So just to say back what I heard from you, which is that this policy provides for negotiated agreements in large developments, and those developments have included 30% of AMI housing in recent history.
Yes, they have, yes.
Okay. Last strategy that we didn't talk a lot about during the testimony, but this policy includes incentives. Actually, one speaker talked about it. And so we have affordable developers building housing for those exiting homelessness. We have those building supportive housing. And so what specifically is this policy providing that will increase housing for those exiting homelessness, or 30% of AMI in some areas of the city?
Sure, thank you again for the question. So similar to Ethan from Warren Villages spoke to this exactly, where the incentives are available to those developments who are agreeing to provide units on site, and especially the enhanced level of affordability, get to avail themselves of incentives like additional height, which allows for additional units by right, not having to go through a rezoning process to get there. The elimination or drastic reduction in the parking required, which one eliminates tremendous cost to that development to build that parking, especially if it's in a structure. But also the square footage that's not being utilized for parking can be utilized to provide more housing, right? And so I think that the example that the gentleman from Warren Village mentioned was that the project they were working on at 30% AMI and below was targeted for 73 units because that's what they could fit in the box that they were allowed. The new box, if this passes, would allow them to build 89 units, right? So that's a pretty substantial increase. That's one example of what we hope will be consistent across the board, particularly for the providers of housing for our most vulnerable.
All right. Thank you, Council President. Those are my questions.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Kanich. Next up, we've got Councilmember Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. Brad, I have a few questions for you as well. Starting first with you, and then I have one for Annalise. So when you mentioned the 400 square feet, you mentioned above 400 square feet. Is that accurate for those that are exempt, or was it below 400 square feet for someone adding onto an existing property?
Yes, that's specific to additions to existing homes, and additions under 400 square feet are exempt from paying the linkage fee.
Okay, because when you spoke, you said above, and I just wanted to.
Oh, if I did,
clarify that.
I am mistaken, and I
Okay.
apologize. Thank you for
All right.
clarifying.
Let's see, I have another one for you. So you just talked about the high impact developments. What is the policy around those projects requiring the affordable units to be built on site as opposed to allowing them to go build off site? Shouldn't there be different expectations where there are public subsidy dollars in a project to require more integrated communities with mixed incomes as opposed to allowing people to do the buyout or go build their units off-site?
So I think it's important first to start with, again, the House bill that enabled us to have this policy in the first place, which legally requires us to provide options, alternatives to providing units on site. That said, yes, if we are putting dollars into developments as a city, the expectation ought to be that the outcomes within that development are better, or at least more responsive to the community needs than, say, a citywide standard policy. And so our expectation without an department will be to push for as much as we can affordable housing on site, but there are options available to them to negotiate if they have a parcel of land that they want to contribute that would be, say, ideal for the creation of a deeply affordable permanent supportive housing development in a location that's near services or in a community that needs it greatly. We are open to that kind of alternative, but the threshold is high, and we expect, again, first and foremost, that it's responsive to the feedback that these developers receive from the community engagement process.
So I think part of what's critical to this conversation is making sure that we don't create communities like what we saw happen with Lowry and with Stapleton, where the affordable housing that's on site were only because we created specific provisions that allowed that housing to exist. And so I think, ensuring that we do have blended communities is part of what has always made Denver a great city, in terms of mixes of various incomes across this city. And we're, at a point where we have priced many, many people out of our city. So just wanted to say that. Let me go on to my question for Annalise. The lower parking ratio, can you tell me if any of the conversation around that involved conversations with lenders? And do any of the provisions call for no parking in any of the developments?
So to your first question, did it include conversations with lenders? Yes. They are an important piece of the conversation, and I think what we see is lenders tend to look back in time, and so they tend to be more conservative. They say, what did the last 4 developments provide? Oh, they were at a 0.75, that's what we should provide, even though they didn't acknowledge that scooters and e-bikes and all the various transit investments have changed the mobility options. So I think that lenders will continue to be conservative, but we are seeing systems change, and I think that will vary whether it's affordable housing lenders like Chaffa or more formal lenders to market rate. In terms of your question around the parking exemption, this bill does introduce a new parking exemption that does not currently exist in the code. As a reminder, currently in the code, all of our downtown core, this area that we're here, does not have a parking minimum. I think we've noticed that every new development that has gone up has multiple podiums of parking. So parking minimum enables for the opportunity for developers to choose units over parking spaces. But what that does is it restricts the parking exemption into particular zone districts, so multi-unit and mixed-use zone districts, as well as those that are also located within a quarter mile of a fixed transit station, and in the future are high and medium capacity transit corridors like Colfax and Federal as BRT comes online. Those projects that are providing an enhanced level of affordability, meaning more affordable units on site, can take advantage of not providing vehicle parking.
So speaking to parking minimums, the 42nd and Fox area. I see this in a very similar light. You've got the 38th Avenue underpass as a major entry point for this area. And I'm wondering if any of the conversations that looked at increasing the density in that area talked at all about the infrastructure and the fact that that is very similar to the 38th I-25 Fox and Park Avenue interchange, where that is the only entry point into the site right now until a developer may build a new bridge over the railroad tracks, which then increases the opportunity to increase the parking minimums for the area. So can you just speak to whether or not that was part of the bigger conversation?
Simply put, yes. Blueprint Denver is a land use and transportation plan, meaning that we do not singularly look at land use decisions of where we should be directing jobs and housing growth, separate from the infrastructure needed to safely and sustainably be able to support that. We've had continued conversations with our partners in Dottie around the 41st and Fox station, which is why there are rules and regs that govern the area and the development, acknowledging that the further connections of mobility of various modes need to occur to accommodate that development capacity. And similarly too, we've continued conversations in the 38th and Blake area. Just because you have zoning entitlement for something does not mean that carte blanche, you can develop it. We have a very thorough development review process that includes over 38 various agencies to ensure that the public health, safety, and welfare is executed with every development. And so it's really just important to note that we look at it at a holistic scale, and this plan is implementing that holistic scale, but also it's looked at the site-specific scale at the time of site development plan.
So in the review that is done at CPD, has any of that looked at an infrastructure improvement district that asks all the developers to participate in offsetting the costs that otherwise the taxpayers would be asked to offset? So for example, if the 38th Avenue underpass is not part of that bigger conversation that they're all being asked to participate in, it should not be left to one particular project to bear that cost. Is that something at least being talked about or thought of in the process? And if you can answer that, maybe Laura can address that.
I know at the 41st and Fox station area, that was something that was under consideration. I don't believe a formal proposal has advanced or gone through. I'm not aware of one specific to 38th and Blake that would be an improvement district, but if any of the staff do have the answer, I've not heard of that being proposed, but I really think it would be through our partners in Dottie that something like that would be brought forth.
Yeah, I think with some of these areas where we know we're going to be seeing lots of development, being able to look at the infrastructure, and I know we've talked about this along the Federal Boulevard corridor as well, Laura, but in this area, that 38th and that 38th Avenue underpass that is right at that Blake Street station it's a bottleneck today. So as we add more traffic, that has to be addressed as part of how we look at the area more holistically. So can you tell me if just looking at an infrastructure improvement district that all developers might participate in is something that you all have explored?
Thank you for the question, Councilwoman. We are in conversation with Dottie to begin looking at what that might look like. I think we're too early in the process to be able to definitively say that we've got an answer or a concept that we're moving forward with. But in part,
I guess I'm looking at the concept, not necessarily solely at this area, but sort of more broad in areas where we know a lot of development is being proposed.
Sure, fair question. I think we are looking at the applicability specific to Fox Park because it's very apparent, just the constrained infrastructure. I think it's a great opportunity to expand once we've got an understanding of how it might work at Fox Park, then how to take that much more broadly. Certainly to your point, and as you pointed to us, numerous times, there are a number of places around the city that could benefit from a concept like that. So we're looking into it with Dottie.
So since you're up there, I'm going to bring up the other issue. We always talk about life safety and welfare when we're doing development projects. And I noticed with the 38th and Blake area, some of the sites abut the railroad tracks. And just want to know if any of the conversation that looked at that area addressed some of the things we've been talking about related to the railroad safety work that is going on now that will ask developers to address the life safety issues as part of their development.
Yep, thank you for the question. It is my understanding that conversation and the research that was completed by Community Planning Development was prior to my position being here as Executive Director. My understanding is that as CPD worked to identify how that might be, how we might engage with the development community and what kind of regulations we have in place today, which are very limited in terms of requiring a developer to address that safety concern. I believe what we did is through our site development plan process is ensure that every developer was made aware of the safety concern and the potential for them to, encouragement for them to think about that as a part of their development. I understand with this consultant who is now currently underway, we will be looking at how do we enact regulation that will bring that safety much more into
it's
light.
Really more focused on identifying our vulnerable areas along the rail corridors.
Correct.
Where development may occur that would ensure that we are in fact addressing the life safety issues, and will provide some guidance on how we address that. So I appreciate the conversation and the fact that we're not there yet on all of that, but collectively as a city, it is an issue that we have not been addressing because we made this a voluntary process. And so the work that we're doing will in fact ensure that we have the ability to ask the developers to address the life safety issues by the sheer fact that we're giving them the permit to go build their project as they're proposing. And this is just asking them to look at it in a little bit different way. It's not to stop development, but to do it in a different way that in fact addresses those life safety issues. So thank you. I think I've got one last question. And this is around whether or not the process and the conversation around bringing the EHA forward made any distinction on housing type. So for example, There are a number of affordable housing manufacturers around our state. The governor just, announced he's going to fund one up in Grand Junction. There's one in Buena Vista. There's one down in Pueblo. There's discussions about doing one somewhere, in the Front Range. And the hope is that that type of housing can be done faster, cheaper, and if that can bring online housing in Denver quicker and more affordable, then are there any restrictions? And I get that they have to go through the whole building department assessment, making sure that their manufacturing meets the building code, fire code, all of our, UBC. But was that part of the conversation, and are there any restrictions on that?
Thank you for the question. So of course, part of the conversation is how do we deliver homes faster, which is why many of the incentives we're looking at that opportunity. Modular home or prefabricated home is certainly something that we're seeing as a growing trend to better address some of the supply issues. From a zoning perspective, we do not treat those types of homes any differently. I will note that sometimes those homes don't always fit our building envelopes, and so what we sometimes see is someone said, cool, I have a modular home, I want to build it in Denver, and they don't do the homework to understand that our zoning might require, a bulk plane or a setback or whatever else. So just like any building might need modification, that is a challenge that we continue to work through and find solutions with so we can advance that affordable housing. And then as it pertains to the building code, our building code is constantly evolving and changing. We're currently undergoing an update. So long as those are meeting the building code, there's no limits on those opportunities to more quickly deliver affordable housing.
And I've got one last question, and this is for you, Brad. So as we look to the development community, which is, in my opinion, different from our nonprofit housing developers, to now contribute and participate in providing affordable units in our city, is it anticipated that when we're asking them to do affordable units that they're encouraged to apply for low-income tax credits to maybe get that subsidy deeper or expand the number of units they're able to provide on their development?
Thank you for the question. So the short answer is no. This is designed around what a market development can feasibly achieve on site without the need for subsidy, which is critically important. That said, I think our department and the city ought to and are willing to invest additional resources if it's important to, say, increase the number of units available or buy down the affordability of those units that are created. We're not opposed to doing that, but across the board, we want to make sure that these options available are ones that can be replicable and included without the need for the city to put in additional dollars. And so,
great. Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Ortega. Councilmember Hines.
Thank you, Council President. I have a question about linkage fee and the thought process that went from the first iteration that we in council saw and the current iteration. I guess, Annalise, I don't know. You guys are looking at each other. So, yes.
Flip a coin.
Between the two, I bet you have the answer. And so as one example, this proposal shows 4 steps in the linkage fee increase, as opposed to, I think the first one that I saw only had 3 steps. Could you talk a little bit, I guess, to help guide I don't want to lead you too much, but to help guide the thought process. I think that the first iteration was probably not strong enough. And so I think the first proposal, then we had a second proposal that had higher linkage fees, and then the third proposal, third iteration, we actually had a 4th step. So can you help me?
Yes.
Maybe I'm just making all this up. So that's why you're here, to set the record straight.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman, and good memory. This process has been evolutionary and responsive to community and stakeholder feedback. The first proposal was released in the fall of last year, and that included just a one-time jump up to fees that were lower. And we certainly, acknowledge that COVID is continuing to impact many facets of our lives, development being one of those. And so then in the next iteration, we then said, let's phase this in over 3 years. But then we said, well, we're phasing it in over 3 years, but we're also keeping the fees on kind of a more modest side. At that point, we did increase the linkage fee up to increase it by $1 or so for larger single unit homes, as that was a direct concern that we heard from community of where scrapes and rebuilds of the loss of naturally occurring affordable housing and the replacement of highly unattainable housing. Then kind of in that next iteration, we acknowledged that there was still room for our linkage fee numbers to grow. However, kind of as a compromise, what we did is we increased that growth rate over 4 years, providing predictability, but in the long term, increasing those fees to a higher amount. So once we kind of go to that CPI-U adjustment, we'll be at a really kind of healthy pace when we look at comparison to peers, as well as what we know the market can be able to bear, helping to ensure that we're maintaining a critical source of funding that's complementary to other things such as the marijuana sales tax and the property tax that all homeowners are paying and contributing to as well.
Hey, thanks. So that was what I was looking for. So I seem to recall that when there were 3 steps, we looked at peer cities, and the linkage fee amount was still below what we saw was the right amount, or the amount of linkage fees that people were charging, just as we looked at peer cities. Is that right?
So generally speaking, peer cities range the whole gamut. So peer cities linkage fees range from $250 a square foot all the way up to $1,750. However, there's a lot of important nuanced differences. Some of those districts with $1,750, it only applies to the incentive height, not to the entirety of the building. Some of them only apply to their central business districts and not the remainder of the city. Others, like Boston, Massachusetts, have had linkage fees on the books for decades, and so it's allowed for them to gradually increase over time, allowing for the market to absorb it. So when we do compare our proposed numbers, which also are a range based off of use and where it's located within the city, it is much more at that middle range of where we look at our peers, where previously we were well below every single peer in the country.
Okay, I want to thank you for, I know that you and I, when we had one of the briefings, I did express concern about how we should get a little higher with linkage fees. So I want to thank you for I'm sure I wasn't the only one. So, but I can pretend like I feel like you listened to me specifically. So thank you for that. The other thing, the only other thing that I wanted to touch on was about parking ratios. I want to thank you and Director Aldrete and my peers here on council for eliminating parking minimums. You mentioned there are no parking minimums downtown as of July 19th of last year. There are no parking minimums in Golden Triangle either. So the question for you is, wow, this microphone works. Does the eliminating, this is a leading question, does the elimination of parking minimums mean that we will have no parking spaces in any new Golden Triangle development?
We have not seen that trend to occur as of yet, but future will only tell.
Fair enough. And I think where I'm going with this is there were the questions a few minutes ago and comments in the people testifying about how we could eliminate parking minimums, but banks still have parking minimums. As you were saying, they look back and they say, this development had parking, and so they trail us and how we want to move forward with land use in our city. Is that a fair statement?
Yeah, I think lenders are looking at lending risk and the marketability of those units, and we as a city have to look at this from a policy perspective of implementing our adopted plans, which call for a multimodal, sustainable, interconnected transit network that reduces single occupancy vehicle and individual ownership needs. So we might not see these policies play out in the sense that we might not see significant reductions of vehicle parking for the next couple of years, and that's okay, because we are still at least eliminating a barrier and providing the opportunity for those affordable projects to take advantage of lower parking ratios. And like the Warren Village example, provide a lower parking ratio, provide a fourth floor and provide more housing for individuals and families exiting homelessness.
Yeah, and I'll just repeat, and this will be my last comment, that I'll just repeat something that I mentioned in committee. I would be in favor of installing parking maximums if I felt that the banks would support it, but I don't want to go down the path of installing parking maximums and then destroy any development in our city because we couldn't get funding for them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Hines. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thanks. Just wanted to follow up on one thing we haven't kind of touched on yet that we heard a number of people comment on in public comment, and that is the idea of the fact that housing affordability is lessening in our city because of the number of scrapes that are happening, right? So one of the ways that CPD had discussed potentially alleviating that problem or addressing and incentivizing adaptive reuse was what's the name of the project? I can't remember it now, where we have one house and it gets split into 3 or 4 different units, but the house stays the same.
I don't know if there is a fancy name for it, but I think you keep the existing building form, but you allow greater density.
There was a whole project name for it that I can't remember because I'm on like hour 17 of my day at this point and I'm fried. You guys, if you remember it, let me know, please. Thank you. So we have abandoned that project and or set it aside for now in favor of some other priorities. So wanted to know how this proposal will address the problem of scrapes and incentivize adaptive reuse.
Yeah. And were you thinking of residential infill?
Yes,
okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yeah,
the residential infill project.
I don't know if the policy went to that level of specificity because I think we acknowledged that we needed to look at whether it was adaptive reuse or allowing greater
As
diversity.
part of the East Area plan, that was part of the proposal, which was like the initial
I'm also in that
discussions. Yes, I totally get it.
Day. And so I think that this project, and specifically the linkage fee, is where we kind of broke the current use category, which said we're going to charge a new 800 square foot home, which very few people are building, but that's what we've historically seen in Denver. We're going to charge them the same exact linkage fee on a per square foot basis as a $4,000 mansion. And that's where we had the opportunity to say, we know that the city needs to be doing more, but this is a first step in which we can charge higher linkage fees on those larger units that are more than 1,600 square feet. You can very easily fit a family-friendly 3+ bedroom home in 1,600 square feet. And so we want to still ensure that we're allowing for family-friendly housing, which is much needed, but for those developments that are providing those kind of larger scrapes that are well over 2,000-3,000 and selling at 1.2+ million, that they're at least contributing in a more meaningful way to affordable housing if they do choose to move forward with those scrapes.
Got it. Really appreciate that. I just felt like we hadn't quite clarified. There are so many different things that this proposal is doing, and so I wanted to just make sure that I understood exactly how it was addressing that challenge, which is something that I hear from my residents a lot. So thanks. No more questions.
All right. Thank you, Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. Annalise, maybe you could help clear the air on the issue of the parking and the exemption, because a lot of us were treated to a flood of emails over the weekend, the last couple of days, because of the feeling that agreement or a consensus that came out of the advisory committees before I went to planning board, and then planning board suggested and the council committee amended and put in the total parking exemption back into the ordinance, and we're being asked to vote no on it because of the impact that will have. So to explain to us how one would qualify for a complete exemption, because it doesn't apply to just, the way I'm reading it, it doesn't apply to simply any development of 10 or more units within a quarter mile of an enhanced transit corridor. So how does it work?
Yeah. Similar to my response of Councilman Hines too, the parking reductions and exemptions have been a continuous evolution throughout the duration.
Yeah.
So in the fall, we had much broader applicability of the parking exemptions, and we kind of peeled it back and took it and got some feedback from advisory committee saying, oh, you guys peeled it back too far, but I get it, let's keep moving this piece forward. Planning board also made a recommendation, and then we had the passage at Ludi further expanding that. I think the really important piece to note is, I think what you just articulated, it's not every project within a quarter-mile radius. It's projects that are building affordable units on site at a higher level of affordability, and it's those corridors that have had city capital investment. So Colfax, as it exists today, while there is incredible transit service that I certainly get to benefit from, that does not qualify for the parking exemption. They can certainly provide reduced parking, as our code allows for parking reductions, but it's not until about 4 or 5 years out from now, when the city has made that capital investment and we have fixed BRT stations in place, that parking exemption can be leveraged, once again, by projects that are providing a higher level of affordability on site.
Now, Annalise, just if I could interrupt for a second, could you explain on, for instance, on BRT, actually on the transit, on the rail transit, the measurement is from the center line of the platform of the station and not just within a quarter mile anywhere along the track, because of course, for instance, on the A line, if I live on Clayton Street, I can't easily walk to a station from there. I could walk all the way over to 40th and Colorado or down to 38th and Blake. So on the BRT, does it apply also to within a quarter mile of a BRT stop, or the corridor itself, the entire corridor?
Great question. As drafted, it applies to the entirety of the corridor, and the reason being is, one, it's much more interconnected, and in all of the plans for BRT that have been executed thus far, stops are always about a quarter mile or less apart, oftentimes far less. So we could create all these little bubbles along the corridor that would be quarter mile radiuses, but in all the instances, at least with the Colfax corridor, they overlap. So for simplicity's sake, it's applied to the entirety of the corridor.
Okay, and I had difficulty finding Chapter 27, Article 10, so that I could understand what are the enhanced affordable housing projects? What makes it an enhanced project over and above the mandatory? What are the triggers for that?
Yeah, certainly. So it should be kind of towards the end of the bill. I can pull up the page, but if the screen will show right now, the enhanced affordability requirements are on page 20 of the slide deck. And so it's an increase of 2 to 3% dependent upon choice and market area, but it's important to note that that overall percentage increase applies to the entirety of the building. And so what we actually see is that in many instances, this can more than double the affordable housing contribution by leveraging a higher percentage of affordable units on site.
Mm-hmm. And you had mentioned to Councilman Hines that we certainly don't expect that many builders would put up a 120 unit or 180 unit building and provide no parking. A bank probably wouldn't finance that. Is that
I haven't seen any proposals of that scale come in. I think where we really see some of these projects being able to take advantage of lower parking ratios are some of our smaller, more affordable housing projects that are 2 or 3 stories, typically less than 50 units, that are able to go to a very low parking alternative.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you, Councilmember Flynn, and thank you to the city staff answering those questions. The public hearing is closed. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 22-424. Councilmember Ortega.
Thank you, Madam President. I first want to thank the entire team of people that were involved in bringing this forward. I think they were very thoughtful in trying to come up with some great recommendations in these 3 bills. This is not intended to solve the entirety of the problem of our affordable housing needs and issues. I think it's one more tool in the toolbox. I know we used to have an inclusionary housing ordinance. When we created the housing fund, I had argued that we should keep the IHO in place because that at least allowed us to still get affordable for sale housing. But that was then, this is now. And I think the measures that our city staff and community partners that came together to come up with recommendations on how we could address various price points in our area median income scale can happen with this legislation that is before us tonight. I want to thank my two colleagues, Councilwoman Kinich and Councilwoman Sandoval, for their participation on behalf of this body and for keeping council informed as this was moving through the process. This doesn't solve everything for everybody, and I know that we have spent a lot of money on addressing homelessness. Not all of it has been done to the satisfaction of everyone, but we have spent unprecedented dollars during this time frame, and in large part because we benefited from receiving some federal dollars that allowed us to meet the needs of so many people that have been struggling. And as you heard earlier tonight, we have many people staying in hotels until, you know, we can continue to work towards getting them into housing. But it's a supply issue, and we need to continue to work towards looking at how we create that, and also not being expected to be the city that solves this problem for the whole metro area. Neighboring counties have been building housing at rapid paces as well. And a lot of that is market rate housing too. And it's creating the same effect in their communities. And when we see people having to move away because of the price point, as far as Henderson, and creating some strain on some of our rural communities that don't have transportation, so we've got more people driving in their cars. This kind of legislation, I think, is a huge step in the right direction and allows us to ensure that we are continuing to move the needle in meeting our needs. And, you know, like any legislation, we can always come back and revisit it, make changes to it, and look at how we can continue to make those tweaks that need to be made. It doesn't mean that tonight's bill is, you know, cast in stone, but it will be important to have in place as we move forward and try to meet the needs of our missing middle, which is a huge segment of our population that can't afford to stay here. It allows us to create more on the lower AMI scale, but that is a large part of what we have been doing this whole time, and in large part with our nonprofit housing developers that are building housing across the city. So I will be supporting this tonight, and again, thank everyone from CPD, from HOST, that worked with our community partners to bring this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ortega. Councilwoman Kinich.
Thank you, Council President. I just chimed in briefly to provide a little orientation to those who might be following along as Councilwoman Sandoval and I were clarifying where we're at procedurally. So there are 3 bills in this package, one of which is going to be having some amendment discussion. So usually we do amendments first before we discuss a package, so we can kind of comment on the whole package and however it turns out. This bill does not have any amendments on it, but so I think what's best is I'm going to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this, and I'm going to reserve my comments for after we have the bigger discussion. So I'll be commenting on the entire package as a whole, when we get to that bill. So it's a little different than I'm used to, all good, but I just wanted to, urge folks to vote yes, and then I'll have some longer comments on a next version of the package. Thank you, Council President.
All right, very good. Thank you, Councilwoman Kniech. Councilmember Hines?
Thank you, Council President. My battery is saying that my laptop saying it's about to shut down. So hopefully I can get this through. So I want to bring up a comment that someone else had said. We have many other cities in the metro area, and they also have housing affordability issues. And as Councilmember Ortega said, it's not up to Denver for us to do everything on behalf of the entire metro area, or frankly, on behalf of the entire state or region. But we are doing what we can. We're trying to do our part. And in many ways, we're doing more than our part as best we can. We also have fewer limitations that some of the other cities have. Like, for example, there's a city to our west that limited development to 1% growth. So they're intentionally slowing development when, and their housing affordability is going up even more. And I think one of the comments in testimony was about other cities like Boulder, and they are even more unaffordable than we are, where the average home value is over $1 million. As other commenters have already said, we've been advocating our state counterparts to create these regulations, and because of our success at the state level and encouraging our state counterparts to pass these laws, we now have expanding housing affordability. Like, we also have additional control over the minimum wage. So Denver continues to work from the making housing more affordable perspective. We're also continuing to work from empowering people to get closer to a living wage. We got the chance to increase the minimum wage above the state average, and we jumped on it. Now we're more than $3.30 above the state minimum wage. That helps more than 1 in 9 Denverites in our city. This also will have a material impact for people in our city. So we're doing what we can in many different angles. This is typically, this is one of the many issues that our city struggles with and policy struggles with, because people want immediate results, but government cannot provide that. We've got to be prudent with the people's money, and we should consider the public when we consider how to spend the people's money. In 2008, the economy imploded. All housing projects stopped, and Denver developers found other hobbies in other industries. Same with the construction workers in Denver. And then in 2013, Denver started to recover. And then shortly after that, Denver's housing market turned white hot. We've had 130,000 people move to our lovely city since then, and Blueprint says we're expecting an additional 200,000 people to move to the city by just the city of Denver by 2040. Housing development hasn't kept up, and we're doing our best to move quickly. That's part of the reason why prices continue to go up. But again, we've got that conflict where people want resolution now. That's not what government does. We want to make sure that we are methodical and measured with our decisions using the people's money. So I recognize that we've got a lot of frustrated speakers who are just struggling to survive. We are doing what we can, and so anyway, that's. Thank you. Clearly, my thoughts aren't as solid as they could be if it were earlier in the evening. Thank you, Council President.
No worries, Councilman Hines. Councilmember Sede-Baca?
Thank you. I'm going to do my comments on the whole package since this next half I'll be introducing and explaining the amendments. I want to contextualize my comments with two titles that we've sadly been given. We were named the second top gentrifying city in the country recently, and the top city displacing Latinos in the country. Supporters of this bill have touted that this will provide a steady and modest supply of affordable housing. After fighting for a decade for an opportunity to make it mandatory that developers build what Denverites need, modest is hardly the approach we should be taking. The hole is just getting bigger and bigger, And AMI is increasing as our population shifts to higher income earners. Therefore, affordable is slipping farther and farther out of reach for more Denverites. The grace period we're giving for this to even kick in means that steady and modest impact will not even kick in fully for years. We've defined high-cost markets in a way that ignores areas most vulnerable to displacement. We're ignoring the high social costs of displacement identified by our own gentrification study, and we've ignored the pleas from community to apply a higher cost to areas where we have driven change on purpose and development disproportionately is affecting Black and brown families. This is a market-based tool. We've established that. Relying on the market so far hasn't served us very well, has it? We've been relying on the market to self-correct, and it has not corrected. Developers have not prioritized lower cost housing, despite that being the highest in demand. We fought for the ability to make mandates so that we didn't have to rely on developer generosity that was not manifesting at the needed levels. Yet here we are, essentially codifying the status quo. We've written a policy to uplift developer power while ignoring the city's greatest needs. None of this was written from the perspective of people who are houseless or rent overburdened. People are going to say that this is a good start, but that's not true. If the linkage fees are low, you can't even change this for years, and it doesn't actually solve the crisis we're facing. It's just virtue signal policy, which we're getting really comfortable with these days. Community has been involved, and many have pushed back only to be marginalized and overruled by the developers in the process. We heard that tonight. Best practices have been considered, and a whole study was completed to tell us what would be a maximum justifiable fee, and we ignored our own study of best practices and that maximum justifiable fee. Why did we pay for the study? The entire proposal is nothing more than a repeat of the abysmally low linkage fee passed in 2016 that has locked us into our current situation. Incentives for developers, linkage fees far below what data says we can justify. This developer sales pitch coming from our own planning department is real smooth. Sounds good, took a long time, and yet does very little for the people worried about a roof over their heads. It lets us off the hook because now we can say we did something and wait another decade before doing anything else. It's sad and it's infuriating. This body doesn't need my vote to pass this bill tonight. Your minds are made up. They always are, well before the people speak. I too am still just a minority on this body, but the people out there, they need my vote tonight. They need it because they need to know that I see them, someone sees them, and understands this is smoke and mirrors, and we all deserve more than developer crumbs. I will not support these bills tonight because they are a slap in the face to a city expecting us to treat this housing crisis as a real crisis. If a modest approach to putting out a blazing fire is the best we can do, everyone in this city should be outraged rather than placated by tonight's vote. I'd like CPD to go back to the drawing board and put the most impacted people in the city first for a change, but that's unlikely to happen. So I'm not supporting this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sede-Baca. Seeing no other members in the queue, Council Bill 22-424 is on the floor for final passage. Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-424.
Black?
Aye.
Sede-Baca?
No.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Madam President.
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
1 nay, 10 ayes.
10 ayes. Council Bill 22-424 has passed. Councilmember Seta Baca, will you please put Council Bill 22-426 on the floor for final passage?
I move that Council Bill 22-426 be placed upon final consideration and do pass.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded. Councilmember Seta Baca, your motion to amend.
I move that Council Bill 22-426 be amended in the following particulars. On page 9, line 4, replace accessory dwelling units as defined in Article 11 of the Denver Zoning Code with an addition of 400 square feet of gross floor area or less to an accessory dwelling unit as defined in Article 11 of the Denver Zoning Code.
Thank you. We need, we've got the motion to amend. Thank you. It's been moved and seconded. Comments by members of council on the amendment? Councilmember Seta Baca.
This amendment is based on our conversation in committee when I aimed to increase the square footage that would be exempt from the linkage fee for an addition, and that was denied. This seeks to make ADUs equal to a family trying to add on to their home. Currently, we're exempting ADUs from the linkage fee, but we're requiring people building over 400 square feet onto their house to pay the linkage fee. So this essentially says that an ADU over 400 square feet too will have to pay the linkage fee.
Thank you, Councilmember Seta Baca. And I believe that the feedback that we're hearing, it's cutting out your mic. If we could get you to move off the Zoom platform, it's interfering with the mic system. So we appreciate that. We've got other members in the queue. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm wondering if I could call Annalise up to answer a couple questions. Thanks, Annalise, for being here with us. Can you talk to us about the decision to exempt accessory dwelling units from this policy and why that was included?
Thank you for the question. So currently, under today's linkage fee, accessory dwelling units are exempt. And that was really coming out of an acknowledgement that this is a type of building form and housing type that we want to be encouraging in the city of Denver and not adding additional costs, barriers, or process to. So that is an existing exemption that we are proposing to carry through.
Carry through that currently exists, correct? Do you know any other cities that would add additional, like in all the studies that we do, we always talked about peer cities. Have you seen any other cities that would have contrary, like zoning like this or policy procedures like this, where accessory dwelling units are exempt and then now we're adding 400 feet to the linkage fee to them?
Yeah. So once again, there might be a program out there, as there are plenty, but in our review, we have not found any peer cities that charge linkage fees on accessory dwelling units or similar and the like.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. Councilmember Flynn.
Thank you, Madam President. The amendment that Councilwoman Seta Baca is proposing sounds very reasonable to me. Let me ask you a couple of questions, Annalise, about does the exemption for ADUs from the linkage fee, does that apply only to detached? In other words, if a homeowner were building an attached ADU or creating an ADU in their basement, well, I guess it'd be hard to expand their basement. So let's go with an attached ADU, and it was 400 square feet. Or it was over 400 square feet, would that homeowner have to pay the linkage fee?
So the current exemption does not differentiate between an attached or a detached ADU. So long as it meets the definition of an accessory dwelling unit, it's exempted. And if I may, I know this wasn't part of your question, but I think what's being described verbally and what's been drafted and provided to us are two different pieces.
How so?
So if we can also just clarify what's actually in the draft amendment, that would be fantastic, if I can be provided the opportunity.
Could you clarify that for us?
Yep. So I think what's verbally described is that accessory dwelling units over 400 square feet would pay the linkage fee, meaning similar to if I have an existing home that's over 400 square feet of an addition, then that kicks in and pays the linkage fee. As I'm reading the draft, and please, attorneys, clarify, I am reading it as an addition of 400 square feet to an existing accessory dwelling unit would be exempt, which I think is actually the inverse of what we're trying to accomplish here. So as it's drafted, the ADU would be charged, but then an addition to the ADU would not be charged, which is pretty counter. You typically don't do additions to ADUs. So I just wanted to clarify that because it was a little bit unclear in our review.
Can we get a clarification? Because when I read the amendment before the meeting, I read it as being the square footage of a detached ADU or an ADU over and above the 400 square feet. And is that not how it operates?
So, Anshul Baga, Assistant City Attorney, the amendment copies the language from the exemption right before it, and the exemption right before it exempts an addition of 400 square feet or less. So this amendment would do what Annalise is describing, exempt an addition of 400 square feet or less to an accessory dwelling unit.
That was not the intent.
Okay. So what exactly are we voting on then?
Anshul, what would it take for you to update that so that it's any ADU over 400 square feet would have to pay the linkage fee?
I could change that language right now.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we need to take a recess and be able to do that so that the rest of council members understand what exactly we're voting on with this amendment?
We have a motion on the floor.
No.
Yeah, we'd recommend a recess.
Okay.
We do need a vote to recess, though.
Yes. All right. Great. May I get a motion to take a recess?
So moved.
All right.
Second.
Thank you. Madam Secretary?
Black?
Aye.
Sitabaca?
Aye.
Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
No.
Hines?
No.
Kinich?
No.
Ortega?
Wait, what are we voting
Sandoval?
on? No.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close the voting and announce the results.
I am missing.
Sorry, Markesia, I changed my vote. I was confused.
Oh, before you announce the results, Madam Secretary, Councilmember Sandoval would like
She
to
has it.
change her vote.
Yes, I was nay and now I'm aye.
And Ortega was a yes?
Mm-hmm.
Sandoval, I'm sorry. One more time. Yours is a no?
I'm a yes.
Yes, okay.
What's on vote cast?
Okay, yeah, it looks like we have everything. We have 3 nays and 8 ayes.
All right, 8 ayes. We will take, is 10 minutes enough time, Anshul?
That should be plenty.
All right, great. We will take a 10-minute recess, and please be back in your seats by 10:51 p.m. Thank you.
Denver's hop crosswalk signals are helping us cross streets more safely.
Just press the button to activate the flashing yellow warning lights so drivers are alerted to slow down and stop, giving pedestrians a safe way to cross. Visit denvergov.org/Vision Zero.
In Denver, the road most traveled is full of potholes. Fear not, worried traveler. Denver's Department of Transportation and Infrastructure is ready to fix the problem. To report a pothole, call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org. Click on the button, Report a Problem, fill out the quick questionnaire, and within 72 hours, crews will be sent to fix the problem. Call 311 or go online at pocketgov.org.
Elevating Denver is back with an all-new episode May 10th. We're taking a look at the 16th Street Mall redesign, how to stay informed in case of an emergency, and how Denver is helping to get guns off the street.
But we do have control over the choices that our kids make.
And we'll meet DPD's newest officer.
Using a dog is a perfect tool for us to be able to reach those populations that normally wouldn't interact with us.
If you're looking to adopt a new furry friend, locate a rec center, or you're looking to start a business, the City and County of Denver can help you with that. It's now easier than ever to access these resources with denvergov.org's mega menu. Click the drop-down you need to find a world of information. From help with your home, neighborhood, car, or even contacting your council member, it's all just a click away. The new mega menu, just one of many great features on the all-new denvergov.org.
Deaths from opioid overdoses are mounting in Colorado. These powerful drugs include heroin, morphine, and fentanyl. Each can relieve pain and evoke intense feelings of pleasure. But the same drugs, whether prescribed by a doctor or bought on the street, can quickly turn deadly. Found in prescriptions like OxyContin and Vicodin, opioids can be found in illegal drugs, such as heroin, as well as the synthetic opioid fentanyl. Fentanyl is 50 to 100 times more potent than morphine. Even small doses, and we're talking here micrograms, can be deadly. The opioid effects from fentanyl are heightened and highly addictive even after the first dose. Fentanyl kills by interrupting the normal function of opioid receptors in the brain and throughout the body, including the brain's ability to regulate breathing. The high potency of fentanyl greatly increases the risk of overdose, whether you're an addict or just experimenting with drugs. Remember, Denver, one pill can kill. For additional help, please visit denvergov.org and search mental health services and support for a full list of substance use services.
It's time to BYOB. Bring your own bag, that is, to the grocery store, the liquor store, the hardware store, and all retail stores in Denver. Starting July 1st, remember to bring your own bag when you shop. All retail stores will charge 10 cents for each plastic or paper bag provided at checkout. By bringing your own bag, you will help reduce waste, prevent litter, and protect our rivers and streams. Every year, Denver residents use over 100 million disposable bags. So Denver will give away reusable bags to help you make the switch. Find more information at denvergov.org/bringyourownbag. Bring your own bag. Keep your change.
Here's what's coming into view on Elevating Denver. An overcast sky, heavy fog, and falling snow could not dampen the raised spirits of students, Denver city officials, and tribal representatives from Wyoming, Oklahoma, and Colorado gathered in Genesee Park.
Buffalo, Tatanka, that's how you say it in Lakota. They're wild, they're free, they roam, they like to roam in herds. Like how Native Americans, they used to be like roam in groups, and they used to follow the buffalo. That's why we were called the buffalo people. Yeah, so we're singing here today, singing to them and calming them down to hear their roots, I guess, their instincts of being indigenous and everything. And we're here to help them, and we're gifting the buffalo to the reservations where they can be over there and roam free and give back to the people and give back to Mother Earth.
On Monday, March 21st, Denver donated 33 young snorting bison to members of the Arapaho and Cheyenne tribes in an effort to restore the iconic animals to their tribal lands.
In 2020, I ran the ordinance that established a land acknowledgement for Denver City Council. And it's just something that reminds us of where we are and who came before us, and moreover, what our responsibility is to honor and recognize that. And so that's a nod to our Indigenous ancestors and those who lived in Denver and Colorado before it was Denver. And today, what results is we're in the second year of a bison donation program, which was inspired by that land acknowledgement, because it inspired Parks and Recreation to say, we don't have to be auctioning off bison. We should be donating them to Indigenous tribes who are reestablishing their herds around the country. And so that's what we worked on together last year.
To read words that are on a paper, the land acknowledgement, doesn't mean a lot until you really take action. And so the bison, the buffalo are part of the land. So for us to be able to transfer these bison back to tribes across the nation to help them either improve their herd health or to actually start new herds is pretty amazing work that we're able to do.
So our goal with this is to try to increase sustainability and genetic diversity among conservation herds across the country, specifically focusing on tribal herds and supporting the efforts of tribes to restore bison to their lands.
A lot of times we talk about things, and this is actually putting action to them, and to see how thankful the nations were, the tribal nations were, was just once in a lifetime opportunity. Honestly, I've never seen anything like this happen on Parks land, and it was heart-wrenching and just heartwarming.
The Intertribal Buffalo Council, dedicated to restoring buffalo to reservations, has returned about 20,000 bison. Some are used for meat, some for ceremonies, some for economic development. But for many, simply sharing the land again with animals they consider sacred is satisfaction enough.
The significance of these ceremonial things goes back to the heart of who we are and our creation stories, what the buffalo means to us in our creation stories. And as our lives are nurtured by their very existence, and their wanahi, or spirit, remains strong with us, and we will hold them sacred truly throughout our lives.
This is what we should have been doing for decades, as owners and as stewards of these wonderful animals. Returning them as we have nurtured them and raised them, but returning them back to our indigenous leaders of this land, the caretakers of this land. These are, as pointed out, your spiritual animals.
It was important for me to be here to not only welcome the bison, but also to help journeying them back to the reservation. Today we're going to have a ceremony back home with them as well. And it's just going to be a welcoming, and it's just exciting for the youth and everybody to be a part of this.
As the animals were brought to the transport trailers, their hooves echoed like thunder across the park. A circle of young men pounded drums and raised their voices in honor of the bison. One woman spoke indigenous words of comfort to ease the beasts in preparation for the journey home. Stay elevated by subscribing to the city's YouTube page, and stay tuned to our social media channels for more content. Don't miss our new episodes of Elevating Denver, premiering each month. Thanks for watching, Denver. Here's what's coming into view on Elevating Denver. Denver's Department of Climate Action, Sustainability, and Resiliency is working hard to ensure a climate-safe future by helping the city meet its goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions completely by 2040. Certifiably Green Denver, or CGD, is designed to assist in achieving these goals by helping businesses reduce their environmental impact and become more energy efficient and less wasteful, all at no cost to the business itself. Almost 2,000 businesses of all sizes and shapes have benefited from the program.
My name is William Polidori Harris. I am 5th generation Polidori, going on 97 years in business here. 5 generations ago, came here to North Denver, started making sausage, kind of had this family recipe that kind of snowballed into making its way into grocery stores and eventually growing to the company that we are today. Sustainability is something we pride ourselves around here. So it felt like the right thing to do. We reached out to Certifiably Green Denver. We were like, hey, how do we get the ball rolling on this? They worked with us, helped us, check those criteria boxes off, and we became Certifiably Green Denver.
I'm Kathleen Cronin. I'm the Executive Director of Earthlinks. Earthlinks was started to connect people and bring people out from their isolation, reconnect folks that are homeless into the mainstream community, and to allow people to move forward and get stabilized in their lives. We have a very high success rate on moving people from being unhoused to housed, about 70% per year. Earthlinks, as part of its mission, is to care for Earth. That is the main thing we feel connects everyone together, is to care for our common planet Earth. And so for many years, we've tried to be as green as we possibly can. And we found out about this program, so we decided to apply, and it's been very helpful to us, so we're grateful.
The program works in several ways. First, a team of experts will help a business create a plan to achieve sustainability goals at their own pace, including how to be more energy efficient and conservative with water use. The big step in the program comes from being fully certified. To achieve this, businesses must complete a list of criteria in 5 different categories designed to improve efficiency across all areas of the business.
Put the LED lights around our facility where applicable. So with our 6 main freezers, the energy compressors, we've modified to make them efficient. We work with a local company, Scraps, to compost any leftover meat. We're moving towards bike racks. We currently provide all of our employees with RTD bus passes.
And then it has allowed us to be able to say, maybe we're not so good in this one area and we could do some improvements. So we've improved some of our composting techniques, and we've also looked at some of the things that happen in the garden in terms of stormwater or drainage water to make sure that we're doing that properly.
The benefits of the program are many. The CGD staff can connect you to rebates, financial incentives, and partners to help meet your goals. Plus, it's free, and the staff will be with you the whole way.
They're super helpful, if we ever, have troubles coming up with new ideas to implement to be sustainable within our own company. They always have new, fresh ideas.
The CGD staff is also working to push out funding to ensure equity across the program by providing an increase in services and supplies to help small, minority, and women-owned businesses achieve their sustainability goals. There's also financial benefits to running an energy-efficient business.
The low flush toilets and the sinks that we have, we've seen water bills go down, with the energy-efficient lights. We've seen our energy bills go down, so those are just kind of a lot of the great things we've seen come out of the program.
And the benefits after certification are even greater. CGD certification comes with free advertising promoting the certified business, as well as a decal to affix to their front door. This helps like-minded customers and other businesses connect with these green operations.
Well, the certification itself is wonderful. I think the real piece would be that we could also join with other folks in Denver that are trying to move towards a greener Denver. And so in that sense, the collaboration opportunities for us with other businesses and entities will be very important to us as we move forward.
We encourage all of our vendors and all of our customers to do so. One of our spice companies that we purchase our spices through, Rocky Mountain Spice, They actually became certifiably green Denver after we, kind of encouraged them to. So they kind of followed in our footsteps in that aspect.
If you have a business that's interested in becoming more sustainable and help the city achieve its climate goals, go to certifiablygreendenver.org to get started.
I think it's just important that people know about us, but also know that maybe some of these things anyone can do. And we really all have to work together to bring us into the climate goals that the city has. It's very important for the city to be a leader in this area.
Stay elevated by subscribing to the city's YouTube page and stay tuned to our social media channels for more content. Don't miss our new episodes of Elevating Denver, premiering each month. Thanks for watching, Denver. Here's what's coming into view on Elevating Denver.
When we think about fashion, typically people start to think about New York, Milan, Paris, London, right? So what does Denver have to offer? And I think that in order for those 4 cities, those big cities, to have new, fresh talent, they look to smaller markets and smaller demographics. So what we can offer is a platform for emerging talent that maybe just doesn't have that capability of being noticed in those larger cities, and we can give those emerging, stars that time. I'm Haley Hoda, and I am the runway producer and director for Denver Fashion Week. Tonight actually is all about local couture. So we're going to focus tonight on original pieces. So each individual piece, there's nothing else like it, right? That's what couture means, that there's one of a kind. So each segment is going to be very individual, all the way from, somewhat wedding dresses, all the way down to, corsets and things like that. So couture can really mean anything.
My name is Cora Aversano, and I'm the designer of Aversano Designs. I grew up in Lakewood. My parents still live in the same home that I grew up in, actually. So I started designing a year and a half ago. I have a love of 60s movies, a little old school glam, I would say. So my first 2 gowns, the whole point of it was bold and beautiful, pretty much. The glamorous elegance of the 60s, like Hollywood 60s. So then I brought that into this new collection. The funniest thing that I do when I make dresses is I watch Golden Girls the whole time. Don't ask me why, that's just my go-to. But I feel like once I'm in it, it's just you just keep going. So I feel like I can make them pretty quickly. It was probably about 2 months ago that I said I would do it. So it's been a whirlwind of making 10 gowns, but it's come along pretty well, I would say. So yeah.
I think it's important to highlight local talent because, local designers, they're artists, right? And if we hear this about artists all the time, starving artists, but it's only that because they don't know the resources, they don't know where to start. So creating a platform where they can actually come together with a community of like-minded individuals, they can get the resources that maybe they didn't know were accessible to them. So what we do is create a stage for that emerging talent to know where to go next and how to elevate each time that they do.
I feel like the platform's huge because there's not a lot of fashion going on in Denver in this kind of realm. A lot of people are trying to start runway shows, but really Denver Fashion Week is the first one that actually did one and has done it pretty well and has gotten a lot of people to it. So I feel like for designers, it's kind of like your moment for a Denver fashion in general. To actually show what you have. A lot of people get to see your designs. I feel like ever since a lot of the pictures are on the pamphlets and on their Instagram and things like that, a lot of people have reached out to me about my designs. So that's been a great way for me to be able to talk to people about that and kind of show more of my designs that people usually wouldn't see. But everyone's been so nice and really welcoming, which has been really awesome. And all the models are so great and really excited. I'm really happy to see it all come together.
So inclusivity is actually the center of Denver Fashion Week. So what we offer to models is a fully inclusive platform that we have, models from all creeds, all colors, all heights, all sizes. We do not cast based on anything other than confidence and conviction. So really, if you think it's pretty possible. So if you want to come out and model, we just tell anyone and everyone that you can have that chance and that opportunity. So our nonprofit this year is Dress for Success Denver, and they're actually very on par with supporting women get professional attire and support for going on job interviews, or honestly just going out in the workforce. It's kind of like sometimes, again, right, we don't know what resources we have or what to do with those resources. So to be able to have someone to go to, it's such a huge thing, especially, you know, when you go to a job interview and you have a brand new jacket or a brand new shirt, it does something mentally to you. It's not just fashion, right? So I think that Dress for Success Denver is an amazing partnership for a nonprofit this season. If you've never been to a Denver Fashion Week runway experience, expect to be excited, because honestly, every single night is centered around a different theme because it's for everyone, right? We have all the way kids shows, streetwear, couture, so really it could be something brand new to you that maybe you're just like, I just want to try this night. But I definitely think originality, excitement, creativity, and community. I think that especially after the past few years, community is such a huge thing that we've all been lacking, and I want to speak for everyone when I say I'm very excited to bring these creatives together again and be able to have us back on the runway doing what we love.
Stay elevated by subscribing to the city's YouTube page and stay tuned to our social media channels for more content. Don't miss our new episodes of Elevating Denver, premiering each month. Thanks for watching, Denver.
But as I mentioned to some of you in the past couple of weeks, the assessor's office showed me sales figures for the last 2 years, the last 2 calendar years. There have been 240 parcels in this city that have been sold and that had detached ADUs on them. And the median sale price for those parcels was $980,000. So the addition of an ADU to a property greatly increases the value, and when it resells, who are the potential buyers for that? They are not people in the market for affordable housing. So I think it's only fair that when someone constructs an ADU that is over 400 square feet, that they should be treated the same as a homeowner who is adding more than 400 square feet to their home for essentially the same purpose, to house a family member. And for that reason, I will support the amendment.
Thank you, Councilmember Flynn. Councilmember Torres. Thank you, Madam President. I'll be a no on this as well. I did support the prior version that expanded the home renovation square footage, because that didn't pass, and I voted for that. I feel like this is punitive in making the ADUs of that same square footage equal, and we're definitely utilizing those to make sure folks are able to stay in community. So I'll be a no tonight. All right, thank you, Councilmember Torres. Councilmember Baca.
Just wanted to put out there that it is objectively cheaper to add on to your house and not build an ADU because of the requirements that an ADU has to be considered an ADU. So this is discriminating against people with less financial resources. And so I do think it's important. I would happily entertain and bring back the earlier version that increased the addition on the house to 800 square feet. That was voted down. This is an option that doesn't allow us to create 2 different classes of people. One, we're going to let them off the hook with no accountability or responsibility.
Thank you, Councilmember Baca. Councilmember Sawyer.
Thanks, Madam President. I agree with Councilman Flynn and Councilwoman Baca. I think this, for all of the reasons that they've stated up to now, I also think it's important to note that while we as a city, government, are hoping to incentivize people to build ADUs for affordable housing, many people in our city who are building ADUs are building them for the purpose of using
Ortega. Aye. Sandoval. No. Sawyer. Aye. Torres. No. Black. No. Madam President.
No. Madam Secretary, close voting and announce the results.
Three ayes, 7 nays.
7 nays and 3 ayes. The amendment to 22-426 has failed. Councilmember Flynn, did you have a question?
No, I just,
Oh,
Councilmember Ortega with the ayes.
Okay. Are we waiting for the results then?
I understand Councilwoman Ortega's vote was recorded.
4 ayes, 7 nays.
Okay, thank you. 4 ayes, 7 nays. The amendment to 22-426 has failed. Council Bill 22-426 is on the floor for final passage. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 426. Councilmember Peach.
Thank you, Council President. To understand where we are tonight, you have to understand where we've been. In 2011, the city of Denver had 0 local dollars going to affordable housing. No housing department, no renter protection policies, no renter assistance programs. A state law prohibited us from requiring anything from rental development when the city wasn't involved in land or subsidies. And we had one policy, requiring developers of for-sale homes to build 10% and 80% of AMI or to pay a very modest fee. That was it. We did have a set of agreements on large developments, the former Stapleton, Lowry, Central Platte Valley, and Green Valley Ranch. And they created thousands of affordable homes, but with typically 15 or 20 years of affordability. That is what we had. That was the status quo in 2011. With leadership from this council and deep partnership with the administration, Denver has fundamentally transformed that story. We created a permanent housing fund in 2016 with 2 sources of revenue. We swapped that inclusionary housing ordinance that was only doing a handful of for-sale units and a few $100,000 a year, and we swapped it for a linkage fee that generated millions of dollars a year for rental and for-sale housing from 0 up all the way through the income spectrum and homeownership. It was the first ever fee that this city had charged development to mitigate its impacts. The first development fee of any kind. There were claims the sky would fall and development would cease, and it was also a very close vote. It was criticized for not being good enough, and this council barely passed it. The fund was doubled in 2018 with additional revenue sources, and in just 5 years, the fund created 2,500 new homes, 400 preserved homes, and served 6,300 households with housing programs, including more than 3,200 with rent and utility assistance. We kept negotiating agreements on big developments, but we started to fight for a broader mix of incomes, including 30% of AMI and below. And in both our investment rules and our negotiations, we stopped negotiating for 20 years of affordability and we started negotiating for 60 first, and more recently now, 99 years or perpetual affordability. We funded rental assistance and eviction defense, and we created protections against discrimination from source of income. We created a rental license to ensure housing is safe with renter notice of rights and resources. And our legislature, led by Denver members, has transformed renter protections at that level too. And just like we doubled the housing fund to grow the impact of a proven solution, we've gone back and we've grown eviction defense and we've grown rental assistance. But until today, 90% of by right development in this city did not build any affordable homes on site. That gap in that whole trajectory is why we're here today. So in 2021, we fought, this city, our lobbyists, our mayor, this council, we fought with partners from across the state to change the state law prohibiting local regulation of new development for affordable rental. And we won. And today, we are passing the state of Colorado's first sweeping inclusionary housing requirements that include rental and for sale free from any legal cloud. The first new ordinance without any legal cloud in 2 decades. So why would the simple idea of requiring affordability and development be so controversial? Well, it's because we've talked about it tonight. Inclusionary housing harnesses the market to create affordability. It can only require as much affordability as the market can bear. If it requires too much for the market to be financed and still make a profit, if it doesn't provide for that profit, it doesn't happen. The market won't build the project and there will be no affordable homes. So some landowners and developers simply do not like any intervention in their market. They don't want any impact to their profit. Others aren't maybe philosophically opposed, but they think the details go too far. They think it won't work with the market. And we may not have heard from many of those developers tonight, but we have heard from them in our inboxes and you've heard from them in the media. They are largely opposed to this ordinance. Over the past 15 years, this city has performed three independent analyses of the numbers related to housing policy and development. Every time, the majority of the industry has claimed that the sky will fall, but every time this city has chosen the standards that the independent analysis pointed us to, and development has continued, and affordability has been created through either units being built or funds that are reinvested. 3 times this has happened, including tonight. But this policy is also understandably controversial among those who cannot help but question a policy that is designed to work with a market that sells housing, a fundamental human right, to the highest bidder. It is understandable that that would be controversial, to harness that market. But development isn't the only culprit in this market. Prices have increased and displacement has occurred near development. But private owners of long-standing housing are also selling their land and their homes to the highest bidders. And we can also point to neighborhoods that have seen little to no development that have also seen massive displacement. My own neighborhood, Park Hill, is one, Westwood is another. There are many neighborhoods experiencing displacement with very little development. Development is not the only aspect affecting the market in our city. So, what's the answer? Greater public and community ownership of land to break the cycle of selling land to the highest bidder is critical. And Denver has increased our purchase of land and put land into public ownership and then done long-term land leases for permanent affordability. We are doing more and more of that, taking that land out of that market and making it long-term for the community's benefit. We've also invested in land trusts and other models that permanently take land out of that market, that broken market, selling land to the highest bidder. But we should not miss the opportunity to leverage new development for new affordability in projects where we are getting none today, simply because this one market-based tool can't solve all our housing needs or goals. This policy matters and it has value in these critical ways. It incentivizes building homes on site. It has extraordinarily high buyout fees that are 6 times higher than some of the buyout fees in the original ordinance that it is replacing from 10 years ago. It lowers the AMI requirements to 60% or an average of 70%. And you only get to 70%, by the way, if you build more homes. You don't get that as a choice unless you build more homes. Every single affordable home under this policy will be within the income guidelines and eligible for voucher holders who might have incomes from 0 to 30%. And this policy requires 99-year affordability in every case, permanent affordability. That is new. That has value. It takes that land, it takes that unit out of the market forever. It is deed restricted forever. It cannot be sold to the highest bidder. It also ensures that linkage fees will rise over time and make up for some of the loss of fees, because we will lose fees because all of the rental development that was paying fees before is now going to build homes instead. And so we will be mitigating that with these fees. These things have value. That is different than necessarily being enough to solve the entire problem. But that does not mean it does not have value for the homes that will be provided to the workers and to the individuals who will live in those homes. 90% of by right development, if this ordinance fails tonight, 90% of by right development will continue to require zero affordability. That's the consequence of a no vote tonight. You can frame it however you want. If you vote no, the result will be no requirement. So I want to thank some folks who were really instrumental to getting us here. First and foremost, state legislators, Susan Montine and Serena Gonzalez Gutierrez. They were the lead sponsors in the House, but also Senate co-sponsors Gonzalez and Rodriguez, and all of those in the legislature who voted for the passage of the bill that made this possible. CML, Colorado Municipal League, Healthier Colorado were leaders in the work at the state legislature. We wouldn't be here today without them. And then for this city ordinance, I want to share the thanks that some of my colleagues have already shared. Obviously, our mayor for supporting all of the team and resources that went into this, community planning and development and host, the attorneys. But we also had outside partners, again, who helped shape, push some of those increases to linkage fees that Councilman Hines mentioned. Those were advocates pushing for those things like Enterprise and Healthier Colorado and others who helped to give input and shape. And then to my council colleague, Councilwoman Sandoval. It is such a pleasure working with you. You and I appreciate the perspective you bring, the ideas, the things that you see in the zoning code, and the ways that you help to just really improve this policy. To all of our colleagues who engaged so deeply and helped shape a lot of the details as it evolved, as it went through the process. There's just a lot of thanks for the time folks spent trying to get everything we could out of this policy. And so it was really a team collaborative effort. And so we will look back in 10 years and there will be additional new things on this list. This is not our once in 10-year policy. I described the almost annual set of impacts we've been making in housing and homelessness, and we will continue that pace, but this piece, this gap, will now be closed, and we can now build on it just like we have all those other policies over the years. So with that, I am really excited to vote yes on this ordinance package tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Key. Councilmember Sandoval.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll do my best to speak up. There's a saying that says the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now. In reality, I wish we would have had this policy 20 years ago. My neighborhood in Northwest Denver would look very different with all of the redevelopment that has occurred. When I was growing up, we had a rich mix of socioeconomic diversity in Northwest Denver, and that is rapidly changing. And I believe this policy will help rectify some of that in the future. This has been a very thoughtful process. It pivoted after the state passed HB 211117, and thank you CPD for pivoting. We changed the name of the working group, we added new members, and we had a different perspective. And I believe that we heard a lot of feedback. Some of the feedback made things better, some of the feedback made things more challenging, because we had to base everything in data so that we were passing lofty information and bills that respected Denver. As we heard tonight, the pain felt by so many as Denver becomes more affordable is real. It's real for me, it's real for my family, and it's real for those who I represent. It causes an incredibly complex situation, and this is just one of the solutions being brought forward tonight. There's a lot of work being done by the Office of Host to make sure that this policy is not just a silver bullet, but that it will be paired with other policies to help gentrification and displacement. As I mentioned at the beginning, that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. And in a few years, we'll look back and we'll see Thank you, Laura, already for making sure that your team have the time off that they need and the flex schedule that they need when they're working on such an intense policy. Thank you, Brenda Fisher, for making sure that your staff had the backing from their office when they were in the spotlight and taking hard questions and making sure that they were there. And most importantly, thank you to the constituents of Denver for electing representatives at the state who changed this, and for electing representatives at the company community, who it's been such an honor to work with on this complicated policy that will change the landscape of Denver. And thank you to my colleagues, and thank you to the council leadership for allowing Councilwoman Kanish and I to serve in this capacity on a 2-year journey over COVID. No microphones, all the fact that we are voting, and as we said, I don't think I've ever been a part of. So for sure, it is going to be down in history, and I ask all my colleagues to vote yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Sandoval. That was not particularly try to say it again, and we're not going to use it. So, if anything, we are persistent, and we know when there's good work to be done and how important this is. And I really want to acknowledge Councilmembers Kanish and Sandoval for your work on this project and the countless hours that you have spent listening and learning and working with all the folks that you mentioned, Annalise and Brad. You were the front-facing part of this project, and so thank you so much. Both Britta and Laura as directors, and I'm excited to vote on this and the next bill and get some more affordable housing in our city that's protected in perpetuity. And so, Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-426.
Kanish?
Aye.
Ortega?
Aye.
Sandoval?
Aye.
Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Black?
Aye.
Sivaka? No. Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, please close the voting and announce the results.
One nay, 10 ayes.
10 ayes. Council Bill 22-426 has passed. Councilmember Sandoval, could you please put Council Bill 22-425 on the floor for final passage?
I move that Council Bill 22-425 be placed upon final consideration and to pass.
Thank you. Councilmember Sandoval, your motion to amend.
I move that Council Bill 22-425 be amended in the following particulars. On page 1, line 14, strike CMX 12. On page 1, line 14, strike IMX 5, IMX 8, and IMX 12, and replace with IMX 5. Strike section 1. On page 1, line 31, strike section 2, and replace with section 1. Strike sections 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. On page 4, strike lines 38 through 44. On page 5, strike lines 1 through 40, and replace with text as written in attached amendment. Renumber all other sections of 3.
Thank you. It has been moved. We need a second. All right. Councilmember, or comments by members of council on the amendment. And I just want to double check because I have a motion to adjourn up here and we're not there yet. So I want to just make sure we do indeed have
Wishful thinking.
All right. Okay. Councilmember Sadavaca, please go ahead with your comments on the amendment.
Thank you. This amendment would remove the 38th and Blake Station area incentive overlay, zone IMX 8 zoning to IMX 5, and not change any of the zoning classifications. This will bring the which means continuing to drive development into an area of town that cannot handle it at the expense of everyone living there. It's not consistent with our neighborhood plan, and it does not promote public safety and welfare. It increases the likelihood of danger and life safety concerns highlighted in the past due to infrastructure that has not caught up to the development in the area.
Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer.
I just had a quick question for Annalise. I just needed a little bit of clarification. So the current 38th Lake overlay starts at 12 stories and goes up if the affordability is being built in. Is that correct?
The current system is very complicated.
Yeah.
So what that means is that some sites have 3 stories and they can go to 5, some 3 they can go to 8, some have 12, and they can go to 16, so it's all over the board, very complicated.
Okay. So, thank you. So then, I guess I need a little more explanation of exactly what your amendment does, Councilwoman Zita-Vaca, because I'm confused.
So the affordability incentive overlay back in the day was designed because we couldn't capture affordability anywhere else. And so the base zoning was between 5, 8, and 12 for certain buildings in the Berlin area. And they were only allowed to go up to those heights if they committed to affordable. So now that this is going away, and we know that it actually didn't work because the base zoning was up too high in the first place, nobody needed to go over the base zoning, they would capture more profit with the base zoning. We should be not upzoning all of it, we should be bringing it down to where it's supposed to be. The neighborhood plans call for 5 stories in that area, 8 at the highest in some places. What this does is it upzones multiple places to 12 stories high, where it was not in the neighborhood plan, and we've never gone back to community to have this conversation with them again after the neighborhood plan, which was in 2016.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the clarification.
All right. Thank you. Councilmember Sawyer. Councilmember Zita-Vaca. Did you chime in here?
That was basically
Was it? Okay. All right. Very good. Madam Secretary, roll call on the amendment.
Zita-Vaca? Aye. Swin?
No.
Herndon?
No.
Hines?
No answer.
Cashman? Kinich? No. Ortega? No. Sandoval? No. Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Black?
No.
Madam President?
No. Madam Secretary closes the voting and announce the results.
Torres?
As announced.
Thank you. I have 9 nays, 2 ayes.
9 nays, 2 ayes. The amendment fails. Council Bill 22-425 is on the floor for final passage. Comments by members of council on Council Bill 22-425. Seeing none, Madam Secretary, roll call on Council Bill 22-425.
Black? Aye. Zita-Vaca? No. Clark? Flynn?
Aye.
Herndon?
Aye.
Hines?
Aye.
Kinich?
Aye.
Ortega? Aye. Sandoval? Aye. Sawyer?
Aye.
Torres?
Aye.
Madam President?
Aye. Madam Secretary, close voting and announce results.
1 nay, 10 ayes.
10 ayes, 525 has passed. Pre-adjournment announcement, dependent on publication on Monday, July 11th, Council will require public hearing on Council Bill 22-554, changing the zoning classification for 1305, 1339, 1365, North Osage Street, and 1520 West 14th Avenue, Lincoln Park. Any protests against Council Bill 22-554 must be filed with the council officers no later than noon on Tuesday, July 5th. Please note that on Monday, July 13th, many council members will be attending an early commemoration so there will not be forums of all business on the agenda on Monday, June 13th, we move to Monday, June 20th. There being no further business before this body, this meeting is adjourned.